We'll be right back. Something never, never know. Something never, never know. Something never, never know. dense, full line, low, dense, full line, low, dense.
Hello, all VCT fans. Welcome back to the Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We are continuing Week 3 on our second day of this week now with 2 more matches lined up. I'm at the desk. I will be your host for the day. My name is William Cho, and I'm joined by Tasteless and Quack. And Quack, did you run into Paper Rex on your way to the studio today? Because I know they were slashing yesterday in game, but you're not looking so good.
Yeah, I don't know. They kind of went into the wardrobe and just chopped up some of my clothes. And
They heard you ranked them B tier.
Damn it.
That's what happened, dude.
That's true.
You gotta watch what you say on that weekly recap. Of course, Tasteless, we were up on the cast yesterday. We had some fun matches yesterday.
Yesterday kicked ass, man. I couldn't believe how fun it was.
Watch your language.
Watch out, kids. It was an incredible day. My first time actually getting on the stage.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how the energy I felt on there. It was packed. And I know, I'm just so excited to be back after missing week 2 and being on holiday. Good to be with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to, again, have so many fans come through the studio, etc. But let's take a look at the standing as we kind of review what happened yesterday and so far here in VCT Pacific. Now, I think one of the big notes yesterday was, through week 2, all the Korean teams seem to be continuing undefeated. Of course, T1 takes their first loss against none other than Paper Rex.
Yeah, this is exactly where Paper Rex has to be. And now they're going to have to play against DRX next, which is going to be so exciting. But yeah, they were B tier. Not anymore. Not anymore. I take that back. I just want to make that clear
all right.
for today.
Right. Yeah, we've got a couple more weeks. Of course, the other big part was RRQ. They finally get their first win here in Pacific.
It was a real treat to see these guys deliver as well as they did. We talked about how some of these teams that haven't been playing in Korea over the past 2 years might need a little bit of extra time to get acclimated, to get comfortable. And RRQ, they looked very comfortable. They were able to deliver, and we got to see what they've got to offer in the weeks to come.
Yeah, since we're talking about RRQ, let's talk about that match from yesterday. That was match 1 on the first day of week 3. RRQ actually takes DFM quite handedly, makes it a 2-0 and makes it look like they were both very different teams than they were previously.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, they're starting to find their stride, their identity, if anything. The way that they're playing is so almost chaotic at times that you have EJ as this duelist who keeps switching positions around. I think in one of the post-match interviews with DFM, that's what they said. They were so confused. They weren't quite sure what EJ was doing. And yeah, this is how EJ has leveled up into the big dinosaur T-Rex. Different team, but
our producers are having a little too much fun, I think.
Yeah, look at how many exclamation marks there are on that one.
I mean, this was the big difference, though. We were casting it as well, Tasteless, and this was different. We got to finally yell his name in excitement rather than disappointment.
Oh.
And seeing the way that EJ played back here was it was very cool. He did have a little bit of overextensions at the start, and we in the cast yesterday were talking about how that's a little bit worrisome. But he definitely picked it up, especially in the middle of each of the halves there, all the way to the end of each of the halves, and kept getting those picks after picks after picks.
And it's not just EJ, right? I mean, look at these clips. It's Flips, it's X-Pharaoh. A lot of times, EJ might be the one to kind of cause that little early round confusion, and then you have players from RRQ who are there to clean up. DFM, on the other hand, kind of struggled a bit. I think they were mentioning how some of the IGL calling was a little bit confusing to them. Clearly, there are some things that they need to fix because whenever RRQ applies that pressure, they really start to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw that highlight in the Viper Spit. There were some good moments, right? There were some heroics that came out of DFM, but on a team versus team basis, RRQ just looked more complete yesterday.
Yeah, I think everybody was filling in their role very nicely. DFM did have some great plays, and Suggest especially looked very good. But it did seem like every win that they got, it was very expensive. They had to work hard. They were winning not in thrifty rounds, but when they're having to, use their best weaponry and use their ults as well.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot during the cast this year, right? It's like just to get 1 or 2 round wins, they had to throw everything at the wall for DFM to just get 1 or 2 numbers on the board.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. But that's the thing. When you're in league play and you've already done, you've performed like this, it's so scary, especially when you want a Japanese team making it to playoffs.
Yeah.
They really need to go back to the drawing board and kind of fix whatever they've got wrong.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned, of course, if you've seen it, there was that interview that suggested with a third party that talks about, well, I think our problem is the IGLing. Now, whether that's the style of IGLing, whether they're talking about how they work around the IGLing, we don't know the full details, right? Only the team really knows, but clearly something at the foundational level has to change now for DFM.
It's a little scary now because, at least as of now, they are currently at the very bottom of the rankings. Part of that is because they were in the first day, right? We're going to have more results coming in here, but man, there's not a lot more room here to recover. If they keep going down, it's going to be impossible to last through the entirety of our tournament.
Yeah. I mean, they did look promising in weeks 1 and 2, but again, we're starting to slowly creep into kind of mid and the late stages of the league play.
Yes.
So not too much time.
You really need to break that L streak, because if you don't, we only have 6 slots for playoffs, right?
Yeah.
If you don't get any W's under your belt at that point, you're not going to make it. And it's just going to be so heartbreaking for all the Japanese fans everywhere.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Of course, we will get to see Zeta Division later today, so we can still hold off for now, but let's talk about the match 2 that happened yesterday. I mean, this was just fireworks everywhere. Oh, Quack's already just warming up. He's like, yes, I finally get to redeem myself and kind of get some forgiveness for Paper Rex, but they came out swinging and with a new addition on the roster in something.
Yeah, I mean, when something came out, the desk was talking about it. We were talking about it as well, saying, man, this seems a bit rushed. He just got in. Is this going to be a success? Do they really know what they're doing? Is this going to maybe make them look foolish? They were tied up 1-1. He came out absolutely murdering.
And then, of course, for Taken, for those of you who, I mean, surely you know this quote. It's from the movie Taken, but yeah, for Taken returns in prime form, and he does find people all across the map.
Yeah, what I do have are a very particular set of skills that will set me up as a ex-duelist, now turned sentinel, who just lurks like nobody's business on Pearl. And that's, I think, the ultimate thing that kind of broke apart T1. And Paper X made T1 look like T2.
Nice. Or T0 even, who knows? No, it was
like a T2.
we can have a lot of fun with numbers here, guys. Look, I mean, to be honest, this was, for me personally, and obviously I was getting to cast it, which is fun too, but it was my favorite series that we've had so far, because it was truly an inspirational one. I mean, an unusual agent composition, extremely aggressive play. There was some speculation beforehand. Are they being too aggressive? Is this really not quote-unquote proper play? They leaned into their strengths and they delivered, and you could see that T1 just wasn't really able to ever catch up.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they basically had Paper Rex running laps around him for both maps throughout the match.
100%. I mean, just look at the plays right now. Forsaken, because he's freed up as a sentinel, Something is the one who steps up as that duelist to take a lot of space, apply that pressure to T1. He is freed up, Forsaken, to go into these deep positions behind enemy lines. T1 had no idea what they were expecting, and then we see huge numbers in the ACS like what we're seeing on the screen right now, 422. That's huge. And then we move on into the next map, Fracture, where Benkai comes back in, and they still frag out.
Yeah, and that's the thing I want to note right in these stats is, sure, we can talk about Forsaken. He's freed up kind of do what he wants, get those deep lurks. He gets great ACS, great KDA on that Killjoy. But then he goes to Neon, and his first blood percent, 42%. He's doing his role as that entry, and he's, again, proving that it's not just because I played Killjoy. I'm just back in prime mechanical form.
Yeah, they seem to really be in an excellent form. Again, after a little bit of a shaky start here. Remember, this is one of the teams that is not Korean that we were looking at and saying, well, they still might actually come out on top, right? I mean, they're very much regarded as a powerhouse team. And in this match that we just saw, they really delivered. They looked unstoppable. Loved the knives in the back, those
Yeah.
plays back there. I mean, it was just a lot of fun overall.
I mean, listen, tier lists be damned. This was the team
Yeah.
that has the
Throw
highest
the
record.
tier list away.
They have the highest record from Pacific, right, on an international tournament. They got to the grand finals of Masters Copenhagen,
Hell yeah.
something that no other Asian team has achieved just yet. So there is a lot of reputation that they have to live up to, and they're trying to redeem themselves now, especially with the 6-man roster potentially working out.
That's something that we really have to see next week because their biggest
It is
opponent.
something we have to watch next week.
Something, yeah, who knows, right? If that's what Victoria was saying. That's one of Paper X's biggest strengths, unpredictability.
Yes.
If they can keep on making plays like this, things that people don't expect, they just might be able to flip the tables around, pull out that something up their sleeves.
Yeah, we can throw something puns all
All
day
day
long,
long.
without even intending, by the way.
This is even funner than when we joked with those numbers earlier. This is,
Now we're joking with words.
Whoa. Look at us on the desk here. He looked so good. I had a chance to talk to one of the camera guys that was filming him for some content earlier, and they had a little chit chat. And what he told me was that he was surprised at just how confident something is. That he seems to be completely sure of himself, that he is actually maybe even the best in this region. I was kind of shocked to hear this. You know, a lot of times you have players that are kind of having to ease into this, but he seems to be coming forward in full swing. He's killing it, and I think it's going to be a really exciting season to see how he's going to perform.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I actually find that that's kind of funny because, like, although he does have that sort of aura or like presence around him and he's just so confident with his plays, in his interview, post-match interview with Jen, he's actually saying, yeah, I'm actually kind of nervous. My hands are shaking a little bit on this stage. My first time playing on a big stage like this.
I mean, just a very human side, right?
Yeah,
you can enter confidently, but then you go through it and you're like, okay, the adrenaline also comes up.
The adrenaline.
But great debut nonetheless. He even got to have an interview.
You play that well, feeling like that, it's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm also excited to see if he continues to come up in the future matches as well. We'll see, is it maps, agents, whatever it might be. All we can do is just wait. Now, before we wrap up the pre-show here on the desk, we got to see a little teaser of our new minigame this week over here at VCT Pacific. Yesterday they played it on the desk as well. We're going to play the same game.
Oh, boy.
We're going to go with the game Who This, right? Who Dis?
Who dis?
Or Who Dat, depending on who's in which seat, right? Which seat
Who
we're in.
dis? Who dat?
Yeah, Who Dis, Who Dat. All right, so basically here's how it works, right? Each of you, we have a player posted behind your chairs. We'll take turns. You're going to turn around, and the other two of us have to give them hints and have you try to guess. Now, we do have some words that are banned because we can't make it too obvious, right? We can't make it too obvious. So we're going to see if we can get through this and just see how well-versed you guys both are. And I'm so happy I'm hosting the desk
I
today.
don't like this. I don't like this.
All right,
We were already told. Willem's going
yeah.
to make it hard for us.
Yeah, well, Tasteless, let's start with you.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay.
Well, I don't like it, but I don't think I could stop
You
you.
don't have a
so
choice.
let's go.
So I'm hosting the desk.
So it's on the back of my chair, right?
So you're going to turn around, and then we're going to start the timer, all right?
There's going to be
Watch the
there's
cable.
going to be a,
Turn around the other way. Your cord's going to
go this way.
Mummify yourself.
There's going to be a sign on
Alright.
my chair that says "Kick me." I know it.
I'll stand
All
up
right.
and go over there
all
right now.
right, that's good.
We have a
That's
shot
good.
of it?
Yeah,
Okay.
good
Zoom
angle.
in.
All right, no,
So
stay
stay-
there.
you're
Yeah,
gonna stay
yeah.
it?
You don't need to.
You want me to go over here?
Yeah, that's
stare,
good.
stare at the back.
You want me to
You're in
back in
punishment
like
right
this?
now.
Like,
Yeah, right there is good. Okay, so these
Okay.
are the words. You can just stay there. We have a minute on the clock. Quack,
Okay.
how do we describe this player so
Dude.
Tasteless can guess?
I kind of want to like mess around a little bit.
Oh, you want to make it a little hard.
Yeah, let's see what Nick could do.
give me your worst.
He played Jet. He had a lot of knife kills, a lot of op kills. He played yesterday.
Do I get to ask questions in this game?
I mean, no, not really. You could. He played yesterday, so you did say his name quite a few times.
He's new.
Something?
Yeah.
Wait, is that a what? Wait, is that a question or is that your
No,
answer?
I think. Did you give it away? Is it something?
Wait, is it something as in the player, or is it something as in is it a player? Is this a question or is this the answer?
player. Kind of gave it
All
away
right,
already.
it's something. It's
Did we
something.
do it?
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
We gave him an easy one.
This is going in my highlight reel. All right?
Yes.
You're casting highlight.
My
reel?
caster highlight reel.
Tasteless.
It's going to be
got
play
it
by
right.
play, and they're going, so good, and then they're going to have me guessing something. It's
Something?
I'm going in the Hall of
is
Fame.
it something?
Yeah, well, you got it. I mean, again, great debut. The words we couldn't use were things like Paper X debut, but we still, we talked about yesterday. Obviously, he's only played one map, and it was full of highlights. So, again, I mean, big welcome to something, by the way, to the VCT Pacific, right?
Yeah.
Would you have gotten it if I said like davai, some other Russian word?
Oh, like the Russian call. I was going to say
Oh.
Russian.
like mix it
No,
up.
he would have been like, Davai, you just said the
Davai.
player name. You
I'm
can't
like,
say that.
I would be like, this is the English cast. Leave me alone. I'm just over the moon
Yeah,
right now
yeah.
that I actually got this right.
Good
This
job.
is great.
Good job. I'll
Thank
give you
you.
a sticker afterwards
Thank
on your
you.
little sticker board.
Thank
I
you
want a
very
gold
much.
star.
All right, well, Quack, we didn't forget about you. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right, you're up next.
All right.
All right, let's turn
So I
around
just-
your chair. Let's.
This way?
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
I think that's
Okay.
good. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
A
we
little
got
bit
it.
more. Good, good. Stop
Easy.
right there. Ooh,
Hey,
the
it
lighting-
says kick me.
lighting's
It's gonna come over.
perfect. Let's see. Here are the words we cannot use.
Oh no.
All right. Okay.
Oh.
Ooh, this does make it kind of hard.
Well, now I feel like the challenge is for us more than even
It
for him. How do
is-
we do this?
It does go both ways. I mean,
Okay.
I would go with So he played something that's not currently his main role over at Lock-In. He was playing a different agent, and then now he's mainly playing a different role. Still switching around a little bit. He played Sova at Lock-In, so that narrows it down a little bit for you.
Oh my God.
Anything
Which
else?
team is
he's
this?
from an island.
He's from an
Oh,
island.
he's from an island.
I'm good at this.
Oh, you're so
I'm good at both
this.
sides of this.
He's from an island.
an island.
Yeah.
His name rhymes with one of the agents in Valorant.
What? There's so many.
His
Oh,
name
that's
rhymes
like-
with one of the duelists in Valorant.
Oh God.
All right, we got 10 seconds. I'm going to give you the biggest hint. His name rhymes with Reyna.
Jesus.
Oh, no.
I can't
Oh,
think
no.
of it.
3,
I like the music we have for this,
1.
by the way. It's
No.
It's over. I mean, this was hard for us to
That's all
describe,
right.
so it
Who
was
was it?
Reyna on DFM, but we couldn't say
Reyna.
DFM, we couldn't say Japan, we couldn't say Sentinel, and so I was trying to work around a little bit. It was
Good hints.
But this was tough
could
on
not
our
have
end
made
as
this
well.
harder for
Yeah,
you, to
this
be
was-
honest.
this
That
was
was a
tough on our
very
end as
tricky
well.
one.
Good
I mean,
hints.
this is, I feel like we were the ones being quizzed, actually, and not Quack.
Yeah,
How much more do we know about Reyna?
I was freaking out. I'm going through my notebook like, what do
You're
I
like pulling
say?
out all his stats, like yesterday his ACS
Yeah.
was.
I still
He
would have
had
gotten
16
it, by the
kills
way.
yesterday in one of the games. Like,
All right, well, yeah, a little bit more about our players. Again, of course, Reyna played yesterday. Of course, took a hard loss, but hopefully DFM, they'll be able to bounce back. Something had an explosive debut into VCT Pacific. But that was just yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 matches for you today on day 2 of week 3 here at VCT Pacific. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll break down match number 1.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. You didn't have to wait long. We're going to get everyone prepped and ready for match number 1 here on day 2 of week 3 of VCT Pacific 2023. Now, our first match of the night, I know it's a lot of numbers and words there. I just want to be very specific. Now, our first match of the day, a very important one for both teams. It's going to be Global Esports versus Zeta Division.
And that's going to be a pretty scary one, I think, because Zeta, they did okay last week.
Yeah,
they had some improvements, but we need to see more. And Global had a lot of improvements as well.
Yeah, I mean, Global putting up just a banger of a game against none other than DRX last week, taking them to overtime over on map 2 on Split.
And if they can do that, I think that they can do very, very well here at this tournament. This is the team I've had the most curiosity and questions about coming into this, because I think they really do have a very all-star lineup. We talked a little bit about how good is the communication going to be. It actually looks very good. It looks very streamlined. And so I'm really interested in seeing how they perform today, because I think this is doable for them.
I have to agree. They have a lot of coaching staff, a lot of support staff. You got Eraser, you got Coach Big Time, Coach Spin, and 10 players who kind of are, a lot of them are duelists, in fact. So they have a lot of that individual fragging power. They're molded into these new roles, and I think that's one of the things that allow them to have that fragging potential, especially when they play against other teams.
Yeah, and we saw the starting roster for at least map 1 today. Now, we did hear, right, over the weekend that SK Rossi and Lightning Fast have finally landed in Seoul, so welcome to Korea.
Welcome.
But, of course, we got to imagine, I mean, they just landed, right? You're going to need a little time to acclimate to your setups here and whatnot. So at least for map 1, I mean, maybe for map 2 we'll see them, but at least it looks like to start off the day, it's going to be the 5 that we saw in the previous weeks as well, with Ronsky, Texture, Monyet, Batsy, and Aaron.
Yeah, and it seems like they're just sticking with what has already been run so far as far as players go, and I guess they know what's best. So I think it's going to be a pretty strong showing for them here.
Yeah, and their opponent now, GE is going to have to bring their A game if they want to make it a surefire win, because it's going to be Zeta Division. Now, this is a team, obviously their first match of league play was against DRX, but they have a lot to prove because they had so much glory last year over in Japan, right, as the best team of Japan.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are the ones who have the biggest fans. Of course, the Japanese broadcast loves them. We all love them, but we expect so much more from them. They had a win last week, so they're standings are at like 1 win, 1 loss right now, but it wasn't the cleanest win, I gotta say. They actually lost 1 map to RRQ. And in all their wins, we saw a lot of heroic performances from the likes of 10, maybe a little bit more from Depp, but we need so much more of that, especially if they're going to go up against a team of so many duelists like Global Esports.
Yeah, as we go week to week here, it's going to be interesting to see how Zeta does here. Obviously, Valorant is hugely popular in Japan, and the fans are very passionate. And Zeta has had the unique opportunity during the pandemic to play on these huge stages, right? And really feel that thrill and feel the pride of Japan. But at the same time, they have looked a little bit rough around the edges. It doesn't mean they can't improve. It doesn't mean they can't come out performing very strong here. But this match for them, it's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of the big proving point for Zeta Division, maybe in some ways more so even than Global Esports.
Maybe, but still, I mean, like, for Global right now, they're at 0 wins, so that's the thing.
You know what? You bring up a good point. Even as I was talking,
they need that win a little bit more than Zeta, I think.
Yeah, I guess they're a little more desperate, right? We can take a look at their records so far, but I mean, it is only week 3, but Global is kind of in that same position that we saw some of the teams yesterday, where they just absolutely need a win no matter what.
Yeah, if you're right now down at the bottom here, it starts to add up. I mean, if you're going to get knocked out, you'd like to have some wins somewhere in between, but eventually the morale starts to take a hit, doesn't it, if you get lower and lower and lower?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Still, to be fair, they've had tough opponents, T1, DRX, all the Korean greats, but now you like, just based off their performance from last week, I mean, if we can look at the stats in a second, they were so good. They were improving by so much that, in fact, they actually pushed DRX way off to their limits. And in all these statistics that we see, Global Esports actually put up some big numbers. Pistol round wins, they've won so much of them. Even in some eco rounds, they actually managed to push DRX to their limits, maybe down to like 1 player remaining. I think, in fact, they actually did win some thrifties. And it's DRX who were actually forced into overtime for the first time ever in the whole Pacific.
And let's not forget, DRX, as of now, most people would basically say they seem to be the strongest team, right? And, maybe they're not. That's why we're having this tournament to find that out. Almost knocked the Red Bull over.
Yeah, you almost lost your wings there. Let's watch out.
That was close. But look, they faced off against DRX. They look strong, and now they've got that out of the way.
Yes.
And so that's one of the reasons why when we talk about a team like this, we're saying, you know, they do show a lot of promise.
Yeah, now I want to take a kind of microscopic look at these teams, right? We always like to talk about, well, who are the players we want to watch out for? I think there's an obvious one on the side of Global Esports. It's a name that everyone around the world is cheering for, continuing that kind of M nickname era of controllers. Monyet popping off last week.
So much of it. I mean, we've got Mako, we got Mind Freak, now we got Monyet. And it might be a Sunday, but it was Monyet Monday last week. And this guy,
It was.
yeah, he had aces, he had plays with the judge and the shorty, and it was just a great way of making use of Astra on the map split especially. He had so much mid presence, and making use of his stars, making use of the gravity well. I think he really caused a lot of confusion to DRX because he broke apart their structure.
Yeah, I mean, he was making kind of chaos against DRX. And then now, of course, on the other side, we saw the graphic for 10. We're taking a look at Monyet's highlights right now, but, you know, 10's the player that you're kind of expecting on the side of Zeta Division to push through this wall that is Monyet.
Yeah, he's also played extremely well. Had a lot of moments where he got triple kills when they last played. I think 8 total. We were doing a little research before this, but I think this guy is a very strong player. I think if this team is going to come out and win here, we're going to have to see 10 really perform well.
Yeah, you really have to step up because you can't just rely on this one sole hero individual. You need so much more, especially when you're going up against so many players from Global Esports who have that much potential. So 10, we saw those heroic plays, we saw his killjoy abilities, but we need so much more from that. Like, we see a lot of these crazy moments where he's able to frag out, but we need to see some setups that can give him that anchoring potential on sites to push Global Esports off-site. We also need just players like Depth to stand up, and I think more importantly, Laz, who hasn't been performing so well. I'm so sorry. Like, we love this guy.
Yeah, not a player we often kind of criticize on any of the desks, but I mean, you're here to bring the truth. Continue.
Okay, like, we're talking about truth, right? You want the truth? Can you handle it?
I mean, I can handle it, but I don't know if the fans can handle it.
I'm really afraid for the fans too, but here it is, okay? He did not have that much impact. Out of everyone on the team, he had like -22 in terms of kills and deaths, and that's a very big number to have in difference with all your teammates. Even Crow was kind of performing a little bit better than that with his assists too.
You know, this is worth pointing out, to be totally honest. I mean, a lot of times we're highlighting you know, the strongest players and the ones that have had the most incredible plays, whether that's lots of kills or great tactical moves or just an IGL who's got an incredible strategy. But, you know, you need to have your weakest member pull their weight. And if we start to see that continue on, that could be another major factor in why they may fall off. Again, they might not, but time will tell.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, of course, we've heard that Laz is now IGLing as well, so that's something that Zeta Division has to figure out as they continue. Well, we've kind of broken down the pros and cons of each team. Let's take a look at the predictions. I know it's already up on social media, but is there any hope for Zeta Division? I say there is. You know what?
He set himself up for this.
Some people on the internet said, I give no hope to the Japanese teams. But guess what?
Yeah.
I think Zeta can win today.
Yeah. And if you don't like that prediction, just dogpile him on Twitter. All right? Let him know. Let him know.
What was it?
At Will Chobra on
Will
Twitter,
Chobra.
Instagram, all the different channels. Just, you know, that's a little shout out for myself.
I actually thought this was a tough one for me to predict.
Okay.
But I think,
You
especially
just lean a little bit to GE.
Yeah, like if I have to bet, I would say that. But I do think that honestly, it's it's like a maybe 60-40 matchup, something like that.
For me, it's kind of that whole thing. If my mind says Global, just based off their performance from last week, but my heart wants.
Your heart says, nice!
Yes, my heart says, nice! My heart aches for Zeta, because, again, we want that Japanese representative, at least in the playoffs, and if they can, you know, go to Tokyo, that's so much better. All the fans were, like, crying for them at the announcement of Masters going to Tokyo.
Yeah.
We need a Japanese team in that, and Zeta has to be the one, because DFM are struggling.
They're
now.
looking a little shaky, right?
Yeah.
I think we've come back to square one of saying, okay, Zeta is the stronger hope for the Japanese region right now for them to try to carry that mantle. But like you said, I mean, we're only in league play right now.
Right.
We still have to make it to playoffs and then try to get top 3, which is not looking easy here in VCT Pacific.
And, you know, one thing to point out here, you're right, we're only in the league portion of this right now. And so as much as, you know, it's exciting to look at who's actually on top as far as rankings go, this is really more a game of survival at this point in time. Trying to get to the next phase where you can actually start to get to the real elimination process.
And that's where you can kind of like really zoom in, because every win matters. It's
Right.
not just like winning the whole series, it's also winning maps. And that's why I think the map pick is going to be super interesting today.
Ooh, yeah, I'd love to take a look at the map bans and picks. Of course, we'll be able to pull those up once we go over to the stage. Now, both teams have already been here in the studio and getting ready for the match. Zeta Division, they kind of need this win. We talked about it because they just need to prove themselves to the fans worldwide. Meanwhile, Global Esports, just statistically, they technically need a win today. They're continuing with the starting 5 that they've had so far here in Pacific. As SK Rossi got here, let's wait to find out who wins and what the map bans and picks look like.
Face.
Kicking off tonight's show here for VCT Pacific 2023, it's Global Esports versus Zeta Division.
And right off the bat, they're already like pointing out to the fans, this is their match to shine. It's time for G to break their egg, and maybe time for Zeta to show that they have that much more potential.
There's a lot riding on this for both of these teams. Let's not beat around the bush. They're both strong, but they are not getting the numbers that they need. And for one of these two teams, it's going to get worse because only one can win, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see who can actually succeed here, and a lot of drama to come, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh
no!
Aaron's like,
yeah, we got it.
I can't take it.
Yeah, but Aaron thought about it long and hard. He was like, do I give it back to him? Because I don't know. I don't feel so good. But, I mean, that was Sugar Zero just wasn't paying attention. Let's be honest here. He wasn't trying to disrespect. I don't think he was trying to disrespect.
I like the poses here from Zeta coming out. The confidence.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to, it looks like they're really just trying to focus on their game right now, right?
Yeah.
No antics, no humor. We just want to say we got to continue with these W's.
Well, let's not forget, I mean, these guys have had so much experience in Japan playing in front of these huge audiences. And frankly, I mean, our stage rules, it's awesome, but I mean, it's smaller than, you know, what they've already played on. So I think there's going to be not a lot of nerves coming into this.
They shouldn't be faced, and that's the thing. That's why we expect them to do so well. So maybe, just maybe, XQQ can lead them to that victory that they're so desperately looking for. And at the same time, Coach Eraser, I mean, he's done wonders for Global Esports.
Oh, absolutely. Really bringing together this squad, right? And trying to overcome this. Of course, hey, we see SK Rossi and Lightfast joining the team for the huddle.
Just at the end.
But I love to see it, right? I mean, they just landed in Seoul, right? So it's no surprise they're not playing today, but at least bringing them here into the spotlight and including them in this team.
I mean, Aaron was tweeting about it. You know, I'm going to wait for my boy. I'm staying up for him to land. We're going to watch anime together, dude. That's what Team Spirit's all about.
That's team building exercises right there. It's good to finally see the whole team here. And they're all settled in now. And, you know, we've got many more weeks of excitement to come. Obviously, a little bit of a turbulent start here for Global Esports when they weren't able to get all their members in time.
And I do think it's important, again, let's remember, even if he doesn't play in map 2, right, even though he just landed, to get here on stage, take a look at it firsthand, get used to the environment. And this is actually an important opportunity.
He's scouting.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than just saying, oh, let's just let him rest for the weekend, just bring him in, right? Say, okay, get used to it. Look at the green room, things like that. Now we're already into the maps, picks, and bans.
I really think that, okay, there it is. This is what I was thinking about. Because Global had such a good performance on Split last week, Zeta probably want to ban this outright.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want anything to do with that now. Global Esports are gonna go with the Pearl. This is a map that we've seen. Yeah, this is a map that we've seen from both teams actually. But do you think GE kind of making a good choice here to start off the best of 3?
I think so, because they've played it before. We've seen how well they can do it. Of course, IGLing helmed by Aaron. When he's playing like controller sometimes, he just has the presence to be able to defend off so much of the map and at the same time have mid-round adaptations, but the rest of it going through now. What? Haven as the decider. We have Ascent being picked by Zeta. I don't know.
All right, Pearl, Ascent, and then Haven. Tasteless. And I mean, Global Esports, them picking the Pearl, part of it to me is like, okay, we've seen your tape as well. We are just more confident kicking off this best of 3.
Yeah, going immediately with that new map. Again, we know that with Global Esports, they've often said that they're more worried that they're going to lose because of their own errors than they're worried that the other team has a stronger ability coming forward. I think this first map is going to be a really interesting one to see how exactly they're going to approach.
My one thing is that I'm kind of worried about Ascent being picked by Zeta. Surely they are more confident on it. They did pretty well against RQ last week on it, but they need to be so careful. They have made some mistakes in not clearing corners, not checking spots, and they keep going for this B-side execute that sometimes they get pressured by at times. And if they aren't careful about it, they're going to make some mistakes, and G will definitely exploit those.
Yeah, well, now looking at the Asian compositions for Pearl, we're going to have Zeta Division carry on with that Harbor Viper comp that's becoming more and more popular on this map, right? You have 2 different wall smokes. It allows you to be a little more mobile with your smokes as well. Meanwhile, we're going to go over to the comp that GE has shown time and time again, especially with Botsy playing that Fade, a little bit of Fade Sky difference as well. The picks have been made. We're ready for map number 1 in this best of 3 between GE and Zeta Division. We'll take it over to the casters to bring us right into game number 1.
Don't mind if I do. Hello and welcome everybody. Thank you, Des, for going ahead and introing this huge matchup, just in the sense that both teams looking for this win. Zeta already won on the belt. GE narrowly losing out on the opportunity to take a win away from DRX of all teams. Now they're looking to see if they can get it here against the would-be Japanese representatives over in Tokyo. We'll see how it all unfolds. I'm Achilles, this is Paper Thin, and we'll be guiding you through today's action.
Yeah, man, this is a really exciting day for me because there's so much on the line for both of these teams, but GE came so darn close against DRX. In 2 different maps, they were, right there, neck and neck with them the whole way. Even on Haven, one of DRX's best maps, a map that most teams do not want to play DRX on, and they push them to the limit for sure. So for me, for GE today, I'm thinking just keep that energy up. I saw great adaptations, really taking advantage of kind of the way that DRX likes to default and play. I thought they were, Aaron called a great game. And then for Zeta, for me, the key to today's game, I don't want to see a slow start. This has happened to them in both series where they come out really sluggish, really slow. It almost cost them the match against RRQ because RRQ rattled off 9 win rounds in a row on their defender side on Haven. Now we've seen since that RRQ is really good on their defender side on Haven in particular. So not too much shame there, but I would really like to see Zeta come out here, set the tone, you know, try to set up some kind of traps, you see if they get some early picks, get this pistol round win under their belt, and seeing if they can snowball that into a map win on GE's pick.
I mean, you're talking about slow starts. Another thing that we're looking to not see from the side of Global in the same token. They had nice starts versus DRX. Crucially, the pistol, still something that they have excelled at.
3-1 on pistols, yeah.
See how they fare. Push on the corner. Ronsky instantly gets the head tap there, shutting down Depp on that Hall's push. Tap on the spike to try to bait. They go ahead. They get the reveal of 10 as the smoke dissipates. And Texture finds one. Dashes over into the cove. Laz around the back. Managing to find two, but now Texture going in for the pinch. Finds Crow. And it's last man standing. And he's not going to be able to find any further kills. 3 men left up. Global again continue to win the pistols.
Yeah, Global had a pretty good read off this on the rip. They had 3 players over here ready and waiting. Texture there with some good maneuverability to use that cove against Zeta. Laz trying to do what he can. I mean, Zeta trying to clear this corner out, but there's nothing super tricky on this. I mean, what a nasty shot from Wrongski to kick this off. Laz able to hold it down with that frenzy. But at the end of the day, you know, the reinforcements were quick for GE. They were already in place. Zeta just trying to cut it off with that high tide. That's really about it. They were really just trying to take control of the space, and GE just used it against them and hit some great shots.
I think with that win, that brings the all-time pistol record now for Global to 13-4.
That's really good.
Lock-in. That's incredible, to say the least.
I mean, and you saw it against DRX. I mean, now DRX sometimes isn't widely known as one of the best pistol teams, but you know, 3-1 in the pistols was a big reason why that was so darn close. Now, Vignette gonna back out of the hall.
Ronsky getting timing a bit there as he tries to go for the fragment nade. Cuts off the rest of the team for a moment, but Depp still able to find one before he gets traded back. And then finding that kill, push on the corner, and they are just into the meat grinder, and here he goes again.
Mid.
We had eyes on this guy on Split, setting the LAN record for kills. Looks like he is still out for blood. Does end up getting taken down. Laz putting an end to his reign of terror for now, at least in this round.
I appreciate Badsy trying to bait for the ace there. That was a nice attempt, but just a good response here from the side of Zeta to at least find some value in this round. If they can find one more kill, if Laz can get one more here, that's going to be good. But Aaron, I think, has him scoped out and taken down. Yeah, pretty good round, but I liked what Zeta tried here. They tried to get aggressive into that angle through the door towards B-Link. You know, they're able to get that initial kill, take a lot of space. Badsy, though, quick on the Prowler here to bail Vignette out and set him up for this fortune.
Yeah, I mean, he dies, but Vronsky gives his life to get that fragment out. It cuts off the rest of the team from being able to go in on that aggro push, and then they kind of just bleed in one after the other, making it a bit easy for Vignette to go ahead and scoop up those 4 kills. So not too far off now from having that Cosmic Divide ready. Laz as well, just one off from the Seeker, so could get that in the round here if they can find an ult for themselves. Wronsky still just rocking a frenzy. Will have some range covering fire support from Texture. Has himself just tucked away. Trying to play this out quietly.
And I feel like you're going to see, you know, Zeta really try to hammer the B site here with their controller sort of setup that they have. With that Viper Harbor combo, you know, they have a lot more ability to control wider space than GE does. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see this be kind of the MO for Zeta, even as we go into rifle v rifle rounds. Of course, in this round, you know, feeling with the Vandals here that you've got a pretty good range advantage as well, may be able to take advantage of that. But Texture, no slouch with snipers. We've seen it time and time again that this guy can absolutely start to pop.
I mean, I'm concerned for his ammo at this point. He's got about 9 rounds left.
That's enough. There's only 5 players.
I mean,
easy.
Sure. As long as you're hitting those headshots, which it's Texture, so, you know, seems likely. But after a long little excursion over towards A, they decide to finally push into B, and he does go down, but Wronsky managed to find a kill. Also gets that dink out onto Depp, and with Laz dead, there's no healing to be found here to top that jet back up. Playing hard entry, going to prove to be that much more difficult, even with the weapon advantages that Zeta find themselves with. Tap on the spike for now. Go for the opt-in on the plant. The Panther and Bazzy finishes the job. Finds one point blank. Texture gets the headshot on a Crow. Here 0 will find 2 more. Bringing this back into a winnable position. What with the spike planted? 38 HP on him, however. 10 left standing. Playing back, but Vignette finds the kill. The swing out. Texture gets the headshot, and it is just clean play as Global, the two players will go ahead, upgrade their weapons, get the defuse, and convert the bonus.
Oh, this is the opposite of the start we wanted to see for Zeta now. Dropping the bonus 3 in a row, potentially 4 in a row coming through here if they can't find some thrifty magic. But this is a great setup here. I mean, all this time fought by the side of Texture and the supreme patience here from Wrongski just sort of conditioned Zeta to think that nobody's going to be around this corner. They don't even check it. And even after Wrongski gets a kill, they still kind of aren't paying attention to it initially. Like, that's a little bit messy there from Zeta. If they don't lose that first player and then half damage onto Depp right behind him, maybe this is a different round and maybe Zeta can squeeze it through. That being said, I mean, we were talking about it. Texture starts hitting heads with those sniper rifles and forget about it.
Well, not an op in hand yet, despite having plenty of cash for it. Texture's still just going to be rocking a Phantom going into round number 4. Even the half armor buys from Zeta, they're doing it yet again. They get themselves pretty much full rifles, a Bulldog in the mix there for 10. So still a good amount of power to work with. The Seeker's online. We'll see if that comes into play now.
Yeah, 10 has some space to work with here through Art. A lot of the utility is at the A entrance here for Global Esports. So Aaron calling for a heavy defense towards the A side. The B side hit was the last eco attempt from the side of Zeta, so trying to guess here in the high tide. Going to give them some info. We're going to see some counter utility coming through. Trailblazer to lead the way. Site cleared of most of the KJ utility except for the alarm bot.
Yeah.
Let's see if Zeta can get in here, maybe get a plant down.
Trying to inch their way forward. Haunt destroyed. Nothing scouted. Aaron now just existing behind this wall, tucked back towards Secret. The plant coming in. Back over into dugout. Another tide pushed up right into his face. He's trying to go for the spray, hoping that Crow's looking to exit, but you know, he's just sat here on default plant. Push in on Yet, however, starts the flank. Coming in through Art, finds 10, cuts him down. Wrongski right up into the front. Crow fallen. Sugar Zero dead as well. They have the Cosmic Divide set up to cut them off, but Yet gets another one before Depp will take him down. Here the updraft. They'll look for the push. Depp drops, dashes over to the side. Some nice movement to find 4 kills, but crucially he cannot hold on to the rifle.
Well,
and
I mean,
that's all Global cared about at the end.
It's nice damage done, and maybe in a way here that, you know, for a second I think you might think that Global investing the Cosmic Divide in that round maybe a little bit overcooking things, but with the way Depp just popped with that, I mean, you know, maybe it was for the best. I don't mind it though, because if Mun Yet can play like he did against DRX, then he needs to be cycling those ults as fast as possible. I'm totally fine with it. Make sure you get those wins, because a lot of economic damage just got done.
But, I mean, it has, but look at the economy balance right now on the side of Zeta. I mean, pretty much everybody is, you know, down in the dumps as far as money's concerned, but they still have looked to scrape together this fairly weak buy, what with the Guardian and the Bulldogs. Granted, you can do significant damage with this, especially with the Bladestorm in the mix, but already Munyet lurks himself all the way forward, finds 10. Depp just managed to get 1, picks up the weapon to recover. That could be another upgrade as well as they go ahead and scoop up Munyet's gun. Reckoning going to be invested. Crow now setting up the walls. Rotations will start coming through. Texture still a world away. Back over on the A site. Fazzy is going to have to cut through Link. But they're still, the Reckoning is expired. They're still not on the site.
This is a problem for Zeta. They're really taking their time to think about it. I mean, trying to pre-fire once a toxic screen came down, hoping that maybe someone was holding the angle for GE. It's not going to be the case there for Zeta. But the full defenses of GE are here. And, I mean, you see Badsy starting to check. You know, we've seen already alert from Munyet.
A risky dash forward.
30 seconds left.
Line of sight not given, so can't get punished much more than he already had. A little shot into the shoulder there for Texture. But so much time bought. I mean, 20 seconds. The flank is coming through at the moment here from Laz. And I don't believe that Aaron's actually in range, so the alarm bot not going to matter. Doesn't read, but Texture playing forward, still finds 1. The push out from Hall. Aaron guns down 2. Laz is the last man standing. This flank means absolutely nothing. Gets 1 more kill, but it's a 5th round victory for Global.
I mean, these just take too long for Zeta. They really, you know, try to think about things, maybe overthink things, try to come through around the flank, and it just isn't going to happen. I mean, a good start here for Depp. He's had some good moments. Good to see him fired up, but, you know, able to hold that angle cleanly is Texture. Aaron able to come free through the toxic screen, catch them off guard, and yeah, sure, Laz goes on the lurk, but like you said, it's just too late. So I think Zeta, I would have liked to have seen a timeout already, to be frank.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up.
And I mean, now look at their buys again. They're all over the place. I mean, you know, they've got money sort of behind this, but...
The Blazestorm just got used, and Depp is buying down to 700. Right. I mean, a great headshot from 10. Still does take quite a bit of damage, so needs to go team back up with Laz, get some of those heals. Coming through right now. As Aaron is looking to hold people off, stop them from advancing through the double door. Might not have too much interest in it though. Flash goes out over towards Art. They're drifting away.
Batsy grabbed the op this time. His texture, it fell, and able to push that angle. At least a ton of information garnered here in terms of, well, they're not A main. They could be Art, that's checked for. Now the footsteps, not the footsteps, but the angle towards B being taken by Zeta once again. Again, they're going to want to hammer this site. This is where they can really try to utilize those walls that they can create, but so far, GE's been really reading the timings very well. I think Zeta needs to hold on to their utility a little bit longer after they get the plant down.
Okay, well, lockdown goes in. They need to get this plant off, and they need to get the hell out of here. How deep this is, because it's placed in link. It's about to go off. Two players going to get detained here. They get tucked in behind the pillar. Push starts coming through. Cove down, instantly dealt with. Aaron somehow survives, and it's Ronsky who trades one back. The fight from Sugar Zero instantly does claim him, though. Aaron now dead. The push up, Sugar Zero narrowly avoids getting seen by Moniette. Finds one, the push out on the flank. A great timing from Sugar Zero as Zeta seemingly steal a round away.
Yeah, I mean, the buys have been all over the place for Zeta, but this time, a little more patience here. They get, you know, this is a good adjustment from Zeta. They decide to, you know, take it a little bit faster, get that plant down, and then play post-plant deep. Even, you know, even though you have to let two players get detained, that's all part of the plan there for them. They're okay with it. They're able to weather it. Immediately a toxic screen once again coming down towards B. See the spike angling in that direction as well, but that's a good change. Depp is going to grab the op here. Half armors for most of Zeta, so it seems like Zeta's trying some kind of new econ management strategy today. It is a little bit unusual.
Again, this time it's Texture going for the push-up. Dash at the ready. You can see, I mean, Zeta anticipating this. A nice flash out, but Sugar Zero swung out wide. Ends up getting taken down. And that's the lion's share of your smokes. Now it's all just on Crow to try to get you into a site. A great pick. Just no real chance for a counter swing. No one else playing forward to try to get that chase and find the punish on the Texture.
Yet again has his Cosmic Divide. You've got Wrongski's ult here, no command, so got a lot of retake utility for GE. Zeta continuing to really take their time. That might have caught at least one player.
Pings are coming down on A.
Yeah, Laz got caught in that, yeah.
Yeah, we got to try to rotate over towards this side. Prowler doesn't go deep enough to find anybody here. But it seems like they still have a pretty decent idea, and the KJ setup is still looking fairly brutal to deal with.
Hopefully Zeta can read this. It's a pretty similar setup to what we've seen before here on the A, with a lot of that utility in the front. They're going to check Cubby. Oh no, it got stuck in the wall.
That doesn't clear at all. The haunt now comes out. I mean, they should have suspicions that Aaron's going to be in this position. Nano will force him back, puts a bit of damage down onto him. Dash out, though, as both Nano Swarms get popped, and Depp suddenly down to 28 HP. Op still in hand, can play at a range. Plant coming through. 0 point destroyed, but now they go ahead, they look to cut off the op. Cosmic Divide comes in, but instantly 2 kills going to be found. Bazzi and Aaron going to be taken down. Moniette pushing forward, binds 2 more. Depp tucked away just on the side of the wall.
Waiting for Laz.
Push out Texture, here in the smoke, doesn't see him.
Last player
Like ships in the night. Oh, the jump back across, and as he enters the opposite side of the barrier, the right click will do the job. 3 members left standing. As the defuse comes in, and Global stops Zeta from stringing together a second round.
This is good awareness here from GE. I think if you've watched Depp before, when there's a Cosmic Divide, he loves to play on both sides of it. He loves to try to use that op, pull off some highlight reel plays, and they're pretty ready for it. And like you mentioned, that's a real painful loss early for the side of Zeta to have Sugar Zero go down there to Texture. And then you can hear they're ready for it. They know he's coming. Laz was identified. Texture, they're good for the finish, and the GE fans looking for their first win here in Pacific. And you know, it's hard to like think about it because you feel like GE's already gotten a win because they played pretty darn well so far.
I mean, both of their series, I mean, you know, feeling like they went to 3 maps. The DRX one obviously didn't, but it gave us one of the only overtimes that we've had, and it was a fairly deep OT as well. and then, you know, a 3-mapper versus T1 on our opening day. So it does feel like they have wins, and we've been talking about it on the desk where their placement at the moment, you know, down in what, 8th place, doesn't really tell the real story of how they've been performing. They are not the 8th place team in this region at the moment, and they're very much looking to prove that across these last 2 series, especially that we've seen from them. A concise win here versus Zeta will certainly help them jump the standings.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, I think this is, you have to come in today riding a ton of confidence for GE. You can see it after the match that they looked really, really confident. You know, afterwards, even though they lost, like, they knew they just took the best team in our league and pushed them to the limit.
I didn't quite catch that entire sign, but I believe it said something about Laz being invited over to somebody's house.
Oh, was it a marriage proposal?
I could be incorrect in what I was saying.
There's a lot of those.
I just saw Hante, and then I saw Chip something, and then I was just like,
maybe
okay,
a restaurant though.
A house is involved.
Yeah, or maybe a restaurant sometimes.
Sometimes you get both fans. We have had fan sign proposals many times in the past.
That's a common thing. That's like a meme in Korea. It's like to come to the studio and like make your fan side say, "Will you marry me?" You know, X player that you're a fan of. That's actually just a meme.
Yeah, that's how I met my wife. She didn't make a sign for me, but I was just like, "Will I do?"
Is this okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Is this acceptable? I know it needs some work.
You
but
should run.
I'm gonna bite my tongue. This lockdown should force out the couple members here that are on to A.
He's going to get stuck. Okay, but it looks like he's now barely made it out. Got rerouted a couple different times there. 10 now inching forward, looks it clear. First Nano will still get popped. Holds him at bay for a little bit longer, and it's going to be Crow taken down. Cove now taken care of. Depp looks to push in from Art. Aaron once again. Hucked in a dugout. Dashes out.
30
now they need to retake the site yet again. Texture just eating the flash. Didn't need to do that, but push out. Bronski trying to line him up. Puts in a little bit of damage, but otherwise not much to be found by him. It's traded. Texture finds 10. Man advantage still very much there from the side of GE, but they get the plant down, and Depp finds one, but then instantly is traded out. Pit gonna be invested, and it's a little bit whiffy, but Texture manages to stabilize the aim, and just as quickly as it came up, the Pit goes down. GE will once again retain the operator, keep multiple players alive, and they deny a round victory right after the timeout. Zeta.
It's tough. I mean, Zeta gets in here real slow, and they're not clearing this Killjoy utility fast enough to kind of get something done. They're really taking their time. 10 there took some damage. Crow gets stuck out way ahead of the rest of the team, gets killed. And then GE just swarming from a lot of different angles. Munyet on the lurk, didn't matter, they didn't even need him. It's just, right now GE is all over the place. They're reading Zeta. Zeta needs some trickery. They need to start poking and prodding the map and trying to bait GE out a little bit, trying to see if they can maybe get a pick, invest some utility early. Because right now, GE is the one tearing them apart.
So far, it just feels like they don't have really any interest in fanning out. We saw that one slow drift where it was, Laz and 10 creeping over towards A, but inevitably they just came back over to B. Like, I feel I'm watching Holy Moly again, Korean challengers. Just go B every single round. The push out Texture, again, allowed to play ever so boldly. Swings out, finds 10, Depp entering. Will find Munyet. Good target to deal with. You don't have those grabs, and the whiff. So close, though, was Texture. Trying to get that flick, but the hair off. However, Bazzy Aaron still plenty of firepower to offer up. Devin Crow going to be taken down. Sugar Zero does find one. Brings them now into a 2v2. Bronski and Aaron try to bring them back across the line. Great timing. Sugar Zero pushes out. Finds one. It's a hell of a lot of damage. Aaron would love to deny the plant. Drops down. A little bit scattered. Cannot find Laz. A bloody back and forth, but Zeta finally get a second round on the board, and they need every single round they can get from here on out.
I mean, the couple of the players on Zeta aren't having bad halves. A lot of them are at even score, 9977, Depp being one of them. But again, Texture here just kind of unfettered on these entries, allowed to harass Zeta, get these big kills, opening picks. This time around, Zeta able to play off each other's utility there. Well, now the Zeta fans have something to cheer about. But Zeta really needs get a few more rounds going here, have a comfortable half. Finally, GE, their economy breaks. Feels like certainly for the first time. map. Dep with the Blade Storm. No other ults to speak of floating around. One away from the Reckoning for Crow. But this is a good round to use your Blade Storm. Know it's going to potentially be an eco. I'm actually kind of curious that GE saved here, but maybe they're playing for the really long game. If you look at their credits, they probably had enough to buy, but
Yeah, I mean, even Texture could have invested in a little bit more, but obviously wants to go for the Operator, Aaron as well,
Right.
3,000, could have afforded to spend, you know, another 1,000 or so, and been relatively safe. But I don't mind this from GE. They're saying we have a significant lead at the moment. We don't need to overcommit and potentially offset.
and let's make
our
sure we
eco.
have
Let's
enough
just
for the last 2 rounds. Yeah. No,
bank
it
up
makes
as much
sense.
as we can.
I think a lot of teams might just buy here, though.
Yeah. But it's always nice to see some teams show restraint when it comes down to the economy. You
True.
know? You don't see that too often these
No,
days.
that's kind of why I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah. All right, Reckoning
30
in.
seconds left.
Again, they're really slow to try to take the site after the use of the last one. Can they get in this time? Yeah, taking a decent bit of damage. Here in the back, though, is Texture. The Sheriff shot connects. That's going to be taken out, but still needs a bit more. Dashes away.
Blocking sight.
Respecting the Blade Storm there from Depp. Texture, however, finding another one. The kills continue to be found. Depp pushes in with a shorty, finds one, but Texture gets the third. And suddenly, Depp, the last man standing. And GE, they say we don't even need the full buy. We don't need the rifles. They just clean them up instantly. Shut them down. I mean, look at that. 31 seconds remaining on the plant. Such a swift retake from them. And now the best Zeta can hope for is an 8-4.5. And this is on a map where the attacking win percentage has been, what, 56% compared to 44 on the defending side.
This is concerning for Zeta. They look really out of sorts. They're not really responding. It seems like the protocols are a little off here for Zeta as well. Like, nobody's covering certain angles. It seems like every time GE is able to find one free pick on these B entries. And that's unacceptable. It's happened with, Wrongski early on. This time they've just got somebody in back sight in the back alley just chilling, and they come out and get a Sheriff shot as, I think it was on Laz. He wasn't even looking there. It might have been 10, but whoever it was didn't even look. It wasn't being covered.
Guess where we're going. We investigated around A a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's go to B.
I told you, man. I told you it was going to be B heavy. It's just it's the nature of these things when you have this controller advantage in a way with the long walls. You're like, well, certainly we can win B, right? We could control so much more space.
Yeah.
But that time, they played so close quarters that it played right into GE's hands with all that close-range weaponry that you're fielding on an eco. And you can see that they know that with these cascades, there's going to be some kind of push bind, especially when they're stomping their feet like that.
I think the funniest thing about this is that Global still haven't rotated yet. They haven't quite read that Zeta will just pretty much always hard commit to this.
Right, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing.
He's actually kind of setting up a one-way against himself there in that moment. Does take a bit of damage, and Depp will gain control of the back hall. Lockdown not going to be used. Doesn't fully flush them out of the site.
And
At least not that far back, but yeah, now the Cosmic Divide as well. Just go ahead, cut off that vision, make them have to try to regress. Laz going to be able to trade one before getting detained and dealt with up over the top. But you can see they're reading this. They realize this is going to be a good spot for the Jet, and Moneyette. Oh, right up between the legs and straight into his head.
Here.
Depp dealt with. Cosmic Divide now getting ready to expire. Up on top as well is Texture. Let's get traded. Bazzi now has to try to hold this. The push in. Ten's got it. Zeta will barely manage to make that round work. But the weapons not going to be held on to.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, it's good they got to win. Painful it has to come like that. You do have a Viper's Pit, one away from Laz's Seeker, so you're going to have some good ults to get on the site, get the plant down, get a good post-plant setup for Zeta. But, yeah, I mean, you can see this is read really well by GE. With the crossfires here strong enough, 10 goes barreling in, knowing that he's got to get in there and make sure it was already down to half. So they're able to do it, but it's so costly.
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, enough. Just barely to go ahead and scrape together
Half
buys
armors.
overall.
Yeah, the Bulldog.
Water rising.
Flash out. Munya tucks away, doesn't get found by that. Goes for the gravity well. Just go ahead and pull back. Wants to check around, make sure no one's wrapping from Art. Step just clears the Prowler, gets the top back up to 100, and everybody's gonna start drifting into B.
Surprise! It kind of, even though I understand last round why GE played like less aggressive off of this information contact at the B long area, because they had the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide, they were playing for retake. I get it.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to see them maybe this round be a little bit more proactive, assuming Zeta commits to this fully. The Cascade has been a pretty good indicator often, and I could see them already starting to drift in this direction. Wrong ski and alley. You got Vatsy coming in through Link. They're ready for this one. Let's see.
Okay, 0 point catching 2. Make their way forward. Texture just storming his way through the smokes. Push up, gets the head. Laz gonna be taken down, up over the top. Step will snipe him out of the sky, but Bazzy finds 2. Just like that 10. The last man standing. And oh yeah, Nightfall, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him just for good measure. And in the end, it's gonna be a 9-3 half global, way out in the lead.
It was just a tough half for Zeta. Again, there's not much trickery in what they do. It's pretty easy to read where they're gonna go. I mean, obviously with their agent comp, they're gonna want to go B, but they have to at least push and pull the map a little bit more. Flirt with A. You don't have to full commit to it, but clear Art a little bit more. Clear A main a little bit more. You're just giving all this time and space to GE to read the map and read you, and other than a couple of rounds, you know, where Zeta just fought a little bit better, it was GE outthinking, outplaying, outsmarting them almost at every turn.
Yeah. Did get word from our part-time desk host and full-time Korean fan sign translator, William.
Oh, yeah.
They were saying that he can basically have everything. Like, he can have the keys and the contract to my apartment.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So
well,
I'd give everything away
to me,
to
that
Laz.
sounds pretty similar to what you said.
Basically. Isn't that what marriage is after all?
Oh, God. I knew those guys. It's Cullen and his brother. Anyway.
Well, plenty to talk about during this halftime for the side of Zeta, as the pressure's certainly going to be mounting. I mean, granted, yes, this is Global's map, pick on Pearl. We have seen it from both of these teams, but this is still not nearly as strong of a showing as you want to be seeing from Zeta, even on their opponent's map.
No, and this is a map that Zeta played very well at Lockdown, right? They pushed. They pushed on this map. It was an 11-13, so again, it's just too predictable from Zeta. They need to start diversifying their playbook. It's so reliant on just getting the plant down and then playing after that on whatever site they're choosing. And again, I understand why they want to go B, but you have to at least force GE to respect that other things can happen when they start making their way towards a site.
Yeah.
And I just didn't see any of that. Now on the defender side, maybe Zeta can start to string something together, but very important pistol round going to be coming through. So far, Step with the Ghost, Crow with the Frenzy, Classics in half armor for Sugar 010. Laz just going to stick with full utility here, investing in the heal. So let's see, bit of a heavier weapon loadout for the side of GU. 2 Frenzies, 2 Ghosts. They are putting a lot of attention here. You know, they throw the 0 point.
I mean, 4 members stacked up.
Right.
In a wall, scored the dog port. He does get the stun. Ward should come across, but oh man, instantly the damage reply from Aaron is massive. The flash doesn't go off either. And now, around the back, Global, they get the pinch. They're looking to clear him out. Ronsky healing up off the decay. The push comes in from Texture. However, have they overstepped? It looks like the answer is yes.
Spike down A.
Massive kills coming through from Zeta. As Global just getting a bit too far ahead of themselves. Aaron tucks into the corner, but now the spike is stranded right at the entrance of A. Global have no other options but to try to fight this out.
I mean, great awareness here from Zeta. The first half was a little bit shaky in that department, but this round, you know, knowing that they're hard committing towards Aaron, the way that Aaron is playing really sort of keep away with his utility. Good flash, catches one yet, unable to find any damage. Their Cascade, slow things up and allow an orb to be grabbed.
Orb just get grabbed. Nebula covering.
30 seconds left.
They all go ahead, they back away. They exit this forward position. Just look to defend the spike from the side itself.
Here.
So they don't. One yet. Pushes out, finds one. Gets tagged down to 70. Swaps out classics. Some extra ammo, but time is running thin. They need to kill 4 people in the next 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Push starts coming, and there you go. The cleanup comes through. And Global, well, at long last, it seems like, dropping another pistol, bringing the overall score to 13-5, giving Zeta a way back into this.
Yeah, global pistol sports for sure. I mean, they have been really, really good on these. But this time around, I mean, I like that Zeta gets aggressive, and I like the awareness that somebody might be coming behind them. I think Laz even got a flash out there to check initially, and then it's a good response from the side of Zeta. That wins them the round. The spike is down there, and that's all it took. So I don't mind the idea from GE at all. I think that's kind of cute what they tried. It just was read just in time by Zeta. It looked like for a moment there they were going to get just completely backstabbed.
Yeah. Maybe they had underestimated just how many people from Zeta were pushed up into that position. Maybe expecting that it was going to be 2 or 3 rather than 4 of them. Either way. Just cost him that pistol. And another loss to the record. As Sugar Zero pushing up, finds 2. Great timing and a nice lineup. Easy work of them. Rogan pushing the wall. It seems like maybe not necessarily aware that they've moved into this forward position. Instantly gets the thing onto 1. Tries to stabilize. Get a second. Puts a bit of damage down on Aronsky. Cannot find that kill. Knife now going out. Dog chasing forward. Laz does get suppressed. They're going to just look to back away. Move out of this position, but the crunch is coming in. 10 gets himself right up behind them in mid. Now they'll try to cut through. And Sugar Zero. Laz is going to be good for the final few. Okay, anti-eco. 1, just a single player loss. About as good as you could hope here for Zeta. Now they're just 4 rounds away from tying this up.
Yeah, this is great for Zeta. Really don't lose much out of this. Great read here by Sugar Zero using that smoke against GE. And even though they lose Crow, you know, Crow kind of out on an island. Like you said, he got kind of, you know, snuck up on. But he's still able to react great. Like that snap he had down instantly hit ahead. And then they just, you know, close the gaps. Don't give him any exits. Finish the job. So good round by Zeta. Let's see if they can get some damage done here. Still some Bulldogs. Still a Vandal floating around for them.
I mean, the triple push here over at B main. Maniac going to be good for 1, but now Ronsky and Maniac going to be taken down as Crow finds himself a double. Instantly gets traded back and equalized though. Bazzi brings it back to a 3v3.
There's no utility for this.
Yeah.
You just got to get in here. You know, you have texture smokes, but that's it.
2 cloud bursts. Then a seize. Wall comes back up. Sugar Zero just looking to stop them from even thinking about advancing into this position. Try to get that lob in Nano Swarm. Nothing found. Step swings around into Hall. Texture in the meantime. Ooh, just a wall barely separating he and and Sugar Zero, but
Enemy remaining.
doesn't get the read on Depp. Kills come in. Aaron, good for 1. See if the IGL can clutch this out. Spike now down. He's aware that Depp is going to be in Hall, but the timing is coming through here in a moment as 10 gets himself up into that heaven position.
Got the spike.
Breaks line of sight. Continues to creep. There's the jiggle peek. Depp spotting him. 10 backs away, and we're just playing ring around the rosy at this point. There's the swing out. Aaron, good for 1. Spots him up on the high ground. Puts a bit of damage down onto him, and so very close. But 10 will be able to drag them across the finish line in the end.
That's a huge win for Zeta, taking the bonus just like GE did in the first half. Now we've got a map on our hands. Now we've got a game on our hands. Oh, this is so exciting. I was so worried that Zeta, it just was going to have kind of one of those floppy games where they just can't seem to find their rhythm. But Crow here able to find
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, thanks.
Floppy game.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes they're just, unfortunately, not what you want to see out of Zeta. I mean, the hopes are so high for Zeta. We've seen what they can do at their best. We know what they're capable of at their best. We just don't see it enough. And it's frustrating because after Reykjavik last year, I was all in on this team. I thought these guys are nuts, and well, here you go.
I mean, they inspired a hell of a lot of people, but that's inspiring. Depp. Okay.
Well.
Faking the tailwind a bit, pushes into the smoke, finds a 4th, and was on for the ace, but can't quite make it happen. Aaron will shut down that dream. But still, only 2 members lost. money
Feels
still
so
very good.
confident.
As Zeta
Decisive.
now just 2 rounds
Like
away from
us.
tying things up, and the timeout gets forced out by Global.
Yeah, I mean, Depp's having a really solid map. On some of those attacker sides, he was able to get some good work done on the entries here. He's just pushing W, hitting heads. Great transfer there, and then, like you said, a little bit of a fake tailwind baits him in for the shorty. Can't quite find the ace, but that'll do. And this is huge now. Global Esports, I think this is a good time to take a timeout. 4 rounds in a row here for Zeta to start their defender side. Want to make sure that they don't get that 5th, if possible, just like we saw themselves. GE got a 5th before finally Zeta was able to find their 6th. Yeah, definitely some GE fans, some Zeta fans floating around out there. A Texture fan.
Yep.
His name is Nada, so you can see that they really are a lot of Texture fans out there. Is a former Dom 1, now D+ player.
I mean, he's been in the scene for quite some time, so yeah, still obviously a good amount of Korean fans going to be cheering for them. Bazzi as well on this roster, somebody who's been competing in Korea since 2018 when his competitive FPS career had begun. It's good to see those fans still following these players as they move deeper and deeper now in Valorant. But timeout over. Let's see what that's done for Global.
Cosmic Divide for Global. Munyet left alone on the other side for now as an anchor. See how GE wants to do this. They're going to maybe try to prod their way through, see if they can get some mid-control here. Again, you're going to leave Aaron and Munyet on the flanks to cover this push. Laz crept in behind the box. Flash in hand. Oh boy, is he going to have the timing on this?
Did they scout this? Okay, plays contact off of the turret. Texture will be able to instantly trade it back, so not as much damage as could have been dealt, but still. Very nice cheeky lurk paying off as Sugar Zero going to get spammed down. Munyet is able to trade him through the mid door.
And this is what makes Munyet so scary.
Careful.
He's so aware of what's going on in the extremities of the map. You saw this on Split against DRX, right? He sees, which is a little easier of a map to read the extremities, but still, like, he's just doing a great job, and that's why he's cycling these Cosmic Divides like crazy. That's his 4th Cosmic Divide in this game, and he's having yet another really strong performance.
Destroyed.
Turret contact. Aaron tries to see if anybody's pushing off of it. Not going to happen.
Just going to go for this push, though. Making their way forward. Okay, 10 wins out that first contact battle, but Bazzi and Texture will go ahead and finish the job, and now Depp, Lightstorm up in hand. He realistically try for anything here. In all likelihood, it's just going to be tuck away somewhere. Yep, right here in shops. Get situated. And just wait for that spike to go off. So the timeout working here for the side of Global. Still, a couple weapons lost, but if you look at the money for Ronsky as well as Aaron, they've got plenty.
Oh yeah, this is not bad at all. I don't mind what Zeta did in this round. I think they had a pretty okay read on what was going to happen potentially with that trap play set. If Laz is maybe able to guess a little bit better on which side of the box to peek from, he might get 2 instead of 1. Maybe they can crunch that a little bit better, but it's a good reaction from GE to get out of there. Again, Munyet covering the flanks very nicely. See if they can suss Batsy out here in the final seconds. They're close. No, they're not going to push.
I like that they had the last second, just awareness of like, okay, just in case he is going for a ninja defuse, let me throw this grab out.
Yeah, oh yeah, just in case.
All right, well this now is where G can really start to put a finish to this. 10 rounds locked in. Zeta need to make sure this gap doesn't get spread any wider.
One enemy.
Got so many ults to try to utilize here. See how they put them to use.
Keep up.
If I'm correct, yeah, they've got 4. Everything other than the lockdown.
Yeah, and
Bring them down.
it's half armors here for Zeta. So we've been talking about it on the desk, wondering if somebody was going to try the Fnatic sort of half armor buys that had worked so well for them at lock-in. It looks like Zeta somewhat keen to at least put that into practice at some point.
Yep.
And it helps you keep that operator. If you need to rebuy the operator, helps you keep your economy a little bit stronger for that. And so far, I mean, Zeta, the attacker side didn't go so hot. I thought that was a little bit wonky with their buys, but
I mean, if you think about how many buys they were able to get.
Yeah.
You know, there's a couple ones where it's just like, I don't know. But for the most part, playing the half armor game has been working out. Fnatic, respect to them. They did the math.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Bunch of
that's
nerds.
Yeah, nerds. No, and that's, I mean, that's what you got to do.
You have a
It's-
chemistry degree or a physics degree.
Physics degree. I have a physics.
No.
I am part of that nerd clan. All right, I was one of those math kids for a while. Now I'm not. I gave up. I quit math.
Okay, reckoning to try to stop the advance here into the site. Divide up as well. They're just looking to push through this and try to avoid the stuns.
30
Wronski
seconds left.
first to enter, finds one, but yet getting Crow as well. Push around the back, and Sugar Zero
Enemy
just
remaining.
perfectly unaware. Gets taken down, and it's, again, just depth
Spike.
left standing. Will find one. A nice close shot, but he dashes right into Texture's lap. Says, hey, thank you very much.
No charges left. Win.
Yeah, it's just,
Show me where to go.
it's not particularly poorly read by Zeta. It's just Laz gets caught off guard there by Wronski. And that's just like breaking the side open. Then they've got two stuck in
30
link.
seconds left.
Wronski and Monette very aware here. Able to use this Cosmic Divide very nicely to cover their entry. Really cut Zeta's forces in half. Another good attack. Makes things very dire here for Zeta Division. Enough for another bye. See how they want to adjust off of this. It's tougher with Global because they're a lot trickier with how they maneuver around the map. They take their time. Sure. They try to bait you out into the open, and we've seen it work where Zeta tries to push towards Aaron's angles, and Aaron's really good about reading tendencies of teams. Like if you saw it in the pistol round, right? They tried to push him down. They tried to force his isolated position out, and it did end up working for Zeta. But this time around, or not this time, but previous rounds, we've seen where he's able to get the reinforcements there, and they kind of catch Zeta off guard. Where Zeta tries to double peek him, right? And he's got help, and Zeta ends up falling short in the exchange.
Yeah, I was watching the most recent episode of Plat Chat, and I think one of the things that they had mentioned, I forget who said it, maybe it was Brent, that was really good to point out, so I want to reiterate it, is that Aaron being able to get reads on DRX basically tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so very impressive, and in addition to that, we've been seeing an improvement in his attack side calling. Brent still is not flawless. If you take a look at their attack win percentages, on every map aside from Haven, it's pretty weak, but it's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, no, this is
Right there.
they're absolutely right, and it's why my kind of key to the game for them today was the adaptation and the plays that we were seeing from them, the ability to push and pull the map like they did against DRX, read the teams really well, has been suiting them very nicely. Lockdown. Going to be invested. They're going to take their time with this. Zeta's just going to immediately abandon ship.
I mean, they remember last time Laz overstaying to try to get those kills. So Wise waited out just a little bit. Aaron taking a decent chunk of damage there. It's going to be vulnerable, but goes to the plant right here. The base of the pillar at help. And they have it planted. It's going to be a full 5v5. Attempted the retake here for Zeta to try and deny this map point away. They have a pit. See if they want to try to invest in here, but first Fragment goes down, cutting off the reinforcements, cutting off the push. Tag goes across, they identify where Dep is at. Drop down. First one to fall, Crow. Now Sugar 0 and 10, all dead detection. The push comes in. Laz will finally put an end to it, but Wronski will swing the corner.
Rest.
2 members lost, but 12 locked in. Global, they take it to map point.
Match point.
That's a really interesting plant spot, especially with the Viper's Pit available. I feel like the Viper's Pit, there's a lot of angles you can get it to come through.
Out of heaven, have it drop down.
That's literally what I was thinking. I was like, can't you just put the Viper's Pit from heaven and it'll just drop to the ground like a curtain and cover it? But it doesn't seem to enter Zeta's mind. And again, adaptations are difficult for Zeta. They're a very structured team. So if you can kind of get them into positions where things are unorthodox, sometimes they do have a tough time adjusting to that with their utility. Certainly we know they're very good with their mechanics at times, and they can play well. We saw last week with 10 playing out of his mind, but we need more here from Zeta as they're on the precipice of dropping this first map.
It is now down. So GE widely still drifting towards an 8 attack position, but as I say that, Aaron looks to rejoin in with them here at top mid. Start cutting back across where Dep Ready and waiting. Blades in hand. Set behind right as that star gets placed on the ground. Suspecting that the push is going to come in. TLN now at the ready. Swings out, puts one into Texture's shoulder. It's not enough for the kill. Continues to play forward, finds one, but that's as good as it's going to get. Texture trades it back.
Blocking sight.
Push coming across here into lane. Crow with the jiggle peek. Does manage to spot him. Throws up the wall to try to slow their advance. Push out 10. Great timing. Catches one yet. And now Aaron completely surrounded. Can't win out the first fight. Sugar cuts him down. Texture, Ronsky, the last two standing. They're rotating over to A. Zeta, still 4 members strong. Should be good for the retake, but they will not be able to fight to deny this plant.
Still the null command sitting in Ronsky's back pocket here to make this retake potentially more difficult. Not a ton of utility left for Zeta. Cascade, Cove, Flash, but still that option is there here for GE, and
they have nothing to kind of deny angles or eliminate potential lurk spots.
Right.
Oh, Texture, he's seen the other one as well. There's 2 people. Not noted, now found. They know exactly where they're at. Sugar low, manages to win it out somehow. 8 HP remaining. What a play from Sugar to keep them in this game. 8 rounds now, 4 more to go for OT.
This is a good round here, though, from Zeta. They get pretty aggressive early off of this contact from Depth. Depth gets a great, look, a great peek at what's going on. Even finding a kill there is totally fine because he's alone on B side at that point. Like, no one else from Zeta is on B at that moment. And then they get aggressive. They start pushing into mid. 10 gets in there, and they start taking space. That's what Zeta needs to be doing. They need to be making it difficult for GE to work the map the way they want to. So that's a good adaptation from Zeta. See if we can get more of it. A lot of pings coming down from GE towards A. 4-man stack. With a lot of Zeta awaiting behind this wall. Turret out, though. Looks like they're going to take a little bit more time to think about this after that flash.
It's looking to lead the dog again because figure, okay, if we get a tag, try to rush here. Depth of the tailwind in. Try to get that kill for free. Back away. Prowler going to identify one. And it's, a 4-man stack right now in Art. Fairly unorthodox, but they're expecting this flank to be coming through. Nothing to be found. Instead, GE just kind of cut sound. Yep, still back here into spawn. There's the null command. Will go out, will be pulsing wide enough to hit everybody over from Art. But yet now, swinging around, there's the push, and Depth wins out of the fight. But yet dead, Bazzi as well, taken down. Texture tries to aggro swing into the Nebula. Sugar finds that kill. Push out from Aaron, good for one, can't steady the aim for the other. And again, another triple kill in the round for Sugar as Zeta keep the hopes and dreams alive.
Yeah, Sugar having a really strong map here for the side of Zeta. Depth winning a crucial fight on the back end of this. I like what GE is thinking here. I like what Aaron's thinking. He's like, they got aggressive after we make contact in the last round. Let's make contact. Let's cut sound. Let's hold our lines. Let's wait and see if Zeta gets a little bit aggressive on the map. But then Zeta takes just long enough to the point where GE has to make their hit that they're able to then find some of those timings, catch them on the angles. Depp wins his battle with Munyet.
Yep.
So it's good play from both sides here that comes Zeta's way.
I'll tell you what, if this goes to overtime, those fans at the Zeta watch party are going to be wishing that they had some chairs. Because if we learned anything about GE, they don't play short OTs.
Well, yes.
Sample size is 1.
Yeah.
Updraft. 10, obviously perfectly aware of this. The flash, nice.
He dodged him.
Doesn't notice it.
He dodged him.
How does he not spot him? Oh. 10 gets away with murder. Sugar again, finding Munyet, shuts him down. They lose 2 players. Sugar trying to back away, cannot. Bazzi, the one to bring them back into this, to find parity in a 3v3. 53 seconds remaining. They can just go ahead and cut over towards A. Ronsky jiggling out. Not sure how many players he spotted, but still lingering around here at B.
Great awareness for GE to push.
Oh, right here on the corner. Ronsky has it. They spot Crow. They know that he's low. Aaron going on the hunt. To push through this wall. It'll slow him up. Plant now
30
coming
seconds
down.
left.
Laz not in a position to punish. The Cove comes up. what he decides to do. Another wall goes in, but Aaron's right here, so close.
One enemy remaining.
Bazzi finds a third, and Aaron gets the finish.
Attackers win.
A messy round, but the heroics from Bazzi bring them back into it, and they manage to close from there. 13-9 in the end. A great run back, good perseverance from the side of Zeta once they got onto the defending half, but in the end, it is Global picking up the win here on their map pick of Pearl.
It's a great round here at the end from GE, recognizing the ult situation, knowing that with 10 killing Texture up in heaven, he has his lockdown, so they gotta start pushing space. They don't have any way to deal with that lockdown, and they're really committed to the B side at that point, and they do, and they find 2 big kills that lets them get to the end of this. I'm happy Zeta made this a map, but I'm concerned that it started the way it did.
Sure.
It keeps happening to Zeta. Every single game, they come out slow, they come out basic, they come out readable. We need to see them quicker to be tricky. We need to see them really start, coming with a full deck of cards instead of playing with a half deck.
I mean, prioritizing some more widespread map control would be great.
Yes.
So many times on that attack, we saw them really only sticking to shop, sticking to be named, and then, never really flirting with the idea of going over and checking out A. Granted, we didn't see too many deep pushes for map control as well from Global.
They never, yeah.
They also never really felt like they needed to.
No.
They were just, even if they had to give up the site more often than not, they were able to win the retakes fairly cleanly. So a nice win here from the side of Global, but I'm right there with you. I'm glad to see Zeta being able to fight back, make this a map that was close, that had contention in it. That gives me hope.
Okay, if Texture gets a clutch, then he should marry me. Or let's get married, basically, is what that one says. See, I told you the meme.
Well, there you go, Texture.
Oh, big fan of G. All right.
Coach big time, showing some support here. Fans in the audience. I see those earbuds. They're listening to our beautiful voices.
That's right. That's right. I know them. They're friends of mine. So
yeah.
the coaches. So they're big fans. But look, it's like you said. You got to spread the map here more, Zeta. Like I'm talking about. You got to get some push and pull going. You got to make GE think. You got to make Aaron think, because once he's got you dialed in, once he's got you read, then it seems like it's game over. And yeah, they had a great start to their second half, but it still isn't enough to cross the line when you have such a tremendously unsuccessful first half.
Yeah, well, that fight back at least gives me hope for Ascent on their map pick. We'll see how they fare on that. First, the desk is going to break things down. That's right after this commercial break, so don't go anywhere.
They did pretty well against RQ last week on it.
Around the back, managing to cut off the rest of the team for a moment. They're finding that kill, push on the corner, and they are just into the meat grinder. After a long little excursion, finishes the job. Finds one plan. Push in, coming in through R. Finds 10, cuts him, playing forward, so finds one. The push out from narrowly avoids getting seen by one yet. Finds one, the push. Nice flash out, buttoned in, but instantly 2 kills going to be found. Bazzi and Aaron going to be taken down, but yet pushing forward. GE going to get the plan down and depth out. Hit going to be invested, and oh, it's a little bit boldly. Swings out, fight. Trying to bring them back across the line. Bull a little bit scattered. Decent bit of damage here. Vision make them have to try to regress last. They realize this is going to be a good spot for this. Push up, gets the head. Laz going to be taken down. Zero pushing into this fourth position. Instantly gets the thing onto one. Trying to cut through. And creating heat. And oh boy. Swing out.
These guys are nuts, and well, here you go.
I mean, they inspired a hell of a lot of people as well. Push around the back, and that was that drop down. First one to fall, Pro.
Wow, so good.
Oh, so bad. 11, 12. Oh, 13.
What the? Teleport!
Your brain age.
Oh, 17. 와, 해보면 안다고 했는데. 뭐야?
왼손으로.
왜? 이 손으로. 원.
이걸 못한다고.
One more. I want to. 아니 해봐라 그냥.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just watched map 1 between Zeta and GE. Of course, Global Esports taking that win. We also watched Texture try to play with his left hand during the break. And let me tell you, I'm actually kind of feeling good about maybe challenging him if he's playing with his left hand. Right? That's what I'm thinking.
I was kind of expecting him to just hit him all and like, this is going to be such a cool segment. And it's like, oh yeah, that's not your dominant hand. You can't hit anything.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, I mean, he definitely was playing with his dominant hand, the right hand in this one, because they win 13-9. I mean, the scoreline, Zeta tries to bring it back in the second half.
Little bit, you know, the first half just wasn't really their thing. I think maybe they were kind of pushed just because on the attack, G had so much presence and Aaron read them so well. They were prepared for a lot of those B-side hits. Zeta on the second half, though, this time they were a little bit more prepared. I think GE just needed to find some of those cracks in their defense.
You know, it looked like GE came in so strong that I think Zeta actually had a pretty good performance overall, especially in the second half. We were talking as we were watching the first half of this that it might be just you know, a wipe by GE, but yeah, I think they definitely started to Zeta did deliver here at the end.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, at the core of that, Sugar Zero kind of putting up a performance that a lot of us have been wishing for, right, from this guy who performed so well during Zeta's kind of miracle runs last year, and then he kind of fell off. But again, it just was not enough. And we talked about this before the match started as well. I mean, Zeta, kind of everyone has to fire up if they want to go up against Global Esports today. Now, even in the first half, as we got near the end, Zeta, they started to show some life.
They did. There was a really interesting round. I hope we can throw on camera here. This was the 11th round, so right in the twilight of the first half here. And you can see they came in here. They're exploring around the map. Eventually, they do push into B long here. We see that GES, you know, once they manage to finally get in, they get a great setup here with a lockdown combined with the Cosmic Divide. A lot of obfuscation as far as that went for Zeta. And then we see GES come in here for the retake, try to reclaim it. Yeah, there's that lockdown and the Cosmic Divide I was talking about. I got a little ahead of myself, excuse me. Yeah, and it was overall a pretty interesting interaction here. It was really kind of showing how scary GES won, but this is the moment we thought, because I was worried this might become a pretty one-sided series, that Zeta wouldn't be able to deliver, but this was definitely a clutch moment from them.
Yeah, playing out the Cosmic Divide. Monyet hurt the updraft, so they knew exactly when to peak, but when it falls, that's when Zeta starts to pop off because they were set up for it. They played this post plant to perfection, just making sure that G wouldn't be able to defuse the spike, and that's it.
And yeah, we saw that moment that Bozzy was going to hold that down. For a second, I also thought, oh, this might be one of the coolest plays ever if they actually pull it off, but in the end, not enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've seen some Matrix plays happen so far in VCT Pacific. That, unfortunately, was not one of them. Now, you know, moving over, actually right over to the next round as well, we actually see kind of some of the shakiness that we saw from Zeta Division in the first half.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can't have every round be a Matrix moment. You can't have every round be the same exact strat. It's like what Clinton was saying on this cast. Zeta needs to force Aaron to think. And this is one of those where Aaron has already got you dialed in. He knows it's going to be this execute the cascade first and then the wall of smokes to allow them to push into sight. But Texture was prepared for it. The flash might have gone through, but he knew exactly how to play off of it, gets the frag onto Laz, and then updrafts upwards so that Bazzi can actually strike them down with his Phantom. At that point, it's just easy for GES to clean up, and Zeta, that B-site hit, they did it too many times, I think.
Yeah, and this is something we've touched upon in many of the matches in VCT Pacific so far, is about how do you just round to round, right? Everyone comes in with their own plan, but if the opponents have already downloaded it, you now have to kind of think outside the box and try to get ahead of your opponent sometimes.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't be doing the same strat over and over just because it worked, or the same play on the same site over and over. It's important to have a way to randomize your approaches where the other team really is guessing on some level, even if they are probing and sending out utility and trying to figure out what's going on. If they're completely unsure from round to round, you're definitely doing something right.
Now, of course, the two replays we watched so far, kind of focusing on Zeta's side, right? A little bit of hope and then some of their weaknesses as well. Now moving over to Global Esports, they took the win, and part of it was, you know, some of the neat set plays that they brought in against Zeta.
Yes, and I think this next highlight is one of those where we can actually see GE forcing Zeta to think more, forcing Zeta to rotate around so much because you have that mid presence, and then you have this Cosmic Divide. Very interesting one with a big gap that actually allows for Monyet to peek in and get Crow. And of course, they managed to get the spike down. It gives them so much space, and Texture with the flank for B-Link as well. The last player, of course, Deb with an op. He was able to get one, but that is it, because this is that GE global map presence that really took them down. They actually played this round off of Coach Eraser's timeout, and I think this was one of the things that really gave them the momentum to finish off the map in style.
Yeah, because, I mean, the casters touched on it as well right as the map ended. It's, okay, well, in the second half, Zeta started to kind of push back, and GE needed a little bit of extra time. Well, timeout was one of the ways to do it, right? You buy a little time for your players, regroup, touch upon what's not been working, and then they're able to fire right back and finish off map one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny with the timeouts and what happens with them. For instance, yesterday we had a lot of timeouts that seemed to not have any help for the teams when they called for them. It didn't seem to change much at all. Absolutely, no, it's true. I mean, I mean, you know, you take this break, and then the coach has to try to figure out, okay, what is going wrong? Is it a decision thing? Is it a communication thing? And they got to try to tweak those dials and get them back in there. And that was a moment I think we saw the proper adjustments.
Yeah, Zeta actually called their own timeout too, but it didn't really work out because you have a player like Texture on the other side, and he's able to really go in aggressively, find that space. He pushes up B, he pushes up different parts of the map, and sometimes with the blades even, and he's just that sharp still. And I think Zeta, they kind of get broken apart because of this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his numbers, it's on the very positive side of what you want from your star duelist, right? Everything kind of at the upper percentile in terms of ACS, KDA, kills per round, even damage, right? He's always good for one. And that's what you want in someone who's entering on the attacking side, and oftentimes using that op on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, we've been casting, you and I at least, Texture for a long time, and I mean, it is incredible what this guy is able to do. You know, obviously, he works great as a teammate, but there are so many individual moments where he's bending time and space to pull these plays off.
he's just on stage like, woo, working around Zeta Division.
I'm going to play my left hand. I'm going to play my right hand.
It's like swapping hands on his desk. Well, I mean, Texture, he was part of the core that helps kind of bring this map one victory to Global Esports. But let's also remember, this was GE's pick, right? Going over to Pearl. It seems like they were also trying to counter strat against Zeta. It works out in their favor. Now Zeta they want to take it to Ascent here on map 2.
They do, and this is where it could get kind of interesting because statistically, we actually haven't seen Global Esports play this with this new roster at least.
Yeah.
They did play before, of course. I mean,
Yep.
with the Valorant India Invitational last year and whatnot, but this is the first time we're going to see Aaron and everyone else, Ronski, Monyet, to play with this roster on this map. But that's it. That's the thing. I think this is one of those maps where it's such a default that everyone kind of knows how to play it. Everyone has their own ideas, and Zeta has a lot of game tape on this map. It's so easy for Global to actually study how Zeta plays this, and they might be able to come up with an anti-strat for this one.
It's a really good point. I mean, this may be a comfort pick where it's like this feels safe, and look, this may actually be their best map. That's a valid point, but I completely agree with you, Quack. I mean, the reality is if you have this much data out there, unless you're really going to be mixing it up on Ascent and showing us stuff we haven't seen before, how exactly are they going to overcome Global Esports? But I also want to throw out, even though that first map started out pretty brutal, pretty one-sided, Zeta really did pull it back. It actually was a pretty decent overall map. I think they showed they can hang here with Global Esports. And I think if there's a map that Zeta could take in this series, I think it's going to be this one.
Yeah, on stage we also just saw Monyet have the biggest yawn I've seen from any pro Valorant player. And listen, in a lot of other titles we used to joke about how if you're yawning that shows that you're so relaxed that that player usually wins the next game. So I don't know, Monyet, he's looking relaxed. He's not worried at all about this Ascent.
It's dangerous, and yawns are contagious, William.
Yawns are also...
People all over the world are yawning right now. It's crazy.
Maybe that's the secret. They actually make their opponents yawn so much that they can't
The mind games are there.
That's why Depp was covering his face up. He didn't want to catch that yawn. That might be it, but of course, Agent Selects, I think this is the thing that we can kind of see how Zeta plays. It's tried and true, and they have done this last week. I don't know what Global Esports has, though, because it looks like the exact same agent composition.
It's going to be mirror comps. I mean, this is kind of a very tried and true composition on Ascent.
And DRX has played this before as well. We have the flash and dash up on mid. It's something that Zeta tried to exploit a little bit of as well, but that's where I think it's up to us to see how Global really comes up and experiments with new strats, anti-strats to break away Zeta's structure.
All right, well, this is going to be a mirror matchup between GE and Zeta Division. GE Global Esports currently leading 1-0 as we go into Ascent. It's a battle of tape versus no tape between these two rosters. Achilles and Paper Thin take us into game 2.
Alrighty, here we go. Well, that's just from memory. It feels like no tape has often been doing a bit better.
Yes.
When it comes down to performance. Obviously, having things out there. This is the same composition as well from the side of Zeta, so no compositional changes. Feels like we've been seeing a lot of teams be able to do a great job of studying their opponents and really figuring out how they are going to approach the map. But we still have to wait and see. Global in a nice position, looking for a 2-0, and again, just given the losses that they've suffered, they want as clean of a win as they could possibly get here today. Zeta, however, want that second victory under their belt. Let's see if Ascent can be the catalyst to guide us into a map 3. Let's also see who's going to be walking away with a pistol, because right now, 6-6 is the record for Zeta in Pacific, so they're perfectly balanced.
As all things should be, I suppose. But, I mean, I think Zeta fans would disagree with me there. I think they want to see Zeta come through here and do another reverse sweep, get another 2-1 victory under their belts, and it's huge for the region. I mean, you think about, you know, DFM is struggling, and we thought for a hot moment, that maybe DFM was going to figure it out. They looked crazy good there for a couple maps, and then
good until it didn't.
Until it didn't, yeah, looked good until it didn't. But now this is a heavy stack here from Zeta. It's 10 leading the way here, just checking for information. Turrets hanging out across from each other. Smokes start to come down here for Zeta, both at Market and Alley. There is the dash, just able to avoid that 0 point.
Oh, good nano forces Aaron out. Still will get one, but eventually ends up falling to the nano swarm. Nice quick placement there by 10. I mean, this was where 10 was, you know, started just crushing in their previous series. Spotted. Figures they're trying to go aggro and clear out Market, but puts a smattering of damage down. As we'll get Ronski, but Monyet gets Laz. Throw fighting Vazzy. Down to a 2v2. Two players tagged up on either side. Jump up, swing around the corner. Monyet with a quick finish. Finds the shots with a ghost, and he'll get the wallbang headshot as well. Monyet, again, kicking things off beautifully. 3K under his belt, and Global with yet another pistol.
Whatever they have been feeding Monyet the last couple weeks, just keep it up. Whatever he is ordering, off of
I don't care if you get sick of it, man. You got a match today, you're going to eat it again.
Yeah, I don't care if he's eating bulgogi every day. Just let the man cook. I mean, whatever he's ordering off Beta Minja, it's great. Just keep it up. I mean, he's been absolutely insane. This is just great. I mean, you know, but it's individual peaks here from Zeta. They're trying to take these fights one-on-one. What did he say?
He said Coca-Cola, so I guess that's the secret.
Yeah, that's the trick? Okay, got it. That's
I don't know.
for everyone at home.
For me, it's Red Bull.
That's right.
It gives me wings. Open up with the Ares, and Bazzi's just instantly going to take Depp down quite low. And Depp is playing a dangerous game going for that turret because the triple burst does 18 damage. So just enough HP to get fully killed by it.
It's close. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So, you know, not the end of the world there. Texture there. What a shot.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Texture so low, but still comes away with the kill. And he had, I mean, what parity between the Jets? Both of them at 18 health. Funny
you
how
were
that
talking
works
about
out.
how things are balanced. You definitely got your Thanos glove on today. You got the Infinity Gauntlet. I know you hate those movies. So.
Yeah. Let's talk about better IPs. Bronski gonna go pushing forward. Does find one. Lands in the classic. Gonna be trading him out. Texture finds a second, and then Texture will find a third. Bronski, the only member to die. And if I'm remembering correctly, this is how Pearl started as well.
Yeah.
Maybe they lost one more person in that anti-ego. Either way,
pretty close.
It's fairly damn clean here for the side of Global Esports. And you can see Monyet now, he's looking to do unspeakable things as he has a Bucky, but okay, no.
Here.
Sells it. He's going to be an honest gamer. Has a Ghost in hand instead.
Here.
I mean, the Marshall in Texture's hands today has been absolutely on fire. Let's see if he can find some more damage. Take another bonus away from Zeta. It is the half armors today for Zeta, so that seems to be the game plan here. Allows them to get a few extra buys in there. It worked better on their defender side, I'll say that. Texture looking for an angle here on 10. I think Depp's gonna shoot the utility. I thought he could just dodge it. Thought he might try to cut ahead of the utility.
Oh.
Good hold here from 10.
Okay. 10 just hanging back. It's a headshot. Texture now taken down. Some Marshall out of play. Clean and necessary start for Zeta. As, you know, we saw Global converting that bonus on the defending side there on Pearl. Shots across 10 again, finding another. Headshots looking clean. Bronski dead, tucked into the corner and open, spotting him. One yet not ready for Depp to be in that position. A-site now completely open as Aaron and Bazzi will try to rotate around, see if they can deal any additional damage. But for now, Zeta very much on for a flawless.
Spike planted.
Good darts, managed to get a tag in, but can't deny the plant, can't get the kill. Crow just gonna be down to 52.
Yeah, knew he had heard the updraft there. Aaron knows there's something going on behind him, wants to try to clear it first. Batsy here with the Ares, just looking for these lurks, just looking for these flanks. But Zeta holding tight, not giving any room to maneuver here for GE.
There's much time left. Is it just going to be the spike sacrifice in the end? I know Bazzi's still going to be situated there in heaven. Sprays out, tries to find a couple kills, but yeah, in the end, seems like GE making the decision not to give anything over. They don't want to give any extra ult charge or cash, so they'll just go ahead and die to the spike. That Spectre and Ares on the ground. Zeta getting themselves on the board nice and early this time around.
Yeah, and this is a great round for Zeta. It's flawless. You know, you're only investing half armor, so that's a lot of extra money that you're going to be able to bank up here for more buys on this attacker side. Texture is going to dig in, grab that operator with half armor himself. Ares for the side of Batsy, so both teams be boasting a lot of firepower. Only one away from the ult is Crow. They try to force that into his hands here. A 5-stack at A. See if they can get this orb, get something going.
Okay, do get the suppress. A couple people getting caught by that one there. One yet now just going to be jiggling in hell. Thrown shot does come out. Rush in. Depth trying to get on top of him. Takes a bit of damage here. Texture forced away. Off not going to be getting anything here, but the lurk in hell. One yet comes up with one. Looks for a little bit more. Swing out from Texture. Not going to find anything up. It's going to be left on the ground, but it was very much a meat grinder that Zeta just stepped into. Global ripped him to shreds. Op going to be recovered, and just like that, once more, they're stopping Zeta from being able to string 2 rounds together this early on.
Yeah, this is just a good hold from the side of GE. I think they get the info that Dep off that 0 point, that Dep is there, and that's, you know, pretty much a dead giveaway with the way Zeta plays, that's going to be the angle they're going for here. Some good spots. Give them all the information they need, and yes.
I mean, we need the lighters.
Yeah,
yeah. Maybe that might be a fire hazard.
Yeah, let's just use cell phones. That's what we do
Fire
these
marshal
days.
might get involved.
This is, and you say I'm the boomer. Like, that's what kids do these days. They use cell phones.
I mean, sure. I've done both.
Oh, fair.
I mean, they get the suppression onto Texture, and they're still pushing. You know that he's going to have that operator. It was recovered. They're looking for the repeak, and ooh, Dep, lucky to avoid that. Bronski swings out, will find 10. Dep able to answer back for 1. Getting Crow back into this round, though, seems pretty much impossible. Texture, sure that Dep is in a forward position, but okay, now knows exactly which side he's on. Swings out, and Dep gets that headshot. One yet. On the hunt, on the lurk, spots him going into market.
Timing.
Yeah, it's a bit too quick to be able to get that shot. Had he nailed it, damn, would have been impressive. Now, sight set on B. A 3v3, but players low here for Zeta. As Bazzi is entrenched on the site, Odin in hand, swing into him. This could be catastrophic, but Dep! He gets the kill! Now it's Monyet looking for the clutch. 35 seconds remaining, the headshot comes across, and Laz brings them over the line. What a round, what a series of plays by Dep.
Yes, that is a great round from Dep. Surviving that early kind of misstepped into mid with the op there. Like I said, even with the null command rolling, Texture able to find a lot of value, but it's Dep who's just hitting crazy good shots. 2 players there from Zeta were super weak, lined up right for Batsy, but Dep's just too fast.
Yeah.
Insane.
Every time I try that peek
I die.
Odin, it's immediate death. Dep. Nasty from him. Ooh, the updraft does spot Laz.
Wow.
Really aggressive here from Texture, just looking to up the pace. Look at this, he's about to run into a 4-man stack in their spawn. 10, spawning 1, throws the nano swarm. Texture gonna be dealt with. 10, holding the line, manages to find a second. Bronski finally finds the kill, but still takes a significant chunk of damage. Down to 42 HP, grabs the rifle. Probably love to hand that off to Bazzi, but getting met up with him at this point seems pretty damn tough. Door will be shut. The plant comes through. 4 members strong on the site. Zeta, surely this is them tying this up.
No doubt. It's looking pretty good. A 0 point to check the switch. Sugar Zero waiting. With his paranoia in hell. Batsy here ping it out. They can get this clear, but they're going to get spotted by the 0 point themselves.
Sorry, bud. With the classic, I don't think that's going to happen.
It's a valiant attempt. But of course, probably would like to maybe save this gun.
Yeah, I mean, you could go for the single rifle save.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, just have Bronski die, but okay. Dep just sussing it out. Gets the headshot through the wall. Spike will go off, and Bazzi will just hold on to the Vandal as we get tied up at 3-3. Excellently done. I mean, 10 being able to win out as hard as he did, given a triple push into B lobby.
And he was late to react to that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he was distracted by, Aaron.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, at 10, he's really good on this map. You think back to the LCQ, right? Remember, we got to cast him at the LCQ in 2021, and he was a monster on this map on Killjoy. So, absolutely has great presence of mind to be that lone player oftentimes. So they are going to start a little bit different this time. Spike in the back, a 3-2 setup for Zeta. Going to maybe get aggressive into mid here once again. Dep does have that Blade Storm in the back pocket. 10 has his lockdown as well. Bronski did get the null command after dying in the previous round. So a lot of big ults could be invested here. Money's a little bit sideways for GE, so this round pretty important for them, especially on their defenders half on Ascent. This is typically a very defender-sided map, so this round in particular, you would really like to get done, but no push-outs here from GE. So now, Zeta is going to start making their way in towards mid.
Fun fact, right now in Pacific, it's 50-50
Is it really?
the board for Ascent.
That's awesome.
just glanced at it. 50-50. Depp again punishing the off. Unscouted though is Aaron, but Depp is so quick to turn around as soon as 10 gets taken down. A great response. 2 players now out on the site. Depp on the hunt, but it's going to be Sugar 0 finding Ronsky, and they say, oh yeah, we know you got that Odin in Boathouse. We're not even going to try to mess with it this time.
I love this.
And Laz is just waiting for the cutoff.
30
But
seconds
I mean,
left.
Bazzi and Moneyette, there's no reason to even try.
Well,
They know that the round is gone. They
Yeah.
have to give the lead over.
You can see how comfortable Zeta is on this map. I mean, they read this so well.
Can you just get this comfort on a couple
Any
other
other map? On a few other maps,
That'd be
please?
great.
Yeah.
It's like Zeta and Turkish teams on Ascent. They just go hand in hand.
Cover going
Moneyette will find Laz. But given that he's got 4,400 banked before this spike even goes off, I don't think he's going to be sweating too hard about it.
Yeah, I mean, here at Zeta, you can afford to throw some players at this setup. I mean, if you could get that Odin dropped in particular.
Dude, Sugar 0, go for it.
I would.
TP right in the boathouse.
Why not? Do it. What if they do it? What if they do it here to set up depth?
Crow double flash
Come
right
on.
as the ult is coming in.
Oh.
All right, well this time Bazzi will be able to find it. Spike goes off, and it seems like they don't want to hunt that much more, so they'll just go ahead, continue to bank up, hold on to the 2 weapons, and GE, now that they lose this lead, want to go ahead and burn a timeout.
Yeah, I like what Zeta's doing. You know, we saw Moneyette get a little bit aggressive early on the flanks. Now Zeta pumps the brakes here. They want to make sure that there's no aggression from GE. They want to make sure that they've got kind of all the information possible on their half of the map before they start making their moves, and they're making great moves. It's a great on-the-fly play call here. And again, it shows that comfort that Laz has on this map as the IGL to say, you know, we know where that Odin is, like you said, just let's get out of here. Let's go over to A. That's going to be the safe spot. You know, at worst, there's maybe one there. They might have known both were there depending on the utility usage, but this is so good to see that Zeta, you know, even after dropping the pistol round, able to recover here very nicely. String 3 rounds together. It's just, it's frustrating to watch them in the early, like, half of every map on the first map they play so far. It's because you know they're capable. You know they're capable more. That's a picture at Binbon, isn't it?
Nice little
Aw.
Binbon drawing.
That's cute.
Very few other Koreans in
Who have
in this arena with that beard. So.
Yeah, he bought us pies today.
In fact, I would say the answer is there are no other Koreans in this audience or in this studio that have a beard like that. But yes, he did. He bought us some nice Aussie-style meat pies.
Yeah, great.
Off my recommendation.
Wow.
Well, I showed him the place.
I know.
And he was just like, oh, I'll order these and bring them for lunch on one of the broadcast days. He's a man that appreciates good food.
He is. And I appreciate that. Because that means I get free fruit from him every once in a while.
Well, significantly slowed down now. Zeta wary about what GE might have up their sleeve after the timeout. Like this, just slow the pace. See if they push out into you, see what the default looks like.
Spike retrieved.
That the economy is not quite as fully fleshed out as they would enjoy. Texture there with a Spectre.
Still, got that lockdown again from 10. Didn't have to use it in the last round. Didn't get the opportunity to use it, is what I should say. But here, you know, to me, it looks like they're thinking about trying to cross over potentially, or again, looking for these lurks. But the lurk is actually coming through A main for GE. You have Texture and Moneyette pushing out. Now, mid crunch, mid to B, as well as a B main hit here. The smokes are coming out on both sides.
I mean, they're pushing around up through Gelato, but they're going to be too late to try to catch anybody. Bazzi managed to find one. Down 10 right as he was going to enter into market. And again, the lockdown now going to be out of the equation. Aaron pushing out, finds one. Starting to try to encroach on his position. They managed to do so. Sugar Zero still takes quite a bit of damage, but man, what shots from Ronsky. As Global lose one, but close out the round. The timeout working a treat for them. They'll break the momentum in the win streak here from Zeta and tie us up at 4-4.
Yeah, and all the information in the world here for GE.
Oh, no, okay. No, it's blind. Never mind.
Oh no, he just went for it.
Like, oh, okay, it's off of Silvadar. Nah.
They had to have known at that point, right? With how far out Moneyette and Texture were pushed out of A main, they know this is coming B, so they're really able to prepare for it. You know, start kind of pre-firing into those angles, start spraying
I mean,
getting themselves set up.
I'd say after the last map, they know it's coming.
Yeah.
We've seen
Everybody knows it's coming B.
We've seen him go A plenty of times so far.
Yes, on this map it has been a lot more A. And speaking of, looks like that might be the attempt here. They're going to try to play right off of this drone aggressive step.
3 players.
Oh boy.
Just the more heavily stacked site. Ronski though, tagged down to 52. There's the entry and 2 quick kills and Ronski snaps on the Depth's head. TP up into heaven from Sugar Zero does catch him off guard a bit, finding 2 kills. Bringing this back into a winnable position. Lockdown, however, from Aaron available, and he's in position.
You should run.
It's going to be the attacking lockdown. Now matched. Drone. Identify Sugar Zero. Yes, still in fact in this spot. Look at the spam through. Put some damage down onto him. A Hail Mary shock dart, but it just doesn't go deep enough. A little bit more charge, perhaps would have been able to find it. Sugar Zero in his own smoke. Now going to be detained, but it's detained on the opposite side as well. So 1 for 1. We go back to perfectly even standings aside from the HP bars.
It's amazing how that keeps working out.
Turret down.
This turret could be everything. Swing out, and yeah, I mean, 10. He's got to clear the turret. He's got to protect the spike, but Bazzy's got a note in, and he just doesn't give him the chance. Bloody on the A site, but Global will come away with another round win, take the lead once more.
This time, Zeta trying to force the issue with a coordinated attack. Lead the way with the drone, set up for the TP up onto the top right box. And it works decently well, but a lot of damage is done here as they're busy looking in towards Switch, and that gives Ronski an opportunity just to lay down some serious damage. Able to stabilize, but Batsy clean with this Odin, ready for the repeat from 10. Already ADS there. Gets the easy kill. Now GE starting to stabilize, so
yeah.
I wouldn't have minded seeing potentially a timeout from Zeta there, but
Get out of my way.
just to see if they could maybe squeeze out a little bit more out of this half. Depp is going to go for that Blade Storm. Shorty in the back pocket.
I think if we see GE pick up this round, that's probably when Zeta decides to call the timeout.
Sure.
Given the record so far on this map, you don't want GE to be able to get beyond that 6. That 6 and 6 half, still not super comfortable, a bit more of a coin flip, but not nearly as bad as an 8-4 once again. Cleared on the alarm bot. Just go ahead and take that back away. Smoke comes across from Moniette, cutting off B main.
Yeah, they're wary of another B hit, similar to what we saw a couple rounds ago.
Good knife.
It's a really good knife. Depp's like, oh man, my blade.
Can't use that.
Not even waiting for any more noise, any contact. The fragment just goes out right off the rip. Now the flash through. Ronski, does he hit the door switch? No, he does not. Depp in the smoke, and he's just waiting this out patiently. Ronski finds 1, gets the other, swings into tree, gets 3. Doing a damn good RB impression on that KO. Laz tagged. 5 HP remaining versus 3. At this point, it's just time to tuck Talon and run. Still does have a good amount of cash. Will be able to buy, but 10 down at 50. Somebody's going to have to spot him.
Aaron's ping landed like right on Laz there towards Gelato. They know exactly what's going on, and he's already watching the angle here as Aaron. Going to see him cross shortly. Yep, got the kill. That's easy.
And what a hold. Ronski. I mean, look, we've talked about it before, and there's the timeout as anticipated, so now we have some extra time to talk about it. What a glow up compared to, you know, the initial introduction of Ronski onto the global stage. Wasn't at lock-in, wasn't able to attend that event, comes out here, has his debut versus T1, and obviously things are rough. Went through some tech issues with his audio, caused that long-ass pause.
Yeah.
But ever since that third map, granted, even though they lost that third map versus T1, they dropped the series, he looked incredible, and then that's just been continuing onward versus DRX. Obviously, Moniette stealing the spotlight, but Ronski has continued to look better and better with every single map play.
Oh, he's been phenomenal on the KO. I mean, he does a great job setting up his teammates, setting up texture, setting up whoever it is. His utility is very well placed, and he's found, we've seen this a couple times now, where he finds these cheeky spots that Zeta isn't ready for, and that's good on him in some ways, and it's also concerning for Zeta because they're not, like, their protocols aren't quite in place where on these entries, they're not covering every, like, somebody's missing their job on these entries. Because, like, you have to, like basic, like, entry squad tactics, right? It's like first guy looks left, second guy looks right, you know, and that's how you kind of enter.
Yeah.
But sometimes that doesn't happen for Zeta. Sometimes they miss a corner, and that allows Ronski to come up there. And for all the credit in the world to Ronski, puts himself in a phenomenal position and capitalizes perfectly on his situation, hitting some amazing shots there too. But yeah, now he's got another no command. You have that ult for Batsy as well. Laz sitting on his Hunter's Fury, so dueling Hunter's Furies available. Probably just going to send them when they find a good opportunity. Maybe off of a spot. You know, the position that Batsy's in, sometimes you can hit in towards tree if they push that position. Just maybe play off the turret, try to go for some info in towards B main, use it there. So a lot of options for particularly GE's Batsy to get that Hunter's Furies out, do some damage. No reason to save it. It's almost impossible that 10 gets another lockdown unless 10 has an ace here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to read here on the timing for Bazzi sending out that shock. Expecting that they're going to start making their way forward. Dep just updrafting, trying to scout out. Rushes forward, turns there. We'll be able to clear it. We'll be able to hit the switch.
There it is.
He's just going to get tucked away. And yeah, Hunter's Fury comes across, answering Hunter's Fury now. Goes out, looking to flush him out of Boathouse, but seems like the tag's just not being found. Texture able to open, finds 10. The push up from Aaron there on ramp. We'll get Dep as well. And now into the meat grinder once again. There's just this Odin situated on the site. Aaron will clean up 3.
All right, I did.
It's round 11 going the way of Global, who are yet again now looking to find themselves an 8-4 half victory.
Yeah, now their defense is really
Sorry, it was 9-3 last time.
9-3 last time, yeah.
My bad.
That's okay.
A slightly worse half seed.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sugar Zero is just
yeah, Sugar Zero is just funneled on boats there. I mean, again, you can see that Zeta sometimes just kind of forgets about angles. They kind of really want to try to clear out a point of interest that gets called out early in the round, and it's like all hands are watching that. They need to start working on whoever's coming in, you know, second or third behind the initial attack, whoever it may be, whether it's Dep or whoever, needs to be looking at the other angles, needs to be covering those on these entries for Zeta to try to alleviate some of these issues that they have from time to time. It's not all the time, but you see it from time to time, but Texture with that operator in mid, a smoke to cover that. You can see a crunch here, expecting a potential push. I mean, Zeta's so concerned about these lurks from GE, but the funny thing is GE's kind of trying them, but they haven't really mattered. Like, GE's just kind of holding the line.
Dep looking for the push. He's actually going to go towards Ronski, but again, doesn't check the angle. Ronski's spamming out, however. Doesn't get any kills, and that alerts Crow. They will be able to find the kill. Dep as well. Down 1. Push out off heaven. One yet dead. 2 players now left alive, but with all of the money in the world, seems like they're going to try to fight for this one. And Bassy,
wow.
Again, I mean, I think he's an
Odin main.
He's been pretty pissed after that initial death to Dep. So this time he's been winning out every single fight versus him with this Odin hand. Push from Aaron, however, goes a bit sideways. Can't get the kill. 10 will get an upgrade. And Bazzy's just sat here waiting to try to catch anybody. There's just too many angles. 10 wraps around. Finds the punish, and it's going to be 7-5 at the end of the half.
I mean, Zeta gets a little bit lucky in this round, I think, because Ronski, again, unnoted in that angle. And, you know, I think there's a dart that came through that drew his crosshair away just enough, but still, it went, you know, because of the great reactions individually from Zeta, it went okay, but they're not kind of doing their due diligence.
Sure. It's another one of those moments where a little bit more discipline from Ronski would have been able to net him potentially 2 kills and that round victory. But 7-5, again, strong defending side from Global, but attack on Pearl, that's where things started to get away from him. See how clean it's going to be on Ascent, and whether or not they'll be able to get the pistol this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a kind of a key thing here for Zeta. They've been able to get 1 pistol out of the 3. It'd be really nice to find this defender side 1, you know, set themselves up for a much better second half. If, as you say, if this is kind of now a 50-50 map here in Pacific, you know, you need that pistol start. Man, Dep looks like he is having a rough day today, even though he started out this map super hot. I've seen his head in his hands a couple times today. It just seems like, you know, the pressure for Zeta is immense right now. I mean, this is them dropping down to near the bottom if they lose this. This is them and BFM being out of one of those top 6 teams that goes to the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, there's obviously with Masters being in Tokyo, we can talk about it all day, all night, and we will.
Because we can.
Because we can. But I don't know. The pressure is just so strong on Zeta's shoulders. And they have in the past, you know, one time they rose to the occasion, but since then, it has been more difficult. We're just being honest.
Yeah, fair. I mean, Depp, all things considered, you know, obviously, yes, quite a few deaths on Pearl. I'll have to take a glance back at his current statistics here on Ascent, but was 5-1. Okay, he's 10-10. So oftentimes, you know, he's going in, he's getting these opening kills, but he's being traded. So hasn't been able to get in, get a pick, and then really be able to bail out. But he has been leading the way for Zeta in a lot of these round victories.
Yes, when they win rounds, a lot of times it's because Depp is kicking the door in and doing a great job of it. Now, Zeta, on their defenders, have 47.8%, so 48%, let's call it that, on their defender side. So the better side of the two, because on their attacker side, they're about 39% here on Ascent. So this certainly should go better for Zeta than their attacker side. So all things considered, I don't think that's a bad attacker side at all for Zeta, but again, when I watch Zeta, there's so much potential there, and I want to see those little things get cleaned up, those little problems that need to be addressed in practices that I'm seeing too much crop up week over week.
Sure. Nice and slow, no fast rush pistol round to be found here. Global creep up. Not aware yet that there's no Killjoy util placed here in mid. Should identify that now with how deeply they've been able to push. The wrap around and what a shot. Texture knocked down a 13. Great from Laz.
Jeez.
Yeah. Nice little headshot through the wall.
What an angle. That's crazy good. That's huge now. Now you make that entry so much more difficult for GE.
30 seconds
or whatever site they end up going to. Now, drone here to check in towards tree as 3 members begin to push.
Pausing the rotations though. Aaron spotted, and that might have just sold the plot over. Texture, he swings out, perfect timing. We'll be able to still find some value. The tags across, Laz taking Rusky down low. 10 seconds remaining, the spike needed to be planted. They get into position. With 4 seconds to spare, they will get it down on the ground. 5v4, but HP bars, not great for Texture, as well as Ronsky here, so modicum of damage could take him down, and there's the first one fallen. 10 pushing forward, finds it, still damage across, Bazzi now at 22, trying to get that spam through. Aaron, however, pushes up ramp once again, finds 2 kills for his trouble. They'll close it out, and Global just continue to win pistols, dropping 1 so far in this series.
Certainly the pistol team of Pacific.
I mean, what do we call him now? Because we had Exy was the pistol prince, but now there's a whole group of
I was
them.
trying to think of this.
Pistol Parliament.
Pistol Kings. Pistol Parliament's not too bad.
I like the alliteration aspect.
Yeah. No. I do actually like that. I do like that.
Most people don't like Parliament.
Well, yeah.
So maybe not that. We'll go like the Parliament, like the old band, I guess.
That's. I don't understand sometimes how I'm the boomer in this casting duo.
Because you just are older than me.
That's all it really is. Like, so you know stuff, like you come up with references that I don't even like think about, and I haven't heard the band name Parliament in quite a while. Now, Paramore, on the other hand, I'm all about them.
Sure. Well, Zeta,
Right here.
barely any investments. For the most part, I should say. Laz is down to 950. So they have that full kit.
It's just really slow here from GE. They're really checking.
I mean, but
for everything, but yeah, it's a gamble stack.
I mean,
almost.
they're shifting towards B, and look at it. It's just 10, and there's no util. He has nothing to place.
It's going to be a tough one for 10, no doubt about it. See if he gets something done with his frenzy, though. Maybe.
I mean, this is where he was able to find multi-kills in the previous game. Finds once, looking for the second, but Not even a lick of damage there on a Bazzi plant now going to be coming through. And
Destroyed.
at this point, if you're Zeta, you're thinking about maybe just gathering up somewhere safe.
Die
Die
to
to
that
the spike.
spike,
Don't
yeah.
give anything else over. Opponent already in a really good spot.
This door makes it a little bit easier too. You can
That's
just
true.
chill here and wait this out.
If Global get a read, they could break it.
Yeah, I would hope that Global does do that. That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, well, I'll just break the door. They're probably there. Looks like they might push and wrap through. So, knife to check.
Check close. Right up against it. The flash. No, they don't have a flash on the ready here, but there's a push in. Aaron will give his life, as does Kronsky. Two members going to be taken down.
Oh.
3 now. And suddenly, this is
Oh my God.
pretty damn good value. As, oh, Monyet trying to play around the timings, ends up getting it with a classic. But in the end, they lose out on quite a minigun.
That works out really well for Zeta. I think GE there, not exactly sure.
30 seconds left.
Where Zeta could be, so they have to kind of individually start kind of checking these angles, and when they start blasting through the door, it's a great response from Zeta, just all grouped up.
Yeah.
Mow them down, and that's, huge economic damage done.
I was thinking break the door at a distance.
Yes, me
and
too.
then kind of poke and prod your way around.
Yes.
Rather than just break it and instantly swing.
Here.
You don't need to SWAT team that door. That one you
Yeah.
can just, that almost with that spray.
It's not Call of Duty. That you don't get slow-mo when you breach the doorway.
Is it Max Payne? Where you had that the bullet time
Yeah,
stuff?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Haven't played one in a
I haven't played in
very
a long time. Yeah. Oh, Depp. Oh my God. This is so dangerous.
He's got to be the front line here. But Fragment's going to force him back, as does the smoke. Drone leading in. Hasn't spotted Sugar Zero. Either way, I think Paranoia disconnect off across on a couple people. Pro finding one, looks for Texture, can't get him. Texture somehow still alive in the fight. Suddenly Sugar Zero coming alive, finding 2 kills. The monstrous advantage now here for the side of Zeta. Spike down on the ground, 10. Spotted. Avoid the alarm bot. Narrowly breaks that line of sight. Texture now dead. Aaron only going to be good for 1 more. Zeta, they answer back.
Yeah, solid hold here. Good kind of reaction from Depp to at least get out of dodge. I kind of prefer on most rounds. I don't mind it here since you're, against the bonus. That maybe you have Pro or somebody else there with a little bit of utility. Maybe slow that up a little bit. Slow that attack up from GE just a little bit more. But that's okay. Depp did a good job escaping there. He didn't really take much damage, just a little bit from that fragment. Oh, that poor alarm bot tried to get to Texture, but just couldn't quite get there. He was trying to be the little alarm bot that could, but quite. Oh my God. Well,
Yeah,
that's everybody.
That's just a
Thank you,
5 minutes of
servers.
rest.
I was actually curious. I'm like, did that get everybody?
It did indeed. Smoke now. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, what can you say, Aaron? Just simply unlucky.
Unbelievable.
Beautiful timing there, as they're going to start trying to push up here. Top mid, but 10 also in position. Spotted off those jiggle peaks, and now they got to go the long way around where Laz. Oh, he's looking to do to them what was done to he and his team, what with the Odin.
Yeah, pre-firing that, expecting to put that corner, and it sets up Depp, but he's only able to get 1.
10 though. Swinging out, looks for the stability to take down Bazzi. Cannot, but still puts him on 20 HP. Monyet gets Sugar Zero. Suddenly the A site's open, but Bazzi has the spike, so he's still got a very long way to go.
Enemy remaining.
And now Monyet's dead, so good luck to you, Bazzi, with just a frenzy, a Hunter's Fury in hand, but don't think he'll want to pop that in the round. Dart goes out, Pro hidden, gets the shot. Zeta will go ahead, pick up 2 in a row here in the second half. Now we're just 2 away from tying us.
Yeah, this is a solid eco round from Global Esports, but the funny thing is because Zeta is cutting funds with these armor buys, it doesn't do as much damage as you would normally expect. Even though they dropped 3 guns out of the hands of Zeta, it's not as big of a deal as it normally would be. So Zeta's quite comfortable with this. They're doing a good job reading the map here. I like the little play that Laz and Depp set up. It didn't quite work. The aim was just a bit off for Depp, even though he's having a very solid map. The way they set that up was quite nice. Definitely going ham.
I mean, he's going for the rush. He is going to be suppressed here, but he gets a reveal! And Ronski's going to be taken down. What a deep push.
Take flight.
Typically, we see it on the first wall.
That was a recon dart from Laz. That was beautiful. The delay on that, so good.
Nasty. That's
You
depth
should
again,
run.
finding those first bloods. Lockdown, going to be burned over here at B. Go ahead, flush everybody out of the site. Picked up as well, Aaron. Gonna get as close as he can. As Ken gonna be darted. Spam coming across. Smoke now going out. Sugar Zero tries to fake the TP forward. Oh, and has he seen him? Has he caught a look? Well, now they're perfectly well aware. We'll just go ahead and triple face. Texture, however, finding one. Sugar Zero gonna be taken down, and here's the Odin! Bazzi gets 3, and suddenly it's Depp. Started things off with a kill, now needs to finish it with 2 more. Jiggle peek on the corner, Bazzi spotting him. Spike still in hand, not planted, needs money yet to arrive and try to save him, but the paranoia does not connect. A couple shots through, tags him up, the swing on the corner, and Bazzi will get the 4th. And good Lord, Riot, please nerf this gun. I hate it so much.
Sometimes old ways are
I can see Mitch Man smiling from wherever he is right now across the world. I mean, this is just nasty from Batsy, but
yeah, well,
Depp had a brief moment there when he tapped the spike where he maybe could have got it, but the fake tap was the plan the whole time there for Batsy, and he was ready for Depp to push that corner. Depp doing a great job, you know, anticipating the position of Munyet, dodging that paranoia. Texture gonna dodge that 0 point. So the ult still going to be in hand. Looks like they're just going to push through, potentially set up for a push across. I just see that Odin and I just start giggling because it's just so nasty in Batsy's hands.
Laz as well, looking to just match it. See if he can. Ultimate gonna be popped. Texture leading the charge, gets himself dashed in. Munyet finds Sugar Zero, and that's gonna be hell cleared out. No weapon picked up for Texture. No longer just with the blades. Land coming in. Very fast exec here from the side of Global. See if Zeta can pull off the retake. Bazzi just spamming up through hell into heaven, trying to find some connections. And I mean, that is the entire team from Zeta. Where they're coming from. Good damage out. 10 falling low. Really playing with fire, hovering in this position.
Oh my God.
Now the Hunter's Fury set up top, finds one, gets the tag on the other, up into the air, goes Depp, but Texture snipes him out of the sky. Crow finding 2, finding a 3rd. And he just needs a 4th. Finish off Munyet. The drop down, and he's got it! What a play from Crow as Zeta retake the site.
And that gets a round of applause, a well-deserved round of applause from the Zeta fans in the audience. I mean, Crow, you know, has been struggling a bit this year, but that's a huge play to keep Zeta in this. It looked like GE, you know, Batsy doing a wonderful job down there with that Odin, spraying through, getting tons of damage, and then he pops the Hunter's Fury. He gets a kill, spots a second, and still Crow is able to respond, start pushing and mowing players down here. Unbelievable.
I mean, the fact that that's
unbelievable.
Not even really like a double face. It's just Crow.
No. It's just Crow.
Swinging out a little bit earlier than his teammate, but winning the fight.
Yeah,
Gorgeous
crazy
stuff. And from here, I mean, Zeta, they're calling the timeout. It'd be really fun if this is just XQQ and be like, hey, that was a really good round. Good job, guys.
What?
And it just says nothing else.
I guarantee he hit that timeout button like after Batsy got the kill with Hunter's Fury. He's like, no.
He's like, all right, we need a timeout. And he's like, wait, I want to take it back. Please.
No do-overs in Valorant.
I'd like a refund for this. I don't have my receipt. Well, we'll see. Needs to give them a push here because now it's going to be out of his hands. If Global come back in, they win this next round. There's nothing that the coach can do to pump the brakes once again.
Right.
So it is a very risky gamble.
It's all on Laz now as the IGL to make sure that this team, you know, the captain here, needs to keep this ship on course for Zeta. They're going to be doing it against an Eco. So that round, now they're starting to squeeze some full armors in there behind it. Got Crow with his, Laz as well with the full 50. A lot of ults 10 with his, Laz with his. So, Batsy pulling the trigger on that Hunter's Fury gives a little bit more opportunity here for Zeta to play retake, to kind of play a little bit safer. And I say that and I see 10 like trying to play aggressively off his turret. He loves to do that.
I kind of want to watch it back because it felt like it was so wild and oh, okay.
Oh!
Spray, Depth finding 3. What in the hell just happened? Looking for the 4th. Should be able to hound this down. How aggressive does he want to go? Not very. Bazzi turns his sights back across and does catch 10. Pushed out of B main. I was going to say, I believe that Bazzi may have fat-fingered the ult. But,
oh, in the previous round.
yeah.
I thought it was an okay opportunity.
He looked panicked. I mean, he made the best of it. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was necessarily what he was intending, but I'd have to watch it back and see exactly how it all transpired again.
I liked the idea. They had a pretty good read that there's a lot of players up there. I mean, sure, he certainly got value out of it.
I think the biggest concern is just 10 having that
30
lockdown.
seconds left.
Yes, I agree. I mean, this is an eco, so it's not as
Sure.
critical that you need to use the
One enemy
lockdown. But
remaining.
Okay, throw
Yep.
again.
And we're clear.
Closes it out. So there you go. A huge round win for Zeta. Granted, yes, against an eco, but
right.
once more, if they had lost that, if they got thriftied, the coach would just be hopeless.
Yeah.
Helpless to try to stop anything else to recover the players here. It's just great from Bazzi,
Oh,
who's
wow.
having a whale of a time in this map, mind you.
He's having a phenomenal match. This is the Batsy that we like to see for sure. 16 and 8 and 6 is a wonderful. Ronsky having a really good map, even though he's not on the positive side of the KD. A lot of impactful utility, as we've now come to expect from him on this KO. He's really, really effective on it. Now, Zeta falling back a bit. This time, Crow and Depp playing together, potentially in short. Although it looks like maybe Crow going to be drifting over towards mid. No operators yet for the side of Zeta. Something kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, Depp is pretty good with the op. He likes it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, just given the way that he's been playing with the Phantom in hand, screw it. Don't need the operator. They've been doing quite well so far on the defending side. Okay, Flash is going out. Do catch quite a bit of people as they turn away from them and swing out. Crow again, good for 1, puts some damage down to the Aaron. Texture, Sugar 0, but Depp again answering back. Puts his weapon to good use, and he just clean him up. Only 2 members down, but the coffer's very full. Zeta will tie it up at 10-10.
Yeah, now GE.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, whoa.
I mean, that's every time out now. Burned. GE going to be getting ready to go into this with a less than stellar purchase.
Yeah, money's not great. Crow really coming alive here. Like, really, he looked crisp, from his perspective. He's really starting to feel it. I don't know what's going on with Depp today. I don't know if he's just maybe a little under the weather or something. Every time out, he's had his head in his hands. He's played pretty good. So it's maybe stress today. The weather's nice, so I can't say it has anything to do with that.
Well, uncertain. Either way, maybe it's just to put his head down, fully concentrate on what the team is discussing.
I mean, there's a lot of people who think, closing your eyes allows you to really focus more on, what's being said, what you're listening to, and maybe you can internalize it a little bit better there. 10-10, man. 10-10, and there's 10. See what I did there?
I mean, maybe this is the round that he just ascends in.
It's the time, yeah.
Just
We have
goes absolutely insane.
The 10-10 scoreline summons the 10.
I mean, we saw him in round 10. That's when he started picking up those triple kills.
It's true. That's true.
Maybe there's some kind of correlation. It's like a werewolf with a full moon.
Turret out.
Well, half armor, a stinger, wily frenzies, one
What
sheriff,
are they
different
doing?
texture. Oh my God! Texture
What?
swings the corner, finds Depp. Pro pushes out, however, on the opposite side, does manage
One
to find
enemy
2.
remaining.
10 and Sugar 0 getting involved as well, and that just leaves Moniette with a stinger.
I love it.
Gun here.
At this point, probably wishing that he had maybe a sheriff to try to take these fights. Granted, given the HP of Sugar 0,
Here.
could still win this out. Oh, spamming through it. Yeah, he's just about dead. Smoke not going to last for too much longer. Tries to take the fight close. Gets that dink across. Laz down to 29, but cannot find the kill. But this is going to be the round more so. The timeout is 4 from Global to try to tie it up. Zeta in the lead, 11 rounds now.
I love this. This is just, you know, a coordinated play here. Send the recon in towards the bell tower, and everybody's crunching from every angle.
Yeah.
You know you've got him on the eco.
I saw this
try
earlier
to,
in Americas.
Oh,
C9
well,
versus Loud.
I don't know if that's where you want to be copying
Heavy
strats from. But.
Well, you know. It was actually surprisingly a very good game.
I know. I kid. I only make fun of people I like.
That's fair. But yes, a lot of B lobby crunches, and I mean kind of the originalism. It's DRX, the rush out of mid, the Bladestorm or the Phantom.
So you and I are in sync on that. We I'm sorry.
It all
the
comes
flash
back.
and dash, yeah. The flash and dash into mid is DRX.
Name a strategy that DRX didn't invent.
Yeah, that's right. You can't. Yeah. Oh man, Crow knows that they can push the space, especially with that drone coming. See if they try to push off the back of that. They do get the spot onto him. They aren't going to use that. I mean, Texture is pretty beat up already. Not much damage to 10.
Yeah. Noted.
Just a graze.
Just try to scare him off a little bit.
Yeah.
When there's a varmint in your yard and you don't want to kill it, so you're just trying to make it get.
I like what I like what they're doing here. You broke my train of thought. I like what they're doing, leaving Texture behind here. But there is a ping from Zeta. I think they're aware of it.
Okay, they're starting the rotations. Texture's making the call, saying, yeah, I've got some footsteps.
Oh, they're not aware. This is a double pump.
Yep, they're shifting their way back. Texture getting himself positioned. Typically, you're going to expect from market side, and he's going to hold it. The discipline's good. He spots one, goes for it, but no! The swing back, 10 manages to get the punish, but it's still going to be Global in a good spot. Plant comes down, 10 seconds to spare. 10, however, gets the recovery, and suddenly we're back into a 3v3.
So smart. Wronski, a big fight coming up around this corner, and he's going to get it.
Oh, that's a big shutdown, just given how Crow has been playing. 10 still in the mix. He can win this initial fight. He does. Woo! Puts him in with a shout, but no. Now it's just Depp, and Munyet has the crossfire. Again, bloody, back and forth. GE will be able to tie it up at 11-11, but look at the money. Enough to be purchased on both sides.
Now I think we got the op for Depp.
I thought they were going to be in a rougher spot than they were, but they managed to get into a good spot, so we should have some fairly equal purchases.
No, this is a great play call here, a great setup from GE, a great timeout to dig into the playbook. Get Texture buried deep there, get a lot of information on the movements of Zeta. I thought maybe he might just backstab them, but because it's a double pump, he's able to readjust over to the other side, wait things out. I know he doesn't get a ton of, he gets one kill out of there, but still, that's enough. That's the information. And that gives, in the long run, GE the round. So really well played here from GE's side.
I think some people are going to be like, oh, Texture, why don't you kill the Killjoy? He reses the KO. I mean, he just had the confidence he was going to be able to get that swing.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's just
fantastic
from 10 to be able to get that pivot and find the punish in the end.
I totally agree, yeah.
Oh, the push in. He's trying to play off the flash. 10 again. Spots him. Takes him down. Johnny on the spot with it, and Depp over the top. Bazzi, a blade through the head, 2 members down. No one even taking damage yet on the side of Zeta. Munyet will be able to find one, but Depp finds his second kill with the blades.
Love the way he's playing with these smokes, Depp. With that shorty out, if anybody pushes through, tries to gain control, he's
on the
right there. Oh,
Munyet, he's got the read on this, but 10's got the shot. Suddenly, Wronski. Young Aussie trying to keep them in this, trying not to give the map point away, but 10 says no, he's had enough of this. A quick defuse. And Zeta now bring it to map point as they look to extend us into a third and final map.
All about it. It's been a great map so far, so back and forth. And a 10, just a great reaction here off that flash. Depth the up and over, catches the perfect timing onto Batsy. Right click there, right into the shorty, throws that smoke out for himself. I love the way Depp's playing that. He's done a great job there in tree. Again, oftentimes that's the initiator's position, but Depp has been really solid. Really able to play cagey. Now the buy is all over the place for GE. You do have a ton of ultimates here, though, including the Blade, Storm 4 Texture, so still a lot of potent firepower. Back pocket for GE. Still 10 just sitting on a lockdown. got that available if necessary, being very patient, but the Hunter's Fury to counter is in Batsy's hands. So even though he used it that one time, he's still able to hang on to it, and it's still fine. He still got it. It's okay. I don't think that drone saw texture. He's going to try to push off of this. There's a spam here. They're turning their backs to texture, but it's okay.
It doesn't matter because Depp is looking at pizza. Texture dead again, pretty much in the same exact spot. Lockdown, null command, everything pulsing through. Sugar Zero. He's tucking away here in hell. Should have been spotted by that dart. Crow able to find Aaron. We'll go ahead and take out the enemy Omen. A 3v4, a Guardian in the hands of Bazzi. Got to be the one to plant. Maybe back away and get ready for the Hunter's Fury. Ronski, a monstrous kill. 10 going to be taken down. Pops the flash, swings out, staring towards window. Crow comes in, finds one. One yet, tucked away, gets two! But he cannot find that last kill. Laz, left alive. Bazzi, 5 HP. Shock darts flying.
Fury.
The tap on it, he swings out and Bazzi wins it! Woo! We're going to overtime. This is not done yet. Global hang on by a thread.
Overtime.
Unbelievable. I thought Batsy might play for the Hunter's Fury there.
Sure.
Why not? It's the last round one way or another. At least in that, until we go to overtime, but you're not getting that Hunter's Fury back for overtime, so you might as well use it potentially, but makes the call to try to push aggressively on the angle, catches Batsy out, and you can hear GE losing their marbles there, and what a back and forth. 8-4 across both sides.
For good reason.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it looked like for a while there, Zeta was going to really run away with this, but just at the last moment, some heroics from Batsy was having a phenomenal Sova Ascent performance.
I think maybe doesn't want to go in for it because he's just too damn close. There's not that much time.
Yeah.
That, that Spike has been ticking down. So you can play that out a bit more patiently as Laz. So knows that if he goes for the Hunter's Fury, he's likely to get rushed.
Yeah,
Either
he has
way.
to get deeper if he's going to Hunter's Fury, yeah.
I mean, no matter what your thoughts on the matter, Bazzi played it to perfection. Being able to get that clutch at 5 is just insane.
He's had some huge plays for GE. Some huge ones, especially with that Odin. But yeah, that one right there, maybe the biggest one. And now Zeta trying to keep GE from getting their first win. Seeing if they can push us to a third map.
Yep.
This is what I was hoping for right here when these two teams are squaring up. And I would love to see a third map, but GE may have other thoughts. Batsy is going to grab that Odin right out the rip. Otherwise, it's just Vandals and Phantoms across both sides. Batsy just lets loose.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
That some damage there.
They did. Knocked down at 89. Texture just looking to hold, pulled back. Shifts back over into the site. This is the drift now coming through towards B. Aaron leaning up the turret. Back out of main.
Look how far out of A main GE is here. I mean, this is such good information for them. They can start pulling back. They got to check tree.
Door's already shut.
Yep. They're going to know it's B here.
Guard over the top and Sugar Zero. Doesn't like he was about to swing right into that. Definitely switch. The door broken. Dart goes across. Pings out onto 1. Aaron again. Just trying to hold on the ramp. Pushes up aggressively. There's 2 players there in the dip. He does it again. Bazzi in both steps, swings the corner, finds 1. Bronski arrives. Fragment now down. It's going to be Crow swinging, finds 1. 1 yet. And Texture, the last men standing. Texture comes in, finds 10. And now it's just Depp and Sugar Zero. Spike planted, Depp at 51. 1 yet, spamming with the shorty. Trying to see if he can fish for any damage. Sugar Zero inches up the ramp. Backs away right as the timing comes through. And he gets it! One after the other, lines up the headshots, and Zeta will take the lead. Match point once again in their hands.
There we go, Zeta. Finding a great timing to get into this site. Sugar Zero there at the end, playing that smoke so nicely. Knew right when it was going down, stepped back behind the wall, and then turned the corner and found no one facing him from the side of GE. But that time, Zeta playing with the map a little bit, not really giving over a lot of information. Yes, eventually GE pushes out with 3 towards A main, but at that point, they're already deep into mid. They're already re-aggressing towards A main. 10 had kind of only been the one spotted for a long time over on this side, which doesn't give you anything because 10's always here. He's always sitting in B main, making this a nuisance angle for GE to get out of. So now, we switch sides. Zeta, a great opportunity. You know, with a great defenders half. Thinking that this should be their moment. Should be that 66.66 repeating percent chance if what we saw in the first 2 sides of things for them to win here. There's my math. See, I still got it.
Excellently done, nerd.
I don't even know if I got it right. I shouldn't be so confident
Yeah, I mean,
in my statistics.
I'm too bad at math to tell you whether or not you are, so.
Yes. And I'm not going to look at chat later to see if I was wrong or right because I have no desire to care.
Well, it's fine. You can tweet at him and let him know if he's
No.
wrong. Oh, 10 just gets the timing. Here's the drone. Pushes out. There's no one else there. Depp, a quick headshot. A follow-up on the Aaron. He says, this site is shut. Bronski into the corner. Depp still sensing that presence is here. Goes fishing for the shots. Monyet and Ronski have to do the nigh impossible. A 2v5. Pop flash out. Depp just looks into the corner. They look to flush him out. They finally figure it out. They clear the spot. Down into the site. Sugar Zero looks to hold it. Monyet gets one, but now he's got to go for the stick. Tries to bait somebody in. Dart goes across. The push is there. 10 swings in, but he's got to plan it now. Has he got the time? He might have just run out of it.
No!
And now he needs the kills, and they're just not going to give it to him.
Defenders win.
Zeta, they select Ascent. They get the win, but it's a hard-fought victory. 14-12, taking us to our second OT in Pacific, and now extending this into a map 3. Haven to decide it all. Does Zeta get a second win, or does Global find their first?
I mean, this is a tenacious performance from both teams, to say the least. Another overtime from GE. You love to see it. You love to see the fight out of both sides. And Monyet, there just not enough time to really work things through. And Zeta able to commit a lot of resources there to make sure that he cannot get that plant down. Again, I don't know if he had enough time either. It was like right at almost the 4-second mark when he started going for it. So I have no idea if he stuck it, if it had gotten through. But Zeta had it well timed either way. Even if he comes right off of it, they probably have him dead to rights. So really well played here on defender sides. And then Zeta able to find that crucial attacker side win out the rip on OT to get this win. But it's a phenomenal moments here from a lot of players. Batsy, great job across this. Crow started to come alive on the defender side. Depp had, I think, a really solid performance across both halves for Zeta. You know, was really instrumental in some of their attacker side wins.
And I think Crow, very deserving of a lot of praise from this match.
Yes.
Has been one of the players that's drawing a lot of ire from the fans, saying like it's just not performing up to snuff. This is not the level that he needs
I'll
to
admit
be
it,
at.
I'm one of them.
Sure, but this was a showing of that potential that is there that we just haven't been seeing from him and from the majority of the players ever since Reykjavik.
Yep.
It's back once again. What a play, a set of plays from him to help get this victory. Still down to the wire, still very close, but it does mean that we have a map 3 now. So again, Haven will decide it all. You don't want to miss that because we've only seen it once from Zeta, and GE have been looking pretty damn good on the map.
Yes.
So we'll see what happens with this cataclysmic clash in a map 3. It's going to be coming up right after the commercial break, and after the desk, break down all of the crazy action from that overtime on Ascent. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
That's why Depp was covering his face.
Side. Jump up, swing over, finish. Finds the shot with a ghost.
Texture there. What?
Baiting him out. Texture finds the second. Dead. In the corner. Oh, Depp. Lucky to avoid that botting one. Throws the nano swarm. Texture going to be dealt with. 10. Oh, Marcus again the lockdown. Now going to be so. Sugar still takes quite a bit of damage, but man. Back down to 52. There's the entry. And 2 quick kills. And Rusty in the smoke. And he's just waiting this out patiently. Rusty finds one, gets the other. Swings into tree, gets 3. Doing it.
Shortly. Yep.
Depp as well. And now is this Odin situated fine, get that spam through. Aaron, however, push. Flash. No, they don't have a flash already here, but they're going to be taken down. Oh! Cross on a couple people. Pro, find him. Somehow still alive in the fight. Did smoke now. We're finding one. They're going to be taken down. And here's the... And then, spray. Death finding 3. It's good. He spots one. Goes. Pro comes in, finds one. And yet, tucked away. Comes through.
Welcome back, VCT fans. We continue the night for Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. And guess what? We're not even done with the first match yet, because Zeta brings it back on Ascent, tying the series up 1-1. I mean, what an intense game between these two teams.
Like, they pushed it to overtime of all things. It's crazy how well they're performing this time, especially with Crow and his assists. And not just that, he's actually stepping up with his fragging.
Yeah, I mean, Crow definitely filling a kind of big gap that Zeta's had for a while, but also Depp popping off. And again, just the fact that they have the endurance to make sure they can close this map 2 out to go to a map 3.
And let's not forget how this started on map 2. It was Global Esports initially in the lead. When we were backstage together watching this, we were kind of saying, oh, it's too bad. We kind of wanted to go to a game 3. We're hoping that Zeta can really push through and deliver. And then they started to do it. They started to fight back, especially hard in that second half. Very cool to see.
Well, you guys were saying, oh, it's too bad I'm giving up already, but I predicted Zeta to win this match. So you know what? I think they still had a chance.
Mr. Willie here is like really happy about his predictions. It's still 1-1. Okay, we still got one more map to go.
True.
But that said, I mean, Nick is absolutely right. Tasteless, he was saying like the first half ended off 7-5 in favor of Global, but it's this really seesaw kind of map where you see a lot of rounds won and lost by both teams, and at the end of it, it just kind of looked like GE, I don't know, maybe they ran out of steam or something.
It could be, yeah. I mean, we saw them starting to kind of lack the innovations and the calls that we saw from them because
some mistakes too.
Yeah, exactly. They start on the defensive side, and you know they looked pretty sturdy. They had some good reads on the situation coming out from Zeta Division.
Yeah, that's a lot of these plays from Global where they actually played it safe and kind of held back on the A short. This 1-0 point was really telling, and off of it, he instantly knew it was going to be some kind of an A hit, and that's why he hit in this corner. And we saw some mistakes from Zeta. They didn't quite clear it. Ronsky was able to just take them down with that triple spray. His teammates there to back up because they had the right read.
Yeah, and Ronsky, I know the casters are talking about it as well. He took a little time to warm up when he first landed here in VCT Pacific, but ever since then, his fragging's been on point, and he's made some good individual decisions as well. Now, if we have to talk about fragging, we got to talk about Depp. He's showing up once again, and with some cool new ideas from Zeta as well.
Yeah, we've got a really interesting clip I can't wait to unpack for this. We saw, actually even before the game started, we were talking about the fact this is a map that's been played a million times over. We need to see some new ideas. Well, here it is. It's the jump in with Jet, then dashing all the way in inside that Omen smoke, coming out, and then comboing that with the Sova arrow to get the scan, get the kill, and then get back out.
Yeah.
And, you know, as we were saying, Ascent has been played so many times before here with Zeta. Are they going to do anything different? Well, the answer is yes, they are.
Yeah, I mean, just going that one extra step on that box, that kind of adds a small little twist, a little curveball, where, you know, GE's just not ready for it. And then Depp just continues to kind of frag out to the end of the map.
I mean, that was like a 4-player play. Depp, first of all, definitely make some really heroic moments, but then just having Crow to help him along inside of that as well. And then this one, you're just kind of seeing how Global's attacking side didn't quite fall through. A lot of times we would see Texture push down mid, but Zeta easily reads that. They already have counterplays for it, and 10 is able to anchor it down. As soon as everyone continues to push into the A site, Depp had that updraft, he had the frag, everyone was prepared for this hit, they knew that B was entirely clear, so as soon as anyone who pushed in came through, Zeta was just ready to shoot them, whether it's from the back or from the front. This A site was under Zeta's control.
Yeah, I mean, they had it completely surrounded. Again, it's all coming together towards the end of Ascent here for Zeta Division. Not only are they starting to frag out, but they're working off of that. And we were talking about this, right? Starting to take that area a little bit quicker, a little bit more confidently all around the map.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see. I'm so glad we had such a close series, too. You know, we started this day off talking about how Zeta may, in fact, be the weaker team, and they still may lose here, but they are really making global esports work, and now we're going to get to go into this map 3.
Yeah, and the real winners here are the two watch parties, right? We've got watch parties in
It's the fans.
both countries. You know, they're getting their kind of time's worth, you know, to really celebrate with fellow fans. Now, if we had to pick out a player from this map, I mean, it's got to be Depp, right? He's just starting to pop off. What?
Wait, is that a dab?
Oh, it's a dab.
It's a dab.
I get it. It's hands. Okay, it's hands.
I thought it was mustard.
Yeah, I was like, was somebody eating a hot dog and they spilled mustard on Depp? I get it. Depp, kind of like
it's a dab.
It's a dab.
It's too bad they had to use like Simpsons arms for that. I didn't want to, didn't quite notice right away.
My God.
Yeah, but I mean, Depp absolutely styling over global esports this time, putting up the numbers you often want to see on your main duelist, playing that Jet with a 302 ACS.
Yeah, a lot of innovative plays, a lot of aggressive plays where he's able to kind of catch GE by surprise, and times where he would actually just anticipate the pushes because GE got a little bit over aggressive, a little bit over eager. Times you would see him just holding up by A short. As soon as he hears footsteps, it's an easy way to just let it rip, spray through the smokes, get triple kills on top of triple kills, maybe even peeking out with ops sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see, and if he hadn't managed to pull those moves off, we probably would have seen a win there for GE. There were a lot of key moments he came in there, got those picks, got those kills, and carried him to victory.
Okay, well, now we go to map 3. Both teams, they floated Haven all the way to the end. Now, let's not forget, so far in VCT Pacific, Global Esports, they play this map both weeks, right? Week 1 and 2, they played it against T1, dominantly with a win, and then they actually had a good map against DRX.
DRX, exactly.
Yeah, you're waiting for that.
Yeah, I just knew it's going to come to it because they went 11-13, and it's such an incredible performance. At times, like you need to be able to stand up to players like Foxy9, players, well, the entire DRX squad, really.
Yeah, I mean, we could list them all off,
Yeah,
right?
Just take every member. Yeah.
But they managed to do it, and that's the biggest thing. And when you're playing against Zeta, who actually didn't do as well, you know, they lost this map to RRQ. You had a lot of minor careless mistakes from whether it's Depp or whoever it is. They had these plays, RRQ that is, where they would just anchor down the site. They would hide in these little corners that Zeta doesn't clear, whether it's because of site smokes that they deploy, just to cut out the site in half, and Zeta doesn't really know how to divide that. They
Sure.
don't really know how to break that apart. So this is a thing where the agent composition might be interesting, but also for Global Esports to find those little gaps to exploit Zeta's attack.
Yeah, because we were talking about this backstage as well. I mean, so many of Zeta's executes onto the site, they just don't clear every corner really meticulously, right? Yeah. They're kind of dashing and just assuming that the site is free, and then they'll kind of get taken out from behind. And these are things they need to clean up if they want to clear out the series with a W.
Yeah, I think so. It's funny because there were moments where they didn't clear certain sides, but still ended up taking the position anyway.
Yes,
that did happen.
But
Yeah.
you know, I think it's important to note that we're already seeing some new play styles from them here over on Ascent, and I think maybe they can pull this off here as they go into map 3.
There is that chance.
Yeah, there is a chance. Now, one thing I want to note, you brought up Zeta's game against RRQ, right? They end up losing that 10-13, and this is even the 10 popping off. He has a 27 kill record as Killjoy and still couldn't carry them to a victory. So the other players really need to step up on this Haven.
They really do have to, but that's the other thing. That's one of those difference makers, because in that match against RRQ, Depp was kind of asleep.
Yes.
But what are we seeing today? He's so awake right now. He is so online to find a lot of those frags. He was the MVP of the map that we just saw. If he can do the same thing on Haven, along with 10 and everyone else chimes in, Crow as well, who would play Breach, they might just be able to stand up to Global Esports and, well, basically upset all of our predictions.
Well, would you say if he can depth,
Oh,
they might
God.
be able to win the match?
He was just waiting for that the whole time.
Yeah, that's all I can think about. I'm like looking at Quack. I'm like, you keep going, man. I've got this lined up.
Just wanted to do it.
But yeah, if Depp continues that performance, right, and even Crow. Let's talk about Crow. We picked out Depp as the MVP, but Crow, so many good assists and fragging out, as Quack mentioned. He's really starting to bring up kind of the average fragging power of Zeta Division.
Absolutely. A lot of times, and we said this earlier as well at the start of the show, but we spend a lot of time focusing on the actual best players, the ones that deliver the most, the ones that get the craziest plays off, the most kills. But it is important that the players who may have been a little bit weaker before, they can tighten that up, they can play well. And I think what we're seeing here from Zeta, especially in Game 2, especially in the latter half of Game 2, is that they were able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that exactly in that highlight that we picked out, the one with the 4-player, the one with that dashing onto A main, closer to Gelato. But you have Laz shooting off that recon, which allowed Depp to shoot through the smoke. You also have Crow, who was actually pushing alongside Depp, which wasn't really quite caught on camera, but you could see the flash. You could hear it going through, and Crow peeking out alongside Depp. It's a lot of these team plays that might just be able to give Zeta the win that they are looking for.
Well, it is gonna go down to the wire, map number 3 between Global Esports and Zeta Division. Global Esports currently starving for a win in league play here for VCT Pacific. Meanwhile, Zeta Division, they did get that win against RRQ, but if they want to live up to the reputation of 2022, being the best team of Japan, the representatives of Japan, potentially trying to go to Masters Tokyo, they got to get this win as well.
Yeah, it's so important for them. So many Japanese fans watching right now, rooting for Zeta. Zeta had, I think, a game back there that if you weren't a fan of Zeta now, or before, excuse me, you are now. At the same time, if Global Esports does fall down here, they're going to be tied with Detonation, 0-3, as we clean up week 3 here in Valorant, and it's going to be tough to recover from that.
Yeah, I mean, people are already trying to start crunching the numbers on what are the possibilities, which teams still have a good chance of making it to playoffs. After week 3, we're going to have a clearer picture, and if GE cannot get a single win, it's going to look a little tough. Now, looking at the compositions, we're seeing the Breach coming out for Zeta versus, we're seeing a Sky and KO on the other side, whereas Zeta going with Breach and Silva, much more of a traditional setup here.
That's right. This is exactly the same comps that they played last week. A little bit traditional on both sides, but also a little bit interesting that you have Ronsky still on the KO, and you have the Sky coming out for Global. So slight differences, but this is Haven after all. And this is where I think we really need to see Zeta, if they really are looking to find that win, they need to make this comp work.
Absolutely. Global Esports looking for a little bit more of the flashes going into the sites, going for those duels, trying to just win over with firepower. Meanwhile, Zeta looking for a little bit more intel with that Silva and then supporting with the Breach. We'll see how these comps work out. We're going to map 3 between Global Esports and Zeta Division.
Indeed we are, and it all comes down to this now. I mean, the desk setting it up perfectly there. Zeta trying to get that second win. Global desperately trying to find their first, want to be separated from the bottom of the pack, do not want to have that same scoreline as Detonation, because just from what we've seen from them, they're unworthy of that.
Yeah.
You know, they have shown us incredible performances. They pushed DRX to the limit, but now this is the final hurdle in the series. It's going to be the first time they're starting on the attack.
Yes.
Need to see how many rounds they can rack up. Widely, they look good on this. And as they were mentioning, Zeta, it's a map that they did drop to RQ.
Yeah, and Zeta's been struggling on their attacker side. So for them to come here on the defender side, hopefully they can kind of set the tempo, set the pace, you know, come through with a strong side. If they can find another pistol win, that'd be huge, I think. I mean, like, every pistol win, it feels like, is so crucial against GE because these matches are so close. And for GE, man, like, if they drop this map, I don't think that's the likely result. I think they are, right now, from what we've seen, potentially the better Haven team, but it would be so heartbreaking because they've been so close so many times. And to have this one not come through would just be devastating for their mental, I feel like.
I mean, we again talk about, you know, tape versus no tape.
Right.
No tape didn't work out for GE in the last map.
Spike planted.
Look at how far out Zeta is here towards attacker's spawn.
Too far out, man.
Yeah, it's far out, man.
Crow gonna back away. As Aaron trying to play around the back, the drone leading, finds one. Classic over the reload, the push, coming in, Sugar Zero, however, unable to find the kill. But now, Laz jumping the corner. Goes ahead, gets the headshot. Texture take it down in the meantime, 10, finding the kill. Munyet pushing forward, will also be able to finish him off. Tries to go aggro, gets right up against them, and Munyet, how does he do it? Triple kills in just about every pistol round, and GE will continue to just absolutely dominate. When there's no economy, when there's barely util, and it's just raw aim and pistols, they continue to excel.
Well,
16-5 now.
The timing here for Aaron to get right up to that box right as the drone comes over top to stall this flank from Zeta is huge. And, I mean, Munyet, I mean, just what a monster he is.
Yeah.
That is so huge here for GE. He is just time and time again coming up with these massive rounds recently. And, you know, I guess if you are forever in the future going to be a controller player in Valorant, you need to make sure your name starts with an M.
Yeah.
That is apparently a prerequisite.
I mean, it's been known for a while. Boaster's been considering changing for like a year.
To Moster?
Yeah, to Moster.
I like that.
Remember that tweet from last year? He's like, yeah, you know, all these guys are cracked. They have so many good controllers with names to start with M. So it seems like it's just a matter of time.
I remember everybody was like, Booger Zero? Like,
yeah, I don't think that one's
that one
work
doesn't
out
sound
so
so good. Yeah, it's a little too close to Booger Zero, so.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there's been worse names in esports.
That's true.
We had a top laner in League of Legends who went from being called Dart to Part, and also at one point named himself Fart.
Really? He went full.
He name changed 3 times.
See, stuff like that just boggles my mind. But you know what? They're players. They can do what they want. As long as they play good, who am I to?
He didn't. From memory, I don't think he was particularly the most impactful. Anyway, we'll focus back in as this creep has come through over towards A. Long, widely abandoned here from the side of Zeta. Texture gets himself into hell. Lazo with a frenzy at range finds one. Bazzi only able to trade back. A singular kill. Death, however, as the explosion of death continues, is going to be the last one standing. Gets that headshot across. Aaron tagged down low. Push on the corner, and Depp gets the 4K for the Thrifty to tie it up.
What an answer! And he's going to grab the Bulldog to boot. What an answer from Zeta. The Frenzy's working a treat here for them. The crossfire good, and Munyet cannot find that opener. Had he gotten that, maybe the round goes very differently here for GE, but look at the crunch here. Look at the timing on that swing. Depp so fast to react. By the way, Depp on Ascent averaging 200 damage a round.
Yeah.
He is feeling it now.
Well, that is just impeccable. They were talking about it. Depp widely versus RQ, looking like he was not in the game. His head wasn't there. He's awake.
He's here.
He has arrived.
It
Sprays. I mean, yeah. You're just slow walking into the spray. Aaron doing a nice angel impersonation back at Champs. maybe it was Copenhagen.
That's
I
the
don't remember.
second time we've seen that from Zeta. Yeah.
I do love you, Angels.
I love Angel too, but he's got a bad rap.
He's been doing a lot better this time around. Depp, though, still looking to hold things down. Dashes into his teammate. Pro is pushing forward. Bazzi will be able to find two, but Depp gets a second to finish things out. Zeta going to be 2-1.
Yeah, good hold. Not much to take home from that round here for GE. Just tried to go for the hard push and still mostly half armors. Depp is going to go for the full armor. Is he? He is going to keep a rifle. I was curious if he's going to go like super eco and just go for the blades and a shorty or something. But he is going to drop down to that half armor, so okay. Looks like he's going to be hanging on to it. Laz already sitting on that Hunter's Fury. See if he's going to hang on to it.
Zeta just still fully invested in this half armor strategy.
Yep.
Should have the read here. Depp's gonna go for the push, thinking
my
the reveal.
God.
A bit of damage down, swings on the corner. Bazzi dead, Aaron taken out. Texture counter swings, finds Depp, but then Crow is there for the added punish. And suddenly it's a 4v2. I mean, GE, they knew exactly what was happening as soon as the fault line, as soon as they hear that tail went forward. They know that he's in window, but
didn't matter.
They just don't have the cover.
Well, and Laz here has been phenomenal with his utility on the last couple maps, finding some great information and then following up with the Hunter's Fury as well to get all the spots onto GE. I love the aggression here from Zeta. I love the tempo they're setting. This is what you want to see. You want to see changes of pace. You want to see adaptation. You want to see different looks, deeper playbooks from Zeta. And that is exactly what we've gotten on the last two maps. Didn't get to see it much on Pearl. You're on Ascent and Haven so far. Looking really good.
Monyat spotted, thinking about going for the one-way. Throws down the smoke and, ooh, I mean, there's a pretty significant gap. Gets himself into the corner, the drone coming forward, and yep, it's been spotted. TP's away, paranoid to try to buy some time. Fault line not quite going to connect. Nobody watching Heaven for now. Monyat again, getting himself into a forward spot. He's trying to play this out so sneakily, but eventually the shots will connect. Bronski now having the two. Oh, just everything, but unfortunately there's just too many targets. Like a dog in a pet store let off the leash, doesn't know what to go for.
A dog in a pet store, like, is it the chew toys and the, like...
Do I want this one? Do I want the tennis ball? Do I want that one?
Got it.
This one squeaks.
Now I understand. I mean, that's tough, but I mean, Zeta here is just on it right now. And the confidence has to be sky high. They knew, you know, Monyet was going to want to play in his smoke there. They're just spamming it down to get the secured kill. The discipline here from Zeta, so strong. And, you know, on the last map, the other thing I really would like to highlight for Zeta is the tremendous amount of assists they had on their initiators and their controller.
I mean, Monyet, I think he saw just as much. Doesn't get stunned, but it doesn't matter. Can only put Depp down to 51. Very aggressive updraft, just to see if he can spot anybody else over towards A main.
Well, free A side, hey?
Yeah.
There is a nano there. And it's going to get popped, but Bronski able to play it a little bit more towards sewers. To drop it down, texture. Angling into the cubby. The nano at the door. Let's see what this retake looked like for Zeta. A lot of utility.
There is with a shot. Bronski going to be eating a little bit of that damage from the aftershock. There's the pulse coming across. Bazzi now delaying. Thought about using the Seekers earlier, but Bronski says no, I'll delay with ult, then use Seekers late. Nicely timed util. Texture finding one. Step again. Blades gets Texture. But the spray comes in. Aaron's going to find three. And that will be global. Turning the tides around just a bit. Lose out on 2 players, retain 3 rifles. They find a second round, they break the streak.
Yeah, it's great ult staggering here from Global Esports, and it really is that null command that keeps Zeta from being able to really muster any kind of retake. They had a decent amount of utility. The fault line was back online for Crow, but they can never fire it off. And by the time they try to push through, GE is able to line up the crossfires and the utility. I mean, what a tremendous round there for GE to bounce back. It was starting to look like maybe Zeta had a firm grasp on this, especially with Depp coming out there getting that early kill.
I'd love to take a glance at his first kills, first deaths in this series. because it feels like Depth has just been stomping in that regard.
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, the look in on that one at the end. Sugar Zero, oh, his head spotted. Texture takes it clean off, also sees 10. There's 2 quick opening kills. Can he get the third? No. Crow will shut him down, but he takes a good chunk of damage. And Aaron's there for the alley-oop. A nice quick push through Garage. Now the post-plant util is set up. And that's Depth and Laz making the call to just go ahead and save.
10-4.
10-4?
Yeah, for Depth.
Hot damn. That's it's pretty good.
he's having a phenomenal series.
Wow. That is going to tie us now as they just wait for the spike. You see, they probably have a decent idea that this is going to be a save, but still ready with a util just in case. Bazzi will scout. Flash not going to give any audio cues.
Well, 10-4 before Haven. He's gotten a few more.
Right. So now he's in an even better situation. But okay. Spike goes off. Global finding themselves in a fairly stable position. Texture dead, but 2,500 at the bank. We'll have a full buy. It's just a fantastic opener from him. Catches a glimpse, confirms that Sugar Zero's there, sees the gun barrel, takes down 10.
And the expectation of that paranoia to stay above it, so good to get above that utility coming out from Sugar Zero. Really nice play here. Really nice heads-up play from Texture.
However, though, I mean, you hear that at the end, all quiet on the global front. Not having those big pop-offs, they know that they are still very much in the trenches here.
Yep.
The turret goes up, Depth looking to cheat forward, will be spotted. He still gets Bazzi!
Oh!
He gets Texture as well! And there's another one added to the board. Bronski with a nice return fire, but then Depth anticipating the push! And now he's on for the ace! What is this man on today? 5 HP, he's got to back away, but the damage is dealt. I talk about stability, and that just gets shattered. The floor just fell out from underneath Global.
He's out of this world right now. I mean, that is just unbelievable from Depth to use those dashes to get out of there safely with 5 HP at the end of it even. And now it's kind of a double pump here for Wrongski. Double back towards the B site. It's being held by Crow. Crow waiting. See if Wrongski can maybe get another kill and get this plant down.
Oh, well, giving up his position, and Crow wisely not even going to try to challenge this one. Plant comes down. Using the knife does at least confirm that there's nobody else playing from that A-Link side, but for the rest of the team, can at least suspect one from mid given the drone. Or the audio cue. Depth still on for that ace, mind you! And he gets it in the end!
Insane. I mean, just insane from Depth. Just to take full control over mid here. And just absolutely go bananas. I'm just flabbergasted with the way he's playing here today. I mean, that first one a little bit whiffy, but that's okay. He's right back there for the second. The third is crisp. Oh, that fourth one. Clean on top of the box. The timing, the crosshair placement, immaculate. The fans should be loving that for Zeta.
And this was the Depth that we were promised, the one that we expected since their performance over at Reykjavik.
And that, folks, is why they call him the child of God. He is insane at times.
I mean, you know, we talk all the time about Jesse Fashion. Him being able to compete in multiple esports, Depth is very much the same in that regard. Maybe not quite as wide as far as the genres are concerned, as Texture's going to eat a Team Flash. But as far as FPS goes, he's been ever present.
Just a little bit of kind of fact-finding here for GE. We saw this against DRX, where they put a lot of pressure as they try to set up for a C hit. And there is the lockdown there for Aaron. See if they want to create some space, but they don't get any response out of the Killjoy utility. What they did against DRX was Buzz really likes to play in the garage there with that utility, or, well, DRX should, whoever's playing Killjoy for DRX. And they didn't find any of that utility, really, so other than the one Nano Swarm. The turret wasn't there. They weren't able to see the other Nano, so now they are going to re-aggress here. Just checking for any lurks. Depth is starting to push space.
Okay, fragment into the back. Shots flying to the pop flash through that smoke. Sugar Zero going to be taken down. 10 had he swung over towards garage side. Would have been able to get Texture, but maybe it doesn't matter too much as they get flushed back. Another elimination. Bazzi answering. Depth now on the flank, finds the headshot, strands the spike out into the open.
I got the spike.
Simply detain Texture. Moving towards Laz. Footsteps.
Time.
Third
10 seconds
noted.
left.
And there's just no time. Again, similar plan. Depth already encroaching on this position. One kill gets him a dash. Push out. He's spotted. He's not ready for Depth. The cleanup comes through. And Zeta will stretch the lead now by 2.
This is great patience here from Zeta. GE, again, working these garage hits that eventually lead into C to try to clear the utility, get into the site. But Depp in the backside of all of this was able to identify Aaron's alarm bot, throws a smoke down to get around it, has to use a dash to get around it, to make sure he doesn't trigger it. I'm not sure if Aaron would have been close enough anyway at that point, but regardless, Depp's able to get into the flanks unnoted. So even if I don't know exactly, I think Aaron might have been too far away for that alarm bot to honestly be available. But regardless, Depp's still, you know, kind of doing his homework, right?
Sure.
Like he's making sure that even if Aaron is still lurking or close, that he's able to get through. Regardless, the flank is good for Depp. Gets that big kill. Forces Texture to grab the spike and move back over to B. And then Laz just able to kind of bait Texture out, set Depp up.
I mean, it's better safe than sorry. Because
yes,
I think we've all had it where you're trying to create past that alarm bot or a trademark. Maybe not trademarks as much these days, but they still exist from time to time in your ranked games. And then, you know, you say, okay, it's deactivated, and right when you're about to get out of range, it reactivates, tags you, and suddenly you get headshot. You know exactly where you are.
Exactly.
So it's just way better. Oh, no, don't leave him hanging. Don't leave him.
10?
10?
10?
10? All right.
Okay. Oof. That's close.
It's the most dramatic moment of the night.
I can
10
see,
for God's sake!
I can see
Fist
some
bump him
people
now!
in the crowd looking at us and laughing for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
No, I appreciate it. They get the humor of the moment as we do. That's what we want here. That's what we want here. Now, we have a double push out A.
I mean, if he doesn't get that fist bump,
right, then
the series
then
is
over.
over.
Right.
Everything's going to fall apart. Laz is going to be tilted. Paramount.
No, I fully agree. Depp getting really aggressive here early.
Oh, and what a... Yeah. Oh, my... What?
What?
Okay, Texture must have been spotting him. Crow will be able to snipe Texture, though. Answering back, swing on the corner, and even though he's dodged up. 10 aligns the headshot, swings in, finds Ronsky, snaps onto Aaron's skull, as well as Bazzi. And this is the 10 that strikes fear into the hearts of his opponents. Depp can do it, 10 can do it too. A blink and you miss it round. It costs Zeta basically nothing.
I mean, I love that Zeta's getting aggressive against these ecos. I mean, Depp was pushing space over through A main, like right out the gate, almost. Like him and Laz were kind of working together a little bit just to see if GE would poke. Once they didn't, he was on his horse. He didn't need to be because 10 was just better. But regardless, like the aggression, the information that Zeta is able to get off of them, these ecos is huge. Ton of utility thrown in, and oh my god, the spot! Oh my god!
Oh, Depp says, yeah, I'm going for it, finds one. Can't steady for the other. Laz now looking for the follow-up. Will be able to get 2 before getting taken down. The jump on the corner, and it's 2 back-to-back lightning-fast rounds, pun not intended. As Zeta just storm away with this lead, 7-3. And again, we talk about the strength of both teams on the defending side. The more rounds that Zeta get racked up for themselves here before we swap, the better.
This is crazy. I mean, just the confidence is just flowing through Zeta. I mean, just absolutely insane. A lot of ults to play with for both sides. Seekers. Again, that null command that proved really powerful for GE here on this A side. It's an ult for Monyet. Oh, 10 knows.
And he does, and Monyet now so very low.
Oh!
Somehow wins out the fight. And given the snappiness of the aim of 10 in the last couple of rounds, very damn impressive there from Monyet. He's been having the quietest map of the series so far. Bazzi holding pretty much solo behind. Smoke goes out, cutting off connector. Nanoswarm pre-placement in from Aaron. Good timing. Bronski goes ahead. Pops the ult. He's looking to nullify everybody on the enemy team. Catching all four. Spray through. Aaron finding two. Sugar Zero answers back. We'll find one. Texture goes into the smoke. Things are starting to slip away just a bit. Crow. Now in a 1v2, but the time just isn't there. But yet we'll be able to get the final headshot. Manages to stay alive through it all. And that is now 4 rounds here for Global, finally breaking the 4-round win streak from Zeta. But they need this 5th to start feeling comfortable.
Yeah, 10 just a step behind to find Munyet as he comes out of his TP. Aaron here doing a nice job working that smoke. Knowing they were coming. Munyet good for the final kill once it's all said and done. So the GE fans, after 4 rounds, have something to cheer for again. Yep. Still a lot of ults though for Zeta. And now some tools to work with. Still the Seekers for Vatsy.
Cool. Yep, again, looking to go aggro. Zero as well. Looking to support if necessary from Sewer. In the meantime, the rest of Global turning their sights towards B. Tailwind up over the top. Dog gets the catch on a Crow. Texture trying to get into a position to punish. Spots him for a moment. They get a flash dedicated to him, but now 10 just pushes out of the smoke. Off the flank. The lockdown forcing everybody else back. Spike did get planted. Seekers go through. The tap in. They're looking for the clear. They're so close to getting it, but now he manages to hold this to half. Depp for the ult finds Ronski. Suddenly, it's all on Bazzi, and he is dead as Depp collects a 3rd. We'll ride into the second half with Zeta out in front by a large margin, an 8-4 half for them.
Switching sides.
I mean, I just love this from Zeta. Just the pure confidence to just, you know, I mean, Depp early again, pushing space, whether it's an eco or not. That's the game plan here, and Depp has been absolutely nuts these last 2 maps.
It's an incredible performance.
He's just insane.
I don't know. He's feeling it now for the first time in a very long time. Just crushing the lobby. And again, I mean, whatever he's doing with his head in his hands, it is working a treat.
Why not?
As we go into this halftime, and he's right back to just meditation.
It's just great to see the performance from Zeta, but again, I just really, it's just that he's clearly, it's not like he's actually worried or concerned or anxious. This is just what he does. This is just how he focuses. That's fine. If it works, it certainly is today. Don't stop doing it, but yeah, with this halftime, hopefully this momentum and this confidence, you know, once Zeta got that 2nd round win, got that, you know, eco round win, it seemed like that completely changed them. They were a different team the rest of that half. And let's see if they can get that come through on their attacker side, because they need to continue that momentum. You know, Depp needs to continue breaking down these doors, because he has been instrumental in their attacker side when it's gone right for them so far today.
Still, both teams struggling with their attack halves. Zeta, though, looking way more fired up than on either of the previous 2 maps. GE need to rally. And again, just given what we've seen, it makes this pistol that much more important for Zeta. Winning and kind of just ensuring that they're going to be able to get to 10 rounds right off the rip in this second half. Global, can they do it once more? They're currently 16-5 as an organization since the start of 2023 on pistol rounds. They're looking to add a 17th.
Oh, God, that's just not even fair. They're heavily stacked at B. Not sure if they're anticipating a hit, if they're going to try like a paranoia flash and then a push out with texture. It's not going to be coming. It's an A hit. Depp gets stalled up for a moment, as does Zeta.
It's a quick flash out.
Quick rotations from GE off of that.
Zeta decide to back away from this. GE in a 4-man stack scenario with just Aaron operating between B and A. Texture's going to look to push up. Depp just around the corner. Flash out, they swing. Nothing spotted, but they'll hear the drone. Down into Sewer. Depp finds the first kill. Dashes over to the side, but he's going to be paranoid, and Ronski's able to counter swing, finds that kill. Poking and prodding here. 0. As well as Laz just trying to find a trade back. In the meantime, 10 gets himself here onto the B site. And oh, like ships passing in the night. Aaron does not see him.
Dart gives away a lot of information. Aaron's,
now.
dude, he's so good with the frenzies.
Finds one, full blind onto 10. Nano Swarm to buy a little bit of space. Push out though. They double jump. SugarZero's got some extra covering fire. And he'll clean up too.
30
Aaron now
seconds left.
left all in his lonesome, and yeah, it's not going to be the 17-5. Zeta will close out the pistol crucially.
This is huge. Huge for Zeta. You know, GE, I like the setup they had in the beginning. The play here at long 8 is a pretty even trade. But with that rotation from Zeta, good mid-rounding here from Zeta. Shifts the weight of the map over to the B site, and the heavier part for GE is still over on A. And so therefore, Zeta's able to get there, get that plant down.
Oh, 21-6 and 1 from Depp.
He is just unbelievable today. These last 2 maps, clearly, he's been much more comfortable. And this is a full stack.
Yep, full stack push coming out of C. Alarmbot is there to play spoiler to this. 10, watching, sees nothing. Smoke comes down, yep, puts it into the ground, and this should tell 10 everything he needs to know. They get the watch, he swings the corner, it's 2 quick kills. But, yeah, very easily cleaned up. Bazzi now going to be the last one left, trying to approach from behind. Can recover that Spectre, so at least has that in his hands. See if he can get anything, any additional value, any ult charges. All of it will be great, but the spot is being watched. In, okay, spots one. They know exactly where he is. Quick pop flash, sees him. They break line of sight, the plant now coming through.
That's a bulldog.
He does upgrade. Laz is low, so maybe a chance to take away a little bit more. Step up onto the high ground. Bazzi kind of reading this, but won't be able to get it. Step will finish him off. And that's Zeta now locking in their 10th round.
Yeah, it's looking pretty darn good for Zeta. A little bit of mishaps towards the end of this round, but yeah, this is red. Obviously with that smoke there, a pretty dead giveaway that something's going on. They have a good one. You know, SugarZero, a little bit odd there to not be aware that somebody might be coming from that angle based on what you had just seen. But you know what? It's okay in the end of the day. Now it's mostly full armor here for GE. Still a couple rifles and a couple bulldogs.
Zeta saying, hey, they're not going to sack C twice in a row.
Nope, and they're
not.
not.
On the buy round.
Certainly not, and they're right.
In fact, they just go ahead and fully back away. Aaron, oh, what is that?
Hello?
Just sprays across and takes out SugarZero. I mean, there's your defensive smoke squad now.
That's payback for what happened earlier.
Well, that's payback. In fact, his Depp is just going to be able to take him down. Bazzi tagged up, 30 HP remaining. Dash in, Texture leads the charge. Flash is going across. When he able to get one, Texture finds his second. Smoke down, now thrown down. As the shock darts start flying through. Puts it out, but he certainly has his work cut out for him. He's just holding for the finish. Texture will be able to get it. And right after the defuse comes through, Texture dies. So still, decent damage dealt. 2 guns on the floor, 3 going to be retained. Global, they find their first round win here in the second half.
Yeah, huge win. Not super costly for them. Just a few deaths there, so now see how they're going to shift their economy around. Just a bulldog, it looks like, for Texture. A couple bulldogs for Zeta.
Careful.
Money's pretty good for Zeta, but they want to cut funds a little bit here to play for the long game. So part of their econ strategy here is to kind of make sure.
Push this.
Yeah, they're going.
Nice pop flash out. He tries to turn away from it. Texture will be able to find one, but Crow again. A monster has the covering fire. Survives with 21 health. Finds 2. 10 now. Creeping forward. Alarmbot giving things away. Aaron thinking about swinging on it. And 10 just cannot lose these fights, it seems.
Placing
Unbelievable.
What? Once?
Bomb grenade out.
One yet? The one time.
What?
Is one yet? I mentioned it. Doesn't win that one. Push out, gets cut down. The Bulldog at range. Sugar Zero just scopes in for the burst fire. And now Bazzi. Left all on his lonesome. Zeta. They're taking it to 11. This one goes to 11.
What is with it? The 10 rounds for Zeta. And that's when 10 decides it's time to turn on the Jets sometimes. It is pretty interesting, and Patsy here just kind of left in a position where he has to save.
Yeah, just look for exits.
Yeah, money's not good for GE, and Crow again, dude. A couple of these late round kills that he's found.
Yeah.
So impactful.
I mean, you have to anticipate now, given the economy. I mean, you'll have a couple buys. We'll see what they manage to shake together here on Global, but without pulling off an eco victory, it's like a half-buy win.
Right.
You're gonna give Zeta that match point.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm expecting a timeout here from GE, but they're left in a really challenging position.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Last thing I need is
That's both timeouts now for the side of GE, with 7 rounds to go to get themselves to 12 to at least guarantee overtime. And if those runbacks do begin, you've still got 2 banks for Zeta to make use of. XQQ probably feeling right as rain at the moment.
Well, it's this weird thing with Zeta. Just like once the confidence gets flowing, once the comfort is there, they start clicking on all gears, and you can see how fast, how clean they are compared to what we saw at the beginning of Pearl. Their aim's kind of all over the place. I don't know, maybe there's a way to practice with them before the matches to get them a little more dialed in, a little bit faster. But once they are dialed in, this is the Zeta that we saw at times last year that can beat anybody, that could go toe-to-toe with anybody in the world. And certainly, it looked great for GE from the rip, from the start. But once Zeta gets to these defender sides, that's when they really start to gain confidence and momentum. And here again, a strong start on the defender side is transferring over to success in the attacker side. Yeah.
And there's so many ults on the way for Zeta. One off the lockdown of the Rolling Thunder. Just Texture with the blades. Popping those now. Spam through, trying to see if there's anybody playing forward in window.
They're waiting this out a little bit, expecting maybe some kind of trap play out of that timeout. Right now, it's just a shift towards A. Drone's going to lead the way, just Batsy spotted.
Yep, now has to run. Fault line used, depth on the hunt. Because they don't want to try to rely on the knives to clear out the dog, and Shorty doesn't quite do the job. Double push.
Yeah.
Both flashers just trying to gain some space, but they got to back away. Site heavily occupied here from the side of Global. Get a couple opening picks once this exec comes through. Maybe they can win this out and deny that match point away. They absolutely need to. Paranoia at the ready from Monyet. Waits to throw it, chucks it in. Depp arriving, oversteps, goes out of the cloudburst for a brief moment. It dissipates, looks for one. Ronsky, however, gunning down 2. Texture gonna be able to find a 3rd. Couple traded back, but it's still gonna be the man advantage there for the side of Global. And yeah, by tailing it out, at least rotating back over towards long, but 13 seconds remaining and Sugar Zero dead. There's nothing more that 10 can do. 10 HP, just to be extra fitting for him. And Global, they will stay alive.
Can we find the last one? Yeah, indeed. Texture gonna get 10 down with the blades, and 6 rounds for GE. And there's some hope.
Show me where to
That's
go.
a huge round for them to win. Now they can, really stabilize that economy. Great play here from Ronsky with that Bulldog, finding those headshots. Texture right there to back him up on the other side of the box. Great setup here from GE. I think just kind of a little bit too predictable here from Zeta. kind of that early push with that drone. It gives it away, and even though they are patient, they try to wait it out a little bit. GE doesn't move a muscle. Able to get it done. 0 points gonna come out. Catch Depp. He's still going.
Yeah, I mean, there's the avoid on the fault line, the push out. 10 dead. Texture looking for the chase, but it's a little bit too much. Bronski cannot stabilize his aim, and Depp will find 2. Long now opened up. Push in. Moneyette trying to hold the line. It's only good for 1, though. Depp breaks in. Lockdown available from Aaron. Might be necessary to try to stave this off, but she's going to back away or at least try to fake this.
Certainly he can't get the second ace. Like he can't pull the Forsaken, right? Like Depp has been unbelievable. And he's only down to 85 health. I mean, yeah, he loses some armor, but he's been winning these fights so fast.
Globally, I think that would give us, what, 6 aces in 2 days? And as the
Oh my
chase comes
God.
in, Aaron, it's just a little bit whippy. He won't be able to get the ace, but he gets the 4K, and Zeta get match point. Global now, economy in shambles, needs 6 consecutive rounds to get themselves into overtime once more.
Yeah, I mean, even though they maybe could have stabilized the economy, it's not going to come through, and it's Depp again. Just absolutely insane today. The man could do no wrong. Just blasting on all cylinders. Long range, short range. It doesn't matter. Blade Storm, Operator, he is doing it all.
4 ults to work with, but a counter lockdown available from 10. And obviously, no Hunter's Fury to clear. Likely just going to have to be an exchange if those come into play. And I mean, from the global side, they certainly will. They have to throw everything at this round just to try to stay in it. And it's going to be a nice and early lockdown to try to flush them away from this position. Moneyette, in the meantime, gets himself tucked in mid, just below the window stairs. But no, he's actually going to push forward. Wants to go for this backstab, and he's being joined by Aaron as well as Ronsky.
But as Zeta, you have to expect this, and they do.
They're watching. 1 player detained. There's the push. A little bit whippy. Moneyette swings the corner, finds another. Aaron bursts through. They find a 3rd. And they're not done yet. Because they're able to find 1. Depp just updrafting, drifting away. The spike now stuck. The push in. He will not win the fight. And Global, they change up the playbook. And they manage to win the round.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty interesting here from GE. Just using that lockdown to force Zeta into that flank that comes through. And it works. I mean, 10 there, just a little bit off with his crosshair, and that cost Zeta dearly. The rest of that round just snowballs into Global's favor. Kind of interesting the way that one all shakes out, but now 10, he had his lockdown, but now he's still sitting on it, of course.
Careful.
Yeah.
See if they can find a way to get this rolling, and for yet another round in a row here, Zeta's going to put early pressure in towards A. A flash confirms something is afoot. Fancy just with the Guardian, though. Seeker's in the back pocket, trying to get info, but they're rotating.
Just praying for that little wallbang shot. It's a good read, though.
Yes.
As Global make the adjustment. They get 4 players up here over towards C. And looks like, again, Zeta going to be rerouting. Bazzi with the flash out over towards A lobby. Not going to confirm anything. B wide open. Zeta just decided to go there. Seems like they might have interest in A yet again. The drone just going to get cleared. Doesn't see too much else. Seeker's now going to be let loose. See them playing forward. Still at A lobby just to clear these Seekers and kind of bait, and it's working. A double rotate out from Global, shifting back over towards the A site, but C is about to be on a fire. Aaron trying to hold this position. Needs to go huge, but Depp, he gets the read, he gets the headshot. He's up and over the top. The reveal is in from the dart. And Depp will find a second.
You should run.
I love this. I love this from Zeta.
Hunter's Fury in. Ronsky on the ground. Moneyette managing to find 1. Gets the second. Cannot get the 3rd. Bazzi with the Guardian desperately trying to clear the lockdown. He is able to do it. He goes for the rest. What is that drawdown? Bazzi! He may have just saved them. Ronsky's back into the game. 2 flashes, the pop flash. They double swing the corner. Bazzi low on HP. Ronsky saves them! And Bazzi, show me that replay, because what in the hell was that?
That looked over, it looked done. I love the way Zeta plays this. They're back and forth across the map. They cut those Seekers off before they're able to get any real information. They have this red, they check their corners, they clear the angles that have been causing the problems, they get this beautiful spot. Def's got 2 kills, the lockdown's there. It looks like everything is coming up Zeta. And then oh my God. The pull off. Unbelievable.
What a shot.
Unbelievable.
Just nasty. And yeah,
Yes.
that's gonna force the timeout. It's QQ seeing enough. It's time to pump the brakes, and I'm sure Eraser breathing a sigh of relief saying, thank God I can talk to my team again.
Yeah, seriously. That was on the precipice. I mean, Batsy, for all intents and purposes, the only one left alive because Ronski's on the ground. And he's able to just do it again. You know, we saw it
With
earlier.
The Guardian.
Yeah, with the Guardian this time. Remember, he did it with the Odin on Ascent versus Depp, where he would accept it was with the spike, not a KO on the ground, but still. Oh my God, Batsy's had a hell of a day. Definitely one of the better performances we've seen from him so far this season. And it's just absolutely nuts.
It's crazy for the team here.
Keep it cool.
Zeta,
That's
though,
how you
still
survive.
holding the series in their hands. The ults drained on both sides. Just the omens holding on to them for now. Gee, how deep can you dig?
Well, seems like they've got plenty, maybe plenty in the tank. We'll see. I hope. Give me another overtime. This has been just a wonderful series. It looked like maybe it'd be a little one-sided after that Pearl, but Zeta, since stepping up in big ways, 10 starting to make his way in towards Garage. Maybe able to clear a little utility and find a little info potentially. Still looking to see if anybody's going to start to push for GE. I mean, Zeta's being really cautious at the beginning of these rounds, kind of working the long angles of the map, just seeing if anybody's getting out there. You have the alarm bot on to see if anybody really gets aggressive out the other side, but it's a 3-man stack onto the A site. All your flashes in one basket.
0 point, catching 3.
This is a big gamble. If this hold does not work for GE, they do not have much utility for a retake.
Okay, Dog spots them. They're going to start backing away. Aaron not quite watching out into B main.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this is great for GE.
There. Nano Swarm just to try to push somebody off the corner. Texture looks away. Sugar Zero TPing in. The paranoia looking good. The push out. Aaron sniping one out of the sky, but Sugar Zero manages the steady. 10 comes up with another one. Now Bazzi fighting back. It's he and Ronsky again. The duo that needs to keep them in this game. Ronsky this time. No res. Not at full HP. They have to shock buy some time. A flash. A shock. That's the post-plant utility right now from Zeta. As the damage comes in. Bazzi trying to take down Crow. Can't quite get it. Ronsky pushes up. Finds him. Laz backs away. Sugar Zero, however, playing from the back. Goes ahead, finishes him off. Now, again, Bazzi in a position to try to clutch. Taps it. Knows where he's at. And Sugar Zero has the headshot. A triple kill from him. And Zeta will take the series with 13-8 in the last map of Haven. A second match win for the Japanese squad. Yet again, denying Global from getting themselves onto the leaderboard.
There is depth to this squad, for sure. And they are absolutely starting to get their form back. This Zeta that we have been wanting to see again since the beginning of 2021. This Zeta we have been missing so dearly is beginning to find its form. And to beat GE on Haven here, a map that GE has looked insanely good on so far in the Pacific. What a statement here from Zeta. Shaky start once again, but they're able to recover, and it's depth all day long.
I mean, I'd have to check the final figures, but going into that last round, he had 29 kills. He might have been able to drop 30. If this had gone to overtime, I think we would have seen the Newland record set, just stealing it away from Monyet 1 week later. Either way, we cannot sing enough praises about depth in his performance here today. What impact, the likes of which have not been seen from him, from realistically anybody on this team, because this outdoes 10's impact in their last set versus RRQ. We haven't seen this in months. This will be a heartbreaker, unfortunately, for the side of Global. Just got the last few pieces of their roster here into Korea. Decide not to play with them this week, say, you know what, we need some time. And I agree with that.
Yeah, I do
need
too.
to reacclimate.
I do too.
And given what we saw from them versus DRX, this seemed to be the right decision. But unfortunately, Zeta showed up in a way that we have not seen from them in so very long.
This is tremendous for Zeta, heartbreaking for GE. I mean, again, I talked about it earlier, but to be so close so many times here and still not find a win, to consistently push teams on every map they play. I mean, they rarely have a miss. You know, it feels like they're always in it. And to come up short once again, it's brutal. It's heartbreaking for GE. Still, you know, gutsy performances. They never look out of sorts. They never look unprepared. They always look so strong. But going up against some of these Titans here in the Pacific is just proving too much so far. By the way, Depp, I got the stats for you. 391 ACS. 29 kills. Plus 17. And an average damage per round of 241.
That's just insane.
Bonkers.
I mean, what more can be said? Depp,
good.
I mean, just showing why he has been called the child of God, as you mentioned. What an incredible series from him. The last map, obviously, under the microscope by itself, insane, but the whole way throughout, Depp was finding impact. I want to look at his first kills, first deaths. You got that for me?
First kills, first deaths, yes, sir. Just 5 and 3 on that map, actually.
Okay. So,
but overall, he had 15, and he was like plus a lot.
I think he might have been like 15 and 7 or something.
I think that's about right.
Yeah, so yeah, nuts. Absolutely nutty performance there from Depp, and we will have an interview with him in a moment down on the floor. We're just getting things prepped, and then we'll get to hear from him. But man, I got to tell you, again, I think no one really anticipated this. William was the one person on Talent that did go for the vote, so
I was just so bought into the way GE played against DRX.
Yes.
I was so sold on that. I'm like, okay, this team now has kind of figured it out. If they can push DRX like that, certainly.
Again, I don't think anybody can fault.
No.
You know, the predictions.
I wanted
there.
to pick Zeta, but I was too confident in what I've seen from GE, if I'm being honest.
It's one of those moments where it's like, you know what? As usual, perfectly happy to be correct in the prediction.
I don't care. I'm 0-3 on my predictions. I'm having a great time.
That much more competition. Zeta looking clean. They get themselves a second win, and if they can continue on this road, playoffs on the horizon, and perhaps maybe even Tokyo.
That's the real goal,
That's what
right?
it's all about.
That's what we want to see. I mean, you know, you would love to have a Japanese team at Tokyo. No
Absolutely.
doubt about it. I mean, I'm so tickled. I mean, I've had the pleasure of being able to cast Depp across multiple different esports, and to see him perform like this once again is truly a treat.
That it is. Well, we are ready for the interview, so we'll go ahead and throw down to the stage where Depp is standing by.
The whole team has been stepping up the game. Zeta is on fire. I'm here with Devo Zeta. Okay, congratulations. It's your second victory of VCT. I mean, you guys managed to stay focused even in the late game. How do you do that?
まず初勝利おめでとうございます。最後まで集中を保つコツを教えてください。
画面を見すぎないようにすることかなです。
I try to not stay at the screen too much.
Oh, okay. And to the next question, like after last week's match with RRQ, I mean, what did you guys discuss with your team, and do you think that led to today's victory?
先週の RRQ 戦から、チームの中でどんな議論があって、そのおかげで今週の勝ちにつながったとかありますか？
少人数制のところで、ちょっと修正を加えました。
We fixed up our skirmishes with the low number player fights, like 3v3s.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you said that you get many lucky moments while playing the game at the interview before. Like, what would be today's lucky moment for you?
以前インタビューで、結構ラッキーなショットを当てるって言ってたんですけど、今日のラッキーショットはどこでしょうか？
今日はちょっと思い当たらないですね。
I can't think of one today.
Okay, maybe right at this moment in the interview.
まあ今このインタビューの瞬間でしょうか。
でも敵の弾をエースのシーンでヘイブンの敵の弾すごい避けれたんで、それラッキーだなって思いました。
My ace in Haven, I dodged a lot of the enemy's bullets, so I guess that was a lucky moment for me.
Okay, thank you. And the fans are really thrilled for you. Any words to fans?
まあファンに一言お願いします。
またギリギリなんとか勝ててよかったです。いつも応援ありがとうございます。これからも頑張ります。
It was a tough fight, but we won at the end, so thank you all for your support and then keep supporting us in future.
Okay, thank you for the interview. I wish the best of luck. And that was Zeta. We'll have Talon and DRX matches coming up, so hang in there. I'll toss it back to William.
Well, Zeta division, they do it. They stay in the running. They're keeping the hope alive for all of the Japanese fans that have been cheering for them, since the beginning, right, of Zeta division's kind of birth in Valorant. And now they're delivering once again 2-1 victory over Global Esports.
It's freaking amazing. I'm not even mad that our predictions are wrong. Like, Will is super.
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but
you did it.
You did it.
You're the man.
You did listen,
it. Wow.
Listen, I gotta give a shout out to Victoria. There's something in this seat, all right? We just get super brain power. The prophecy.
I'm gonna move that chair over here when
no,
this
it's
show
all about
shuts
the
down.
hosts here for VCT Pacific. We've been getting our predictions right, but Zeta, they talked about in the interview as well, right? It was about keeping that focus. Dep kind of explaining why he keeps putting his head in his hands. It's just to keep his eyes kind of not focused on the screen, but rather kind of resting whenever he gets a chance.
Whatever you need to do, like if that helps with your eyes not feeling so strained, do it more, because whatever it's doing, he's performing so well right now. Look at that, 29 kills, 12 deaths, 390 ACS, and a lot of first kills. Not only that, he had some crazy performances. Clinton was saying that he had an average damage of 241 per round. That means you killed at least 2 players every round. Maybe 2.5.
Yeah. Depending on the armor situation, right? You're always good for 1+, maybe 2+.
He just played so brilliantly. I like the fact that we kind of learned what the reasoning was behind him. Like, looking like this.
Thank you, production. Can we just everyone screenshot this? Yeah, leave it. Leave it on Twitter once again @WillChobra. All right, thank you very much. Go ahead.
But seeing that he needed to rest his eyes, and then that gives him the ability to then kind of zero in more when it's actually time. That's kind of cool. I wonder if this is a pattern we might see from other players and try to pick up on habits of success here in Valorant.
Yeah, listen, endurance is a very real thing when you're playing a best of 3, sometimes a best of 5 if you get to that point of any type of tournament right here in Valorant. So great to see that Dep's figured out what's working for him. But let's be honest, it wasn't just about keeping the focus like all the way to the very end. He was just popping off at the beginning of this map on Haven.
Yeah, in fact, we have a great highlight if we could throw that on screen here. This moment where, just the instinct here. Watch how this starts out. He's pushing right down into mid. He takes the turret out, gets the kill. That cues the second player, sees the spikes down, and backs away. Immediately turns to window, and knowing that the spike is probably going to be attempted to be retrieved, he gets it right over there. And then he actually gets the ace just a little bit later on here. Shortly after this was all said and done, we see the push come in.
Yeah, absolutely, right? His teammates just trying to distract him for as long as possible after the spike's been planted. And Dep, but you called it, right? The instincts, right? He knows even if the turret spots me, that's right when they're going to swing. He's kind of used to what are the usual setups that players do here. And Dep's able to carry that round. Now, to be fair, he had such an insane scoreline that he kind of stands out, but the other players were performing just as well on Haven.
Exactly, and that's the other highlight that we have. So many crazy performances, but also it's these sorts of things that inspire everyone else on the team to kind of step up, and it's going to be 10 in the next one where he actually anchors down a site perfectly, because you can hear and you know the utility's coming your way, but 10 instantly doesn't run away. He throws out a nanoswarm just to cut off the site in half, gets the first one, of course, with the help of Crow, but look at the way he actually maneuvers around this one box, the way that he stays on the site with the Phantom at close range just to swing and really block off Global Esports. It's rounds like these that really give Zeta the momentum to find that big 8-4 at the end of the first half. And by the way, at the end of the first half, Dep had 20 kills, 5 deaths only. He has come alive. He's awakened. This is Dep's server, and we're just watching him pop off.
Yeah, I mean, we're just living in it, right? I mean, 20 kills at the half. That means he only needed 9 more in the second half to round out Haven and finish the map. He carried them so hard in the first half, and of course, he was our key player on Haven once again, you know, continuing off of that Ascent play. The stats, we keep mentioning it, but on top of that, I mean, First Bloods, the pure number of it wasn't, like, insane, but it's good enough. And on top of that, if your KDA is 2.6, I mean, you're doing your job.
Yeah, I mean, not just the number of kills, but the way he got him. And this is, again, giving hope to the Japanese fans. Perhaps we are going to have Zeta playing over here in Tokyo. I mean, it's been a rough first 2 weeks here. We've had some rocky games from the Japanese teams, but they're starting to pull together. And one of my takeaways so far is that overall, it does seem like all these teams are pretty strong. They can all handle, or hang, I should say, even with the very best of the best. They're producing great games.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. I've seen, you know, some of the fans that were watching this game as well just talk about, okay, like Zeta, your mechanics are there. Like, it's so good to see this potential. Now, just, you know, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. We can actually have full faith that this team might show up at Tokyo.
We want that full faith. Of course we do. But yeah, there are always these little things that need to be fixed, and I think that's kind of what has to be said for Global as well. They did have a really good performance. They still managed to find some rounds in this map, but you can see that there's just that little gap that has yet to be closed. Whether it's going to be closed because of the Indian players coming in, SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, maybe. Sure. But there is something to be said there, because you really do need to win all of these maps, all these rounds, all these games even, because I'm sorry, but the score is not so good. It's 0 wins and 3 losses for Global so far. They've had some tough opponents. They've had some tough showings, but they are still improving. We just need to see that a little bit more. And meanwhile, for Zeta, incredible, because that's the thing, right? Analysts, we can only talk off of stats and performances that we've seen so far, but when you have players like Dep who can step up and really just evolve mid-game, it really creates this whole paradigm shift that no one else can really predict.
Right, yeah, I mean, again, the explosiveness coming in handy. Now, GE, sure, close games, but they're going to need just a bit more. Now, let's kind of wrap up the whole best of 3 then. I mean, our MVP, surely, it's got to be Dep, right? I mean, he was a key player for both of the map wins coming out from Zeta. And there's his overall score. Again, this is across 3 maps. If he's keeping up numbers that you see for like single map carries, right?
They couldn't have done this without him, but yeah, he really delivered. I think I like what you were saying earlier, Quack, that he's developing and changing kind of in the games there. And you're right, we can only analysts can only make predictions off of some numbers, but when you see somebody evolve and grow in front of your eyes, like I think we saw Dep do here in this series, it's really something incredible. And I think it just shows so much promise in the weeks to come of Valorant matches that we're going to have.
You know, all I'm hearing is these analysts and casters making up excuses for their predictions. We can only predict based on numbers.
Don't trust these analysts.
Yeah,
go with the hosts.
I'm over here predicting with full faith that Zeta will be able to make it potentially to Masters Tokyo.
There's a theory. It's the magic chair.
It's got to be.
Yeah,
it's got to be. I'm taking this chair home. I'm taking this chair home. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's only our first best of 3. We still have another full best of 3. It's going to be Talon going up against DRX. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, let's figure out who's going to play for the starting 5 on Talon. Now,
player on the back, the drone leading. Fire out in the meantime. 10 finds the kill. Tries to go aggro, gets right up again. Into hell. Lasso with a frenzy and range fight. Push up! Pro, a bit of damage down, swing and taken out. Texture connect. Bronski now having the do just as much. Doesn't get nicely timed to the end. Sugar Zero, oh, his head spots. Cheat board will be spotted. Still gets badly, and there's another one added to the board. Bronski with a nice Dep, anticipating the pod. Audio cue Dep still on for that. Now 10 Hattie swung over, doesn't matter too much. As they get flushed, ring. Dep now on the flank. Gets ring back, swing on the corner. Lines the headshot. Swings in, finds Ronsky, snaps onto Aaron's skull, and gets ready for the other. Lads now looking for getting taken down. Jump on the all 4 spray. 3-2 for the time he sees it there. Flash dedicated to him, but now ace. Push out though. They double jump. Sugars here. They get the watch. He swings the call for 13 seconds.
Zero distraction.
Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
อะไรกันเนี่ยป่าซุกไปหมดเลยเดินมาตั้งไกลสงสัยจะหลงนะเนี่ยที่ไหนเนี่ยผมรู้ที่นี่คือป่ารู้เขียวขนาดนี้ห้างสรรพสินค้ามั้ง
สวัสดีเหล่าทารอนซูเปอร์ฟลายขอต้อนรับสู่ล็อกอินฟรีถ้าพวกคุณอยากออกจากพื้นที่แห่งนี้ คุณต้องทำภารกิจจับสัตว์หายากให้ได้ทั้ง 3 ชนิด
แต่มึงใครเนี่ย
สัตว์หายากตัวที่ 1 True Can Bird เจ้าถิ่นแห่งผืนป่านี้
โหเท่งานนี้พี่มาแบบเท่มาสิน้องๆคนเท่จ้องจะเล่นคุณกวาดไปไหมแบบคนเท่ถ้าตกใจแบบคนเท่แต่คนเท่โดนล้อมคนเท่โดนล้อมอยู่เพื่อความชัวร์ขอหันไปดูอีกสักครั้งว่าไงน้องชายซูชิบอยจัดการเลยโอ้ไม่นะอย่าทำคนเท่หมายตายรู้เก่งจีหัวนิ่งสนิทสลบคาตีนเขาบอกคนล้มอย่าข้ามแต่กูข้ามได้มึงเป็นนกสภาพไม่เหลือความเท่
สัตว์หายากตัวที่ 2 ต้องระวังให้ดีนะ ตัวนี้มันเจ้าเล่ห์มากมันคือเจ้า Evil Genius Raccoon
อย่าเข้ามานั่นที่เข้ามาเลยหน้าตางงๆล้อสักป้าอย่าเข้ามาเลยนกตัวที่แล้วอย่าดูเยี่ยงหมาสุดท้ายหายซ่าอยู่ในกล่องล็อกเรียบร้อยส่งกลับบ้านครับง่ายงั้นเลยเดี๋ยวผมว่ามีอะไรแปลกๆนะเฮ้ยคิดเหมือนกันแล้วเหรอนี่พี่ฟ็อกไงฟลุกปั้นไปไหนอะเอ้าคนละเรื่องฮัลโหลทุกคนอยู่ไหนกันหมดเนี่ยฮัลโหล
สัตว์หายากตัวสุดท้ายนั้น จะมาหาพวกคุณเองเมื่อพวกคุณพร้อม
ขอดูอีกสักทีกูว่าไม่ใช่ให้แบบเป็นมิตรก็ตัวอะไรยืนจังก้าอยู่ตรงนั้นน่ะตัวนั้นแหละโอ้โหกล้ามเป็นมัดจะกลัวหรือขำดีเนี่ยกระดิกนมได้ด้วยขอนับหน่อย1 2 3 4นิดเดียวไม่รอดแน่เฮ้ยชุบเจ็บเข่าไหมนะเจ็บมากโชว์แล้วโพสท่าแบบซิ่งคิดว่าเยอะแล้วจะแน่อย่างนั้นเหรอเข้ามาเลยย่าสามพลังใจ
การต่อสู้ในครั้งนี้เหล่าทารอนซูเปอร์ฟลายจะเป็นอย่างไรร่วมให้กำลังใจและติดตามเหล่าทารอนซูเปอร์ฟลายในศึก VCT ที่เกาหลีนะคะ
ไม่ต้องห่วงพี่มาแล้วนี่ let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for match number 2 for tonight here at VCT Pacific 2023. It's going to be a rematch between Talon and DRX. These two teams did meet at Lock-In in Sao Paulo, and that time, DRX does win out 2-1. But there has been a lot of changes for both teams. Let's start with Talon. Of course, Pat now reunited with the team.
Now reunited, but you know, I don't know if it's that good. I don't know, because the team has been kind of just not performing to our expectations from the way that we saw them play during lock-in. They were so good. They were taking maps off of other teams, even pushing DRX at some point, taking one map off of DRX. But now, Pat coming back in and with the whole team just kind of, I don't know, not able to coordinate somehow.
I mean, there's some question marks here.
Yeah, look, I mean, we already had a great story develop here with Zeta actually playing well. We were worried about them. I think we have some of the same concerns coming into this here with Talon is how are they going to perform? They are one of these teams that's been, at least in the start of a downward spiral with some losses coming into here. Obviously, we're very early on. There's still plenty of time to recover that. This is going to be a very tough match. There's no denying it going up against DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just saw there, of course, in the graphic that the starting 5, at least for Talon on the first map, is going to be Pat in along with Jip Boys and Sushi Boys. Means Garnets will actually be sitting out here for map 1. So curious to see what that means for the maps and, of course, the Asian picks as well. But on the other side, also lots of questions of, does DRX continue to field Foxy9? We'll have to wait and find out.
I think they do, right? Because he's been working out so
go.
well. I mean, yeah, he's still in the roster. He's still able to perform. He debuted his Raze pick first time ever on Split last week, and he was still putting up those big numbers. He was still making crazy reads and coming up with big plays with the showstopper that one time.
Yeah, Foxy9, the newest, the youngest player on the team. He's kind of been in incubation, if you want to call it that, for a little bit here. And they're just now starting to bring him out, and we can kind of see why this was the player they picked. You know, DRX, they have kind of an all-star lineup. They've got like the Avengers of Valorant players over here. And so when they're going to pick up another player and start to develop them and try to turn them into a superstar and one that can hang with the very best of the best, it's interesting to see which one they take. And as we're seeing Foxy9 debut his skill, we're seeing why he is such a threat. And, you know, a lot of these players are saying that he's not even fully developed yet, but they think he still has even more potential to come in here and crush.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? And that was kind of the big question that the DRX coaching staff continue to bring up is we think he's good, but can he get better? You know, are we ready to put him on the big stage yet? Well, they took their chances in VCT Pacific, and so far, it's been working out.
It really has. I mean, it's just those plays again. Whether it's those aggressive op picks on Haven, or whether it's just the Raze, the utility satchels, the showstoppers on Split, he is putting up those numbers. He is putting up those performances, and teams have to watch out for him, because if not, you're going to get punished. You're going to lose at least one player really early on in the rounds, and that's something that's really detrimental.
Yeah, you're going to have to start on that back foot, and nobody wants to do that. Well, let's take a look at the journey so far for these two teams, because something I want to point out is Talon was one of those teams that a lot of people thought could get into the top 3 here at VCT Pacific, and they're starting off with 0 wins.
Yeah, it's funny. We've had a couple plot twists come out here as we've let the weeks and weeks pass on here. And yeah, Talon, all of us were saying that they look very strong. There's a lot of potential. Very exciting to have a team, you know, from Thailand coming in here and trying their very best. But so far, it's not been so good, right? You know, we're talking about Foxy and how they're trying to develop him into a good player, and I think letting him play as many weeks here as possible is good, but it doesn't seem like Talon has gotten in their comfort zone in this studio and in this environment, at least not yet.
Yeah, not so much, but on the other hand, on the flip side of that coin, DRX are basically impeccable. They're unstoppable. They haven't lost a single map. Their statistics are off the charts with post-plant wins, pistol wins also. It's a very crazy performance that we're seeing from this team still, and we expect them to continue to put up those numbers. Meanwhile, that's the story that we have. Talon versus DRX, the Power Rangers Superfly team versus the buff white tiger.
Yeah, yeah, which I love that content coming over Talon. It's just so off the wall. You love to see it. But I mean, we saw it in the stats right there as well. I mean, DRX, I think the biggest thing is they're ranked #1 in both the attacking win rate and defending win rate. Yes, they're undefeated on maps so far, but the fact that they're so dominant on both sides of all these maps that they've shown so far does say a lot about kind of the power level of this team. And we keep bringing up the name Foxy9. If he continues to perform today, I mean, we'll see how far he can get, because the big question is Foxy9 versus Pat, the two players that didn't play at Lock-In, now they're here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, both these guys eager to continue to prove themselves here. And, you know, as you were saying earlier, William, it doesn't seem like there's any obvious weakness here for DRX. I mean, if there was, maybe it would be a lack of a good performance here from Foxy9, but so far he's been very bulletproof.
He really has, and again, it's the way that he plays. It's really aggressive, it's really sharp, it's crisp, it's clean, and it's able to really dismember teams at times. Talon, on the other hand, I think they're trying some interesting things. That's the thing about Pat, is that although he was the newest kind of addition to the team, not having seen him at Lock-In due to his wrist injury and whatnot, he's here, and he's able to play. He actually was the team MVP from last week. It's just that when you're picking interesting agents such as Gecko,
yeah.
you need to see better usage of utility. He won that just 1v1 moment against Munchkin, and that was it. We didn't really see much innovation outside of that. Maybe Fox did on Haven,
sure,
with the Killjoy plus Gecko kind of combo, but again, we need so much more, especially if we're going to play against a team like DRX.
Yeah, I mean, again, the fragging power, sure, we've seen that from Pat time and time again, and the other members of Talon, but against a team that's so disciplined like DRX, fragging itself will not get you very far.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big issues, is that DRX, they're so clean in every engagement. And, you know, when it comes to Pat, I feel like he does leave us with more questions than answers. I think we're going to get some of those answers as we go into this match. But he's a bit of a wild card, right? I mean, this guy has had an injury. He's been in Valorant. He's been out of Valorant. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, again, he hasn't proven himself that much just yet on the return. Now, I'd love to talk a little bit more, but before that, let's pull up our predictions just so we all know where we're going with this, okay? Listen, I'm not throwing anyone anymore.
Of course,
okay?
of course.
Oh, we're so brave.
It says
we're so brave.
That's right.
And I don't think this is anything against Talon.
It's
simply, I mean, DRX just looks too strong.
Again, that's exactly it. We're talking about it. We can only predict off of what we've seen so far, and what we've seen so far is Talon kind of deflated, right?
Yes.
DRX, on the other hand, are like just buff white tiger. Like, what more can I say?
Yeah, but let's not forget, it did hurt its knee when it fell.
The tiger.
There was a little bit of poetry.
True, that's true.
Okay,
they did hurt themselves on Split last week against Global.
They did. It went to overtime, right? And we just saw Global. They couldn't really clean out the best of 3 against Zeta. So, and that's one of the, I think, more exciting things about VCT Pacific. A lot of people are saying, like, there seems to be this weird rock, paper, scissors thing going on. Now, DRX, are you exempt from that or not? We're waiting to find out today against Talon.
I think there is that slight chance. If anything, I just want to see at least one map, maybe one map taken off of DRX, and then they can lose that streak that they've got so far, because they're clean right now. They're 4-0 on all maps that they've played. And I mean, if anything, yeah, our predictions kind of say this, but Pat did have a little tweet, I think, a few days ago. It was Fox's birthday yesterday, by the way. So
happy birthday.
Yes.
Now we all sound very, very rude. We're like, oh yeah, we forgot about that. But yes, happy birthday to Fox.
Pat tweeted, believe in yourself when no one else believes in you. Like, it's kind of one of those things where you have that feeling. You want to inspire that confidence in yourself, because while we might all predict DRX, everyone kind of knows DRX probably takes this.
Sure.
If Pat can really show us that strength and find that innovation, it might just be able to upset DRX just even by a bit. I think that's a win.
Look, if they can win here, I would be very happy to be proven wrong in my prediction.
Sure.
I mean, you know, some of these predictions are more easily made than others, right? I mean, this one, it's hard, even if you really want Talon to win, it's just hard to imagine a moment where they're going to take out DRX. But that would be like one of the biggest stories coming out of probably the first 3-4 weeks of our entire event, is if we did have an upset. I think we're going to have a really good idea as the first map starts out here. How exactly is Talon going to play? Again, I expect them to lose, but if they can bring some originality, if they can maybe even just hang with DRX, take a map, that would be so cool to see.
That's exactly it, and I think it's possible because of that little roster change, right? Garnet's being taken out, you got Jinboy Sushi back in, Cruz not IGL, this time it's Fox.
Yeah, we just got that info as well, right? I mean, they had Cruz IGLing at Lock-In, now they've returned to Fox IGLing here at VCT Pacific. So what does that mean for them? I mean, Fox has carried them to some great victories in the past. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final seconds of the countdown before we go in to figure out what do the maps look like, and then what do the ages look like. The roster is already very interesting. Let's remember, Talon did take a map off of DRX back at lock-in. Can they do it again? And maybe just a bit more? We're going to have to find out. Talon versus DRX is match number 2 here for day number 2 of week 3 at VCT Pacific. Let's head over to the stage.
Face.
DRX versus Talon. Cruz continuing his dance entrances. Harvey has no interest in following suit with that.
That's already 1-0 as far as
Yeah.
entrances go, as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, so stoic.
I had a great storyline opening set up there, and then just Cruz threw an absolute curveball at me on the stage. But I mean, let's talk about that too. It is good to see Talon still in good spirits despite having an 0-2 record.
Yeah, I think that's very important. You know, are you comfortable? And weirdly enough, are you having fun? Yeah, they seem to be enjoying this. They seem to be relaxed coming out here. And look, this is, anytime you play DRX, that's the hardest day for the space of the tournament, right? And they're coming out here, they're looking in good spirits.
If anything, you know, get that out of the way. You just finish off DRX, whether you win or you lose, you have more opponents next, and maybe there's where you can find the win in your sales. But apart from that, again, Sushi Boy's in, Jit Boy's in as well. I think that might free up Pat to play Duelist again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big hope, right? I mean, Garnett has been playing. Pat's like, oh, okay, is that our Pat? He's like, oh, okay. I see you got some moves. All right, Pat a little thrown off by the rookie Foxy9 looking so confident, but this is also going to be a good test for Foxy9 if Pat does go back to playing Duelist. He used to be such a superstar on that jet.
And yeah, that's the thing. When they face off against each other, that could be interesting as well, but Foxy9 does not seem to care. Meanwhile, the coach is there facing off.
Oh, don't miss it. Okay.
We're going to get it.
Man, we've had some close calls today with the fist bumps, by the way.
But good sportsmanship all around. Now, I like that you mentioned the coaches, right? Zeus and, of course, Termi on the side of DRX. These two guys have been with their team for so long. They've really seen them grow, and they've helped bring these rosters to the international spotlight. So they've gone through a lot of hardships to now bring these teams and the Pacific region into the spotlight of global Valorant.
Let's remember, coming in here with DRX, these are guys that winning is not even enough. They want perfection, they want domination, they want to crush, they want to remind the world that really they are the focal point of the Asia region. And so they're not going to let up, even though this is a match. And look, they had a great series, these two teams before, but that's even more motivation for a team like DRX to not give them an inch.
Field-tested, combat-ready DRX. They are the ones who kind of innovate and set forth that meta, if anything. They were the first ones who did the Viper Harbor combo on maps like Pearl, maps like Icebox, and then teams started to follow suit. Maybe Talon could do the same thing here, but we'll have to see in this map pick because DRX did show a little bit of weakness on Split last week, and it is open. Split will be that first pick.
Okay, Talon doesn't miss a beat, right? They go through the first, fans. DRX still prioritizing keeping that Lotus hidden. Maybe they're still cooking something up, but that means Talon able to pick Split to try to identify this weakness in DRX's armor.
And that means we're going to go to Pearl here for map number 2. It's going to be fun, though, as we go into map number 1 to find out what exactly they've got planned on Split here. I think DRX is always a threat on a map like that. And then next is going to be Fracture and an Icebox ban.
Yeah, but back to Pearl, though. That's, again, where DRX really kind of switch things up. And if anything, Talon might be the ones who kind of need to struggle. That's why I think it's so important that they win out on their first map. And then the decider on Ascent. This is another scary thing to me, honestly.
Right. I mean, you're saying that because of Talon's record so far, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they've played it in both weeks 1 and 2, and I mean, 5-13, 8-13, not the greatest of score lines, but they do leave it open. So surely something has changed. But well, first, we got to figure out if we even get to Ascent, because that's map 3.
True.
We're kicking things off on Split for map 1.
Split's going to be a really fun one. I want to see what the agent selection is going to be. Talon has already shown a lot of very fun and creative moments here coming into this.
Oh
my
baby,
God, it's
the
happening.
Fox Yoru is back, and it's triple duelist.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Wait,
so
what? Okay, yeah, break it down.
That's a little thing that I'm worried about, right? Okay, we've been seeing teams pick Split. They've been playing double controllers. What we haven't seen so far is quite literally triple duelist.
Wow. Okay,
Triple?
so we all thought Paper Rex, by bringing in something, was going to play triple duelist. Well, lo and behold, it's actually Talon who's been preparing this the whole time. Now, I just want to give a little throwback. Fox did play the Euro very well last year when he pulled it out a couple times, especially on that Icebox.
Icebox, yes.
Yes, on Icebox. We'll see how it's used on Split now with triple duelist. I mean, we at the desk, we're throwing our hands up in the air. Achilles and Paper Thin, what have you guys got for us with these Asian comps?
Got nothing.
I am.
What the hell do I say?
I'm excited. I'm just here for the ride now.
Yeah, strap in, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Yeah, a brand new roller coaster has opened at the Pacific Theme Park, and oh boy,
This one's got some loops on it.
that it does. Triple duelist debut by Talon, and again, this is a change-up in every regard, because you think, okay, they're going to go heavy on the duelist. Garnet's going to be playing. Nope. Sushi Boy's playing Jet. What in the hell's happening? Fox is going to be the IGL moving forward. He's playing Yoru. So the IGL is going to be the guy who's looking to dive into the back line and catch people off guard. This, I don't know what Talon has been cooking, but I am very curious to see whether or not this turns out to be scrumptious or absolutely revolting.
This is either going to be like one of those episodes of Hell's Kitchen where Gordon Ramsay is just losing his marbles at the staff, or he's just going to be in awe of what we see. So, I mean, it is sort of a initiator kind of with Yoru, so you can kind of think of it that way. I mean, Sushi Boy's technically has smokes, so there's that, you know, like, since he's a controller typically. Like, I don't know.
Already good contact damage here on a Mako, down to 63. Pat lingering back. Worth mentioning, Pat also playing Astra.
Yeah, I thought Pat would be the one that's playing Jet here.
No, it's Sushi Boys.
Yeah, and I thought maybe you'd stick Sushi on Viper or something. I don't know, man. Like, this is some serious cooking.
Yeah. And what is that boy doing? Comes in to assist the coach and just, you know what? I think triple duelist is really good here. But yet to be proven wrong or correct.
I'm excited. I'm all about it. I mean, this will be fun one way or another.
All right, looking for the retake. Pat is on the deepest flank as he now makes his way across the A site through screens. The rest of DRX getting ready to make their way here into the site, but do get forced back. Good aftershock. Some good tag damage. Foxy9 up over the top. He might have been midair while he got that kill. Either way, finds it. The trade backs start coming through, and Pat needs to arrive now. Still creeping his way up around the top. And I mean, yeah, you can shoot at him. You need to shoot the guy defusing, and unfortunately, Foxy9 cuts him down before he can make it happen. DRX go ahead, and they take the first pistol.
I mean, the entry here is free for Talon, so the retake, you know, well thought about, well set up here for DRX, but it's just, you know, them shooting right as he's deciding to go down, and then the crossfires are great, able to avoid the initial Astra utility. There was a Nova Pulse in there as Pat was making his way all the way around, but yeah, so DRX here kind of able to dodge whatever, you know, Yoru shenanigans. Now it's all stingers for Talon, couple full armors. So they're going in. I mean, there is no brakes on this train, and if you're going triple duelist, you might as well go big or go home.
Screw it, full send. It's a gamble. It's waiting it out. Gate crash that's making its way through. RB noticing it. Says, you know what, not going to try. Goes for the gravity well. Foxy9 up here in heaven, managing to find one. Sushi Boy trades it back. The Stinger of his own. RB finds one, and it is a bloodbath here on the B site, but it's one that DRX are winning out. Blink and you miss it. Round, they move up 2-0.
Well, it didn't go so good with those Stingers, so now Economy is going to be in a shaky place.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm holding my breath a little bit here with Talon to really start trying to dissect what they're going to be attempting with this comp. I mean, you still have some of the normal tools in a way, but with that Yoru in there, that's kind of really the biggest question mark for me. Like, how are they going to implement it? You know, how are they going to kind of combo off of it? How are they going to be able to try to use it to throw DRX off balance? And, you know, right now it's hard to say for sure, but oh my god, Jit Boys.
I mean, all right, great headshot.
Recovering it.
Sheriff purchases across the board, come up with a nice kill. Or sorry, Fox actually did double back to get a frenzy. It's RB lurking across, trying to see if anyone goes for this push. Granted, Jit Boys did take quite a nasty bit of damage as well, down to 10 HP. So RB shoots a bullet in his direction. The stiff breeze from the shot will go ahead and finish him off. Dive into the back, Foxy9, he's covering RB. And then finds another. As Foxy tries to get a third, can't quite make it happen. Push coming in, RB drops the spike, still just utilizing that stinger. Pulls back away. And now it's all on Sushi. Kill leader at the moment, spotting one. Great headshot. Takes down Stacks, goes rushing right into the open and welcoming arms of Buzz. 3-0 start. DRX continuing to look dominant on the defending side, but do lose out on a couple people, but given the weapons they had in hand, they're not going to be too phased by it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, this is just a great crosshair placement from Jit Boys. Mako there trying to do to, you know, Talon what a lot of teams do to DRX, and that's throw shotguns at them to disrupt kind of everything, the flow, cover those angles on split. But, you know, it really, you know, if you talk to DRX behind the scenes, it really annoys the heck out of them to go up against those shotguns. And again, you see Foxy with the judge, Stacks with the judge, Mako with the judge. So Stacks
up over the top.
Oh
Stacks
my god.
Tracking him. Sends out a couple shots. I'll take a little bit of damage in response, but also chunks out Fox. Dog spotting. Backs away, is trying to see if anybody sat behind this ramp box. Creeping forward, and Mako again, judge in hand. Playing like a true Viper player. Fake, okay, takes the bait, gets blinded, backs away, but there's no counter swing. As Showstopper comes out, Foxy finds Pat. Does trade. Crucially though in mid.
Just trying to see if they can get it. Buzz on the backside finds the TPing Fox.
Yep. Just reading that one like a book. Sushi just having to eat that suppress. 2 players left. Buzz jiggling. Oh, sees the gun barrel. Screws dead. Stacks as well. Swings out. Spots into heaven. Sushi Boys taken down. A 4-0 start for DRX.
Yeah, now things start to get concerning for Talon. They'll be back on the back foot with the economy. This is just, again, Stacks just shutting this early entry down. Moving Jit Boys from the equation. They still have other options. Nice trade.
Yeah.
Buzz again, not fooled at all. That TP makes quite a bit of noise.
I mean, they knew exactly where it was going.
Yes,
I believe
they
it,
did.
you know, was spotted by Mako when they had sent it across. 90% certain about that. They're like, okay, well, if the TP happens,
Yeah, we know where he's at.
He's just gonna be back there by the spawn.
You gotta start playing with information here as the Yoru. You gotta start setting the fake TPs. You gotta start using those fake outs to try to bait other utility, to try to bait information. So far, they've just kind of gotten free entries with those Yoru TPs onto B site into the back.
Looks like they were expecting Mako to once again be using this judge. They need to go ahead and clear that front box at top mid. Fault line across. Does connect onto both in male, but there's no one going for the push, so no way to actually swing in, find any eliminations off that.
Yeah, that 0 point well placed by Buzz to kind of cut off any possible attack there with Mako under so much utility pressure. So really nice response there.
I'm trying to info bait here. They actually make a splash in sewer. Now they're going to turn their sights back over towards mid. Mako just, whoop, spots one. A bite at the ready. We'll see if he wants to send that into mail to try to slow up this push, but Now it looks like he's just pulling back towards stairs. He can have a quick retreat. Ooh, jump peeking.
30 seconds left.
He likely saw him. Fight does come down. Sushi Boy's now going to be disconnected from a couple of the others here. Let's manage to get in, finds Foxy9, but not before Jit Boys gets traded. RB with another, just sat within his smoke. The Frenzy comes in, takes Mako down to 46. Gonna find the kill. The push from Cruz. A decent attempt, gets RB down low to one-tap territory here. It's Fox, I mean, he's just eating damage from behind. Just getting torn apart. Whiffs the shot. RB finds another. DRX at 5-0.
A couple great 0 points here from Buzz. One to kind of bail Mako out, and then another there to shut down the Blade Storm. So it's just unreal. Unreal coordination here from DRX, and Talon trying to throw something very, very unusual at DRX, and it has not phased them one bit to start.
Yeah.
You can see here, he gets a good one onto Fox. Fox couldn't quite track with the Vandal. So that Frenzy not able to do nearly enough damage, and yeah, DRX is in firm control of this one. A rifle round, almost a must-win. You know what, it is a must-win if they're going to have any hope on this.
Yeah.
So certainly a timeout is in order.
I know this is pretty far into the future.
Oh, God.
Well, maybe not.
Okay.
Just given the pace of the game.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious what this looks like on defense.
I don't know.
Is it just nothing but just playing contacts and just rushing?
Yeah, well, I mean, in theory, like, you can kind of get your flanks and your lurks a little bit faster with the Yoru, maybe, like, while DRX is, you know, push pretty deep into sites or something like that, or put yourself in unique TP positions while things are going on. But, you know, without a lot of ability to cut sound, I mean, to nullify DRX's sound, it makes it tough for the Yoru because he makes so much noise.
Yeah.
So, like, the one thing I really liked with Yoru was running Fade Omen, because that gives you a lot of ability to kind of mask what the Yoru is doing with his utility.
Okay. Dog spots one. There's the suppress out onto Jit Boys and Sushi. A lot of which already, no, both of them actually gotten themselves here into ramp. It's going to be watched by Mako, just lingering on the rope, and Foxy, well, he finds the spike, spots Patty. Last pack pushes him away. Mako just swung back through the opposite side of fence, got himself towards mid, finds the kill. Sushi does find one. Buzz going to be taken down. He's going to try to cheat his way out over towards the spawn. Stack still back elbow. A sight now starting to make his way forward and does win out the fight. Fox dead at the same time. Spike still stranded. Flash will confirm. Stacks just drifts his way back in. See if Jit Boys can get any damage done.
Yeah, but losing that spike early in mid makes it all too easy for DRX. You know, Talon had gained some space. They had Stacks isolated on A, but they're not able to make anything of it.
He's not going to read this positioning.
He knows he's back here somewhere.
They're playing ring around the rosy now. Yeah, checks the corner. Gun
30
out.
seconds left.
Jit Boys. I mean, it seems like he's almost perfectly aware of where Stacks is at, but for now he's just trying to tuck into this corner and hold on to this weapon. And okay, he will be able to get one. Uh-oh. Jumped up into heaven.
Ooh.
And Mako's there. A triple for Mako. 6 rounds now on the board for DRX.
Well,
what do you want to do after this?
Oh no.
Go grab a drink or something.
Yeah,
I might need one.
Yeah, this is certainly. I don't want to go to any restaurants that Talon owns. I'm avoiding anything they're cooking today, I guess. But I mean, I don't mind the ideas here, trying to throw odd stuff at DRX. It can work from time to time. I mean, I remember it, you know, a long time ago. Sometimes, you know, you'd see like Han from WGS, right? Throw something out this, and it actually did give DRX some issues.
Well,
Arena from time to time.
I thought maybe we'd see the dimensional drift come into this round, despite, you know, it being an eco. RB again, just so elusive. Foxy9 continues to cover for him. Drop down. Foxy will get a second before getting traded. Overall, it's decent kill value found, but now Pat down to 2 HP.
Sushi's all the way up the stairs.
Pat dead, and yeah, Sushi's needing to have one of the craziest transitions here, but now Buzz will just go ahead and finish him off. 7-0.
Well,
the golf claps from the audience. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's like we sold out here today again.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you really hope that.
Oh, they're getting a show.
Well, they're getting a show if you're a DRX fan, certainly. But you wanted to see Talon come out here and have some really good stuff for this comp.
Yeah.
But so far, it's just it hasn't phased DRX in the slightest. Doesn't seem to. I haven't seen any really, again, good coordinated, Yoru plays here. It's all about kind of the best thing you can do is try to set him up with breach utility. That's not good.
Last pack to push him to the side. Cruz does cover, and Stacks readjusts. Kills them both through the corners of the walls. One day he will dimensional drift.
Well, you'd like to use it against Mako's, pit, but
sure.
Now Mako can just.
Mako just doesn't have any reason to use it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to yet. I mean, Mako could just plop it in the mid here and then just be like, all right, well.
Taking that back.
You guys watch the angles, but this is certainly not going so good here. RB expecting a push.
Grab wall in case they go for the aggros shove here. Oh, looking for the spray through. And okay, does take more damage than he pushes out.
But with the KO here as well, it shuts down a lot of what Talon wants to do with the triple duelist. It's like so useful to have those 0 points, have that null command to eliminate like what the duelists want to do.
Okay, RB gets him eventually, as this buzz with Pat. Sushi now looking to hightail it over towards A, but this is going to be heard, and Stacks, with the shorty, whoop! A little bit of a whiff! Still takes him to 15 HP though. And it looks like he feels the need that he's got a challenge there, but
10 seconds
in the end, just have to go for the plant. Quick flash out, he's running out of time, has to stick it now. The rush coming in, Stacks and Shorty at the ready, jump on the corner. He's dead! 8-0. How about, Ramen?
Ramen?
Yeah, for some reason, I'm not in the mood for, like, I was thinking sushi, but I'm not in the mood for that.
Nah, not feeling that today. Yeah.
Maybe not Thai food.
Yeah, he's not playing Killjoy.
Might be good.
Yeah, if he's not playing Killjoy, then it is weird. It's just everything's so odd to me with what I'm seeing from Talon. Just you know what DRX is going to run with their comp, and I don't really see much kind of utility to sort of throw it off balance. And again, it is. I really think a key component of this is, the Buzz with his utility. I mean, that hasn't mattered as much. It's frankly just DRX is doing a great job just kind of holding their angles, not really giving up much space. But it makes it really tough for, I think, Talon to kind of do what they want to do. And that's a good one.
Okay, finally. Sax may be overheating a bit, feeling quite confident. I thought he put the mask on. Fox, okay.
Now he is.
Now he's gonna put the mask on.
Time to jump.
Nice 2 kills. Foxeon and Stacks both dead. Just checking out the side. He's gonna say, okay, yeah, it's completely clear here, guys. Buzz as well, gonna get knocked down low. Again, get picked off. Just trying to go for these really deep lurks. The punish comes through. Got the plant down. 2 on site, 2 disconnected. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, all available. Mako finds 1. Getting the read. Jumps Fox back. How deep does he want to try to go to challenge this, though? Okay, deep enough. Just gets line of sight. Seems like that's good enough. Rolling Thunder now. Cutting across. Running out of time here. Oh, it's just the insta-dink into the follow-up headshot. RB takes him down, Cruz zone, but they're going to have to try to stick onto this instantly. Mako's got the covering fire, hold the half, and RB knows he's got to stick it, and Cruz will be good for the 3 final kills. So with a clutch, we'll go ahead and get Talon on the board at long last. Unfortunately, can't hold on to his weapon.
Look, if they can get 3 or 4 here, I don't feel too bad about their chances, potentially. But I would like to see... I was assuming this would be a little bit more impactful on the attacker side with triple duelist. But, I don't mind that Stacks goes out early on this, trying to show a different look. You got to keep Talon a little bit honest. At least put it in the back of their head.
Yeah.
So yes, they win the round, but
I mean, they win it, but there's no celebration.
No.
Because, of course, there's not really
and their
many reasons.
And their economy's not doing so hot.
Yeah. Hey, they picked up 1.5 so far.
Yeah.
Chance for more.
I mean, you have the Blade Storm and
Jit Boy's just eating a team flash.
So why not?
Get out of my way!
Okay, Blades popped. Pat, again, very far away from the rest of the team. Nice deep 0 point there.
Time to
just get cleared out.
I'm just... This time they're... What? Fox just like all the way back to spawn there. Just watching to see if there's any more push-outs from the side of DRX, and indeed none are going to happen. So back towards the B site they go, and it looks like it's going to be just a coordinated 5-man hit. RB has to be quick here. Yeah, as soon as that TP came through, he's like, rip.
Shifts across, looks like Sushi was able to track this. Foxy again with decent covering fire, but the Boombot comes in from the flank. Let's take him down, so in the end, a 3v3, Fox down to 8 HP. Divide at the ready. Curious to see if Pat decides to go ahead and commit this one to the fight.
I think he should.
Nothing, I mean, Buzz as well. Null command, do you go for it? Do you feel the need? It's going to be that close bite. Oh boy. It's going to flush him out. Fox taken down. Pat does swing off the bite, finds Mako, then dies to it. Cruz again, last man standing. But this time, Stax will go ahead and finish him off. 9-1.
Yeah, I really feel like, honestly, Buzz and Pat could have invested their ults there. Pat for sure. Buzz, I'm not as
sure.
You know, it doesn't matter as much.
They had a 7-round lead.
Yeah, they've got all their ults. Are they going for some, like, you know, only Foxy uses his ults? Like, I'm sure Stax has used his too. But.
Cruz has gotten his out there.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean for DRX. Like,
oh,
just,
I see.
They're not really super worried about, you know, using those.
I thought when you say Foxy 9, I thought you just said Fox.
Oh, I should have said Foxy 9, yeah.
See?
This is where we are. Oh,
this is where the confusion comes in.
Oh, no.
It's not confusing enough with triple duelists.
I was worried we were going to get King versus King at lock-in. It may potentially, like, if Genji had played well, but...
I mean, that would have been hype.
It would have been hype. I would have hated it if I had to cast it.
Okay, Showstopper. Jit Boy's getting slowed up, sends out the rocket. Buzz gonna get, okay, taken down, knocked onto the floor. Showstopper can just go back corner. They get the res. It's all on Cruz. As a native to his feet, doesn't matter. RB cleans up 3. 10-1.
Well,
you done your taxes yet?
In the half.
No.
Thank
you for reminding me.
Yeah, gotta get on that.
I gotta do those. I just got all my forms collected at least, so I've got that going for me.
Yeah, I gotta submit mine.
And then we got our Korean taxes next month.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, it is.
I don't actually mind doing them too much. It's not super hard for me.
I just use an accountant.
I actually do my own.
I have a guy, he's taken care of my family stuff for a while, so.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
My dad always takes my forms over.
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh, hey, anyway, we're in another round.
Hey.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, well, a 0 point does spot out Jit Boys, so, you know, that gives you some indication that potentially it's the direction they want to lean. But a shift towards mid here.
Foxy with an offer first time. Here's the gate crash go by.
He's going to keep pushing, and he's got a bit of space. I mean, unless he goes mid through Ramen, he might run into Pat there. Indeed, that is going to be the direction he's leaning. Dog gets quite a bit of info.
Yeah. Pat, thinking about making his way through mid. He really do be liking these lurks. Oh, dear. It's not fast enough. I mean, this game, has forced Stacks of all people to buy an Odin. I don't know if I've ever seen it. The flash comes across. The spray does not connect. 11-1 on the half.
Well, I mean, I was hoping for a bit more of a exciting match here for Talon. But it doesn't seem like they turned the heat up enough when they were cooking this, or maybe they turned it up too much, one or the other.
It's like the...
Pick your poison.
It feels like it's like complete inverse Carmine, where it's just like, oh, well, Carmine's not running duelists. Let's run so many duelists.
It's anti-Carmine.
And we'll
Corp.
also get almost no rounds on split in the first half.
I love that.
Hey, at least they're buying utility.
True.
They don't get to use it often.
No, I mean...
Because they die.
I don't hate the idea in a lot of ways. It's just, I think if you're going to cook triple duelist...
You need more.
Yeah.
You need that Paper X controlled chaos.
Yeah.
You can't allow DRX to know what is going on.
It should be just, frankly, like Fast and Furious. And I would prefer to see an Omen here instead of an Astra. Just because I think it suits what's going on here, that the paranoias set things up a bit more.
Fair point.
Again, to cut off, what impressed me, watching Na'Vi, right, use Yoru, was that they ran the Fade Omen. And again, that's so impactful because the Nightfall can cut off so much of what's important to countering a Yoru, and that's hearing it. And we can see it here with those gate crashes flying by DRX, and that allows players like RB to be like, all right, I'm going to use my util, cool story, I know you're coming. We know that gate crash comes out on the B, we know it's coming here, especially with the clock ticking down the way it was. Things like that, it's... I will never fault a team if they stuff has been working for them in practice, and they try to bring it out on the stage. That's fine. I don't know if it has or not. I don't mind play. I like to see teams try new things, to try different things, to try to throw other teams off balance. In that regard, I don't particularly hate what Carmine Corp does in the fact that they're shunning duelists. That's fine to me, but only if it has enough baked into the cake.
Sure.
That it's actually a cake and not just, a flat pancake.
Also,
which is, I guess, a type of cake.
The economy is the biggest issue there.
Well, yeah.
But, all right, getting some cheers out from the audience here.
And the Korean Gastrics got him fired up.
Fans are...
trying to help him get a little energy.
Give DRX your energy, guys. They need it. Going into the second half. See what Talon have for us now. Okay, Foxy9 jumping over the top. Cruz answering back. Takes quite a bit of damage. Fault line will slow, as does the Aftershock. Good delay tactics at Mako. Question mark?
Maybe thought he could get through it.
Oh, I think he was, okay. He was up front, and he was in front of it, and then the paint shells landed.
Oh, and
it
he had to
forced
back
him
up
back
into it.
Took too much damage, and he died.
There you go.
A nice combo.
That is good. Yeah, I mean, look. This could be a defender-sided comp.
Oh,
I don't know.
The shoulder?
The shoulder.
Yeah. Buzz noticed. Fox was a good kill, though. Takes out Stacks, and that's a 4-2 advantage. Talon looking pretty well poised to go ahead and pick up this pistol.
This is a good gate crash. DRX isn't going to be able to hear it. So they, this could potentially work for Fox. He can find one. That's good.
Got him. Oh, yeah, into the back. Whoa! All right. There's
is.
something to get excited about. Very clean from Fox. As Talon will go ahead and find themselves with the second round win.
Yeah, even though Buzz is somewhat prepared for it, it still works. So that's a really nice satchel from Foxy9. I really like the maneuverability, but it's just a good, better reaction from Cruz.
I think it was a little bit off because he kind of bonked his head right on the wall, so he didn't get in there as quickly. It gave that much more time for Cruz to adjust. So.
Every landing you make, even if it's not the best, as long as it's.
Is this a saying or something?
Well, it's like, it's like an airplane thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're writing a Hallmark card. With every landing.
With every landing.
I'm like, what where the hell is
new
this going?
opportunities to die.
Okay. Foxy9 punished. Creep around, though. Pat has not read this. Stacks. Okay, well, he's not quite going to go for the knife. Wouldn't have had time to get it either way, but RB just swings at double tap headshots to take out Jit Boys. Fox again, spotting, throws a flash up behind him. He's just pretty damn crisp with the headshots on the Ghost. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. A couple rounds here for Talon and better utilization of some of that Yoru utility. Just doing a good job holding the line here so far.
Cutting through.
Again, it's a little bit easier for him on this defender side in a way to use his utility because he doesn't have to send it right through, DRX. Well, I'm glad they're excited. And I hope that we have more to be excited for as this map goes along, certainly. All right, this satchel is going in deep.
Foxy, covering fires great. He somehow actually gets Sushi Boys as well. That fadeaway last bullet. Cruz now dead. tucked back as Fox is out on ramp. Buzz will strike him down. And DRX say, okay, enough shenanigans. As Mako spotted during the mid-reload, the rush comes in. Pat just trying to get something done with the judge. That's not to be. A 3K for Mako as DRX go ahead and take this to map point.
Yeah, just a great little setup here from DRX. Foxy go in, cover his entry at the exit of A towards A main, and they do. And that's, you know, DRX very disciplined, very coordinated with these hits. If they're going to do a fast one like that, you know it's going to be pretty much every possibility is accounted for. So certainly you can tell that that is the case. You know, everybody knows it. We talked about it earlier, right? Like DRX, you know, everybody steals their strats, their executes. Oops.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
It's fine, it's fine. He got there in the end. There's no one to greet him. It's going to be a double push into mid. RB goes Astral. This timing, he could be everything. Flash in, the jump pass. He gets one, he almost gets the other. Oh, man. That was way closer than it should have been.
Spike planted.
Oh, my.
Spike planted, however. Foxy is looking to hold the line. As there's the dimensional drift. We'll see what Fox has got cooked up for us. Boombot goes out, paint chills as well, just bouncing that over towards the vent. Knows that there's still this Yoru presence nearby. And right as he exits, finds Mako, gets traded by Buzz. Bam coming through, Cruz dead. Sushi with a nice headshot. Now needs the clutch versus 2. Not gonna get hit. Oh, he dashes right onto the nade. The timing could not have been better. Stack swings around the back. And it's gonna be a 13-3 victory from DRX.
Well, didn't work for Talon. DRX definitely having some fun with it there for a while. You know, with stacks with the Odin. A lot of judge shenanigans from DRX. It certainly did not frazzle them, did not frighten them, did not confuse them really at any point in this match.
Confused me.
I'm not sure you were the intended target.
Probably not, but boy, did I get flashbanged by this one.
I am certainly stunned up after that. No doubt. I think I want to TP off the stage.
Well, we are going to be going to a break pretty soon, so we will be able to do that.
Oh, that's true, we can.
You know what's actually very funny? Is that the desk has to break this down over the course of about 10 to 10
I was doing my best to
so.
try to make something of this, but it just wasn't there yet.
I mean, hey, at least the viewing party got a couple of rounds to get excited about.
Certainly.
Hopefully the next map will give them a lot more to cheer for.
We know Talon's capable of it. We saw it at Lock-In.
Yeah.
We know that they can put up a fight against DRX. We know that they can take maps off them. We know they can push them on maps. Now we want to see it in Pearl. You know, okay, you tried the split thing. You really, you know, saw that split is a tough map for DRX. Historically, it has been a tough map for DRX. But
in the last couple
whatever,
of years,
yeah. For the last couple of years. But whatever you're thinking here today did not come through, so wipe the slate clean. Let's go into Pearl. Let's see if we can rebound and have a good performance here. Take a map. Get us to map 3, please. I'd love to see an Ascent, but
it's just to lure them to a false sense of security. I don't know. I really don't have the answers. Hopefully the desk does. They're going to be breaking down the action here for map number 1 on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere, because if there's more of this to come, then oh boy, let's dive right in. Don't go anywhere. Either way, fight for the gravity well. Foxy9 up here and managing to find one. Sushi Boy traces back. A stinger of his own, and it is a bloodbath. Dive into the back. Foxy9, he's covering RB. And then finds another. Didn't quite make it happen. Push coming in. At the moment, spotting one. Oh, up over the top. Oh, sees the gun barrel. Gonna be disconnected from a couple of the others. He's 6. Gonna find the kill. Push off the rope. Okay, continues to cover for him. Drops down all the way up the stairs. Side Cruz does cover. And Stacks. Stacks before he gets ready. Jump on the corner. Running out of time here. Oh no, but they're gonna have to try to stick onto this instantly. Mako's got the covering fire. Hold the half and now able to track this. Foxy again with bite, finds Mako, then dies to it. It's all on Cruz. And this game, this game!
Potentially worked for Foxy. Find one, that's good.
Got him. Oh, yeah, into the back. Okay, well.
Welcome back, everyone. William Cho here at the desk alongside Quack and Tasteless, and we are back here much quicker than we thought we would be once match 2 started here.
What just happened? Wait.
Yeah, blink of an eye and you miss it. That was a very, very one-sided map of split here from Talon and DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. We talked earlier about the fact that DRX, it's important to them that they assert once again that they are the best, and they want to do so in a dominant fashion, in a boot-on-your-neck fashion, and they did it here in the first map. Talon was crushed, and I am hoping we do not have a game that short there for game 2. I feel like I barely had time to process that.
We flex our pecs and dude,
we flex our pecs
like the DRX by Tiger.
Yeah. I got confused for a second.
I was like, well, I haven't been doing any push-ups lately. What are we talking about?
Well, yep. I mean, the duelist not doing too much, right? I mean, the triple duelist. Listen, there's something going on here with threes. There's 3 people at the desk. Talon pitched 3 duelists, and they only got 3 rounds. Okay, so there's something going on in threes here at the VCT Pacific. Yeah. It didn't look good, and we were trying to figure out, like, what do we even highlight here? And we were kind of grasping at straws, and one thing that struck us was, I mean, it was so hard for Talon to even just get their first round win here on the first half.
Well, they did win that first.
Actually, just 1 round, yeah, in the first half.
It was round 9, so good, but geez, man, like, it's just so much. I don't know what to say. Stacks kind of overheated, so he kind of peaked out, and we see this little bit of interesting utility with the Yoru. You send out that fake out, the decoy, to just push past, and it allows for Fox to get the second pick, uses the dimensional drift to gain info, basically open up space for the site. But you can see DRX just set up for the retake, and they know how to go in decisively, the way that they take it from heaven, from screens, they do it together as a team. When it came down to it, though, you just have that 1 player left, and that's going to be Cruz, because he was kind of just chilling towards backside around elbow. Everyone else was already there. They were falling apart. I think even, who was it? Was it RB who just peeked straight out? Instant dink onto Jit Boys. So fast, so good, but Cruz still shows that he has that sharpshooting mentality, that sharpshooting skill to be able to find this 3K at the end that gives them their first win. But I don't know what happens after that.
It wasn't anywhere close to what they needed, right? And something we should note is the reason we picked this round is because, I mean, it took so many things working out in their favor, so many just close duels being won by individual mechanics for them to barely get 1 round win. Now, on the flip side, yes, we can joke all we want about triple duelist comp and all that, but DRX finally adjusting to what you need to do to win split cleanly and not go to overtime.
Yeah, we had a fun highlight that I wanted to show in general about you know, the usage of the judges here, some crazy stuff coming out from these plays, popping out, and you know, these were some incredible punishes here.
I mean, yeah, stacks with a judge, you don't see that every day, right?
Oh, it's unusual to see this. I mean, there were some just fantastic moments back here. Look, every single round, if we wanted to highlight for DRX, we could have done it because they dominated so hard, right? They played a almost perfect game. They lagged a little bit in some of the early, you know, rounds in the second half, but very quickly after that, DRX tied it up.
I think you were saying, Nick, that this is like DRX needing to assert their dominance and show them who's boss. This is like taking it to the next level. Like, bro, like 13-3. You're playing with a judge. I guess that's the key to winning split now.
I mean, hey,
judge on split.
Listen, you got to do what it takes,
right? Less iconic duo.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we know that a lot of these teams that play very strategically, not just DRX, all around the world, they like to avoid split because it's like, well, we could play the best execute, and then there's like 2 judges on the other side. What are you going to do? Well, DRX now finally learning, if you can't beat them, join them, right? Just pick up those judges and win a couple easy rounds, stack up your econ, and then you can buy the ops and the Vandals.
I guess they learned that from Monyettes, but still, like
that too.
Talon, okay, I don't know what it is. Maybe this is something that worked out in their scrims, kind of like what Clinton was saying on the cast, but I don't know. It also kind of looks like maybe they're just saving strats, possibly, just because this is DRX.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know that it's that, but it is possible. I mean, this is kind of the one. If they're going to lose a series early on, this is the one that I guess you can forgive losing. But the problem is that they're already down 0-2
Yes, that's
before
the
they
thing.
came into this, right?
Yep.
The numbers are starting to add up.
There is that.
I mean, listen, I'll save you guys some trouble.
Thank
I'll
you.
tell the viewers exactly what's going on.
Okay.
We're grasping at straws here, okay? We have no idea why Talon did this. Surely there is a reason, surely, right? And this is something we should all remember is no matter how one-sided a game looks or whatever, whenever a pro team makes a decision, there surely is a reason. Now, the execution could be poor and everything else. There's a lot of other factors, but surely there's a reason we won't know until we get some extra interviews, right? You know, whether it's on stage or whatever.
Yeah, it came, like, composition-wise, it still looked interesting. They had some ideas that maybe they wanted to explore, especially with the gate crash at times. But when you have a player like Foxy9 on the other side, when you have all DRX just kind of anticipating and expecting you to make such plays, they know that you're going to have to find some ways to take the site, and DRX lets you have it. You have Foxy9 playing off of areas like Heaven just to snipe you down from across, and I'm not even talking about literally sniping. He was using the Phantom most times, if anything.
Right.
And DRX just knew exactly how to retake in a lot of these scenarios. Talon, again, yeah, they had some ideas I think that they wanted to try, but when it came down to it, it just almost felt like there isn't that much cover when you're trying to push in. You're relying a lot on the gate crash to take up space. You're relying on I guess Jit Boys who was playing Raze, Sushi who was Jet, which
That's
is like
another thing,
everyone's swapping roles.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? I mean, they're not only swapping their roster, but that's also forcing them to swap these roles pretty much every single map they've played so far at VCT Pacific, which, again, experimentation, all that, great. Love to see it, but at a certain point, you have to solidify what you're going to do for the rest of this, tournament.
You know, it could be one of these situations where, like, if your crazy idea works, you look like a genius, but if it doesn't work, you look like a fool, right? I mean,
well, there's always the two sides to a mad scientist. One is mad and one is scientist. And today it was just mad. It was not a scientist coming out from Talon.
I can appreciate the science still. I think that we can all agree that the science is scientific. It's interesting.
It's interesting, yeah. But it was also only interesting for what, 25 minutes? That's all we had.
It was such a short series. It was weird. Like, by the time we got to, I think it was 7-0, we were still looking at each other like, oh, we're going to have to go back on the desk, like, right away. You know, this is not going to have the time to pan out like any kind of normal Valorant match.
And I just want to put this out there. I know I was the one who's been asking for triple duelists. Let me apologize, okay? All Valorant fans around the world, I'm sorry I wish this to fruition.
No.
I no longer want to see triple duelists from anybody. You know, I'll go back. I'll be a good little boy and play Sova and Fade and Sky. I'll get info for everyone in my solo queue games. I will stop spamming Yoru. All right. I didn't. You know, I might still. You'll never find out. But
do we have? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run over you there. I was wondering, do
fine.
we have another weird comp coming up here again?
Oh,
or are we going to see them?
Pearl.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Okay.
We have never seen Talon play Pearl.
True.
Not yet. Not with this team. Not with this roster. They didn't play it during lock-in. They haven't played it in Pacific. So if anything, like DRX has, and we kind of know how DRX does it. Maybe Talon can come up with some kind of anti-strat. Maybe they can debut some interesting composition, or maybe not even that. Just play what works.
Yeah, I mean, surely if you're leaving it open, right, in favor of banning out, the maps like Haven, where we know DRX is very strong, but, I mean, Talon, they've played OK on Haven before as well. It's just that DRX is way over the top, so they banned that. They leave the Pearl open. Surely you have something prepared, but yeah, now, I am curious. What does this look like? I mean, who's even playing, right? Do they swap out players? Does Garnett's come back on stage?
I don't know. It was such a weird game with a weird comp that it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what to. I feel like that game was so odd. It's hard to know really what to make.
Same here.
Of this in general.
And again, this is.
I'm out of analysis. I don't
know. We're about to lose our jobs just because of Talon. I mean,
all right, guys.
I mean, I do want to remind everybody these guys did have a close match against DRX in the past. It's easy to forget when you see a game as weird as that. Whatever they do, I hope it is really their best coming here against DRX, because I do believe, even though DRX should win this, probably in a 2-0, it should be possible for Talon to play a better map overall.
We know this team to be able to perform. If anything, especially on Split, maybe not with a triple duelist, but they did play a double controller, and they beat EG. It's possible. They have shown us they can do it before, but just I don't know. They're playing against Giants this time, and maybe they want to experiment a little bit. Maybe they want to just stretch their limbs and try out different ideas. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Look, they're happy about this. They're here just to kind of cook up something different. Maybe they find something, an interesting idea or not, but at the very least, they're showing us that they can still play, because they did take that pistol round away from DRX at the start of the second half. So.
Yeah, again, I mean, the mechanics, all that, we've known time and time again this team has potential, right? The core squad of Talon, they've always shown up at these international tournaments throughout the history of Valorant Esports so far since the beginning. We've seen that things are doable with this squad. They're going to stick with the same 5 going into Pearl. Okay, we're seeing something much more regular than Triple Duelist. We are going to see the Reyna out of Jit Boys, and then Sushi Boys continuing to play the main Jet here.
That's, again, interesting role swaps. Reyna, of all things, it's, you know, largely known as this agent that doesn't really have that much utility to help the whole team unless you frag out.
Sure.
Yeah,
then,
you have to win. You've got to snowball it.
And then the other thing, playing solo Harbor.
Yeah.
For controller, we haven't seen that. I mean, a lot of the weaknesses people talked about Harbor was, you know, it's very telegraphed. You have to have someone else to be able to play with these fakes. I mean, Talon, let me tell you, they're definitely still cooking. But the question is, who let them cook? Achilles and Paper Thin, give us the answer.
I don't have that answer, but whoever it is, they need to be brought to justice. We need to drag them into the light.
I want to touch on something the desk is talking about. Because,
Sure.
Yeah, no, you're right. Whoever gave those cooking licenses out needs to have them revoked. But look, the science here. Okay, I am an actual scientist. Well, sort of. Okay, I have an actual bachelor's degree in science. Whoever let that PhD thesis there for Talon get through the referee phase failed as a referee. All right, that ain't it.
Yeah.
But that's okay. New map. Now we have Reyna.
This means that I believe that the only agent we haven't seen in Pacific so far is Chamber. So he's the
That's right.
He's the lone outlier. Everybody else has had some play time.
It's true. Yeah, we've seen Phoenix. Yeah.
But I'm just, you know, the thing that hurts the most, because I think obviously this still has a lot of question marks around it. You know, the solo controller, they're highlighting that. But this is, at least compared to what we just saw on Split, a bit more standard, a bit more acceptable with the double duelist. I'm staring at Sushi Boys on Jet.
Yeah,
not on Killjoy.
Why not on Killjoy? Right. I mean, I said it. You know, normally he plays controller on Split. He plays Astra or Viper or whatever. But now he's like pure duelist.
Look at
Pats
the
on
rush.
Killjoy. Oh god.
Okay, Stacks instantly finding one. Buzz going to be getting another. Dash away from Foxy9, and they'll just go ahead and pull back. Say, okay, we got a positive trade. Let's leave.
I mean, the confidence is flowing for DRX. For them to make a push out like that on a pistol round, you know, they had a pretty good read here. I think that this was initially potentially going to be an A hit, and they're not too far off the mark. Now the spike was left back, and now they're trying to take it. I thought for a moment there they might go through water. Nope, they're going to wrap back in towards Art here. Their way into the link, and Foxy didn't spot it. The timing.
Yeah, timing just slightly off there to be able to catch, but you can see they're still anticipating this. Now they go ahead and confirm it. Ball going to be thrown out. Wide swing from Pat. Spike stranded. Fox going to go ahead and do a pop flash to the smoke. Then Foxy9 gets himself tucked away, and Arby will have the finish. DRX, they win the pistol.
Yeah, this is, I mean, when DRX starts to get confident, when they start to play like this, it gets scary. Because, you know, when you can put DRX on the back foot, like mentally, you know, you can kind of start to expect them to play a little bit safer, to default a little bit more. But when they have confidence to make a push out like that, and then, you know, you try to wrap into or wrap behind them potentially or whatever, but it's, this is when DRX gets really scary. This is when they start to snowball games because they are just feeling it. And they are outrageously good shots.
Okay, flash out. Mako just going to be backing away as the Bulldog, but isn't interested in swinging around. And I mean, granted, given what happened on Split, they're probably anticipating that there could be a force buy on the opposite side.
Sure.
So don't want to overextend, potentially give that Bulldog over, as we can see. It's just two Sheriffs, Sushi and Jit Boys going for it. Standard stuff as far as your duelists, especially when you have Arena in the mix.
And no Leers this time, though, for Jit. So Buzz is just gonna watch this angle here. You do have the pinch with RB on the harbor, letting that knife go into outer space. Yeah, they're gonna have to back up.
RB, perfect presence. Flash goes out. He's gonna play up close. Here's the push, and oh my God, he mows him down. The classic is out. He's got a 4K. It's a flawless DRX move up 2-0.
Great reaction there from RB. Just again throwing his utility. Wasn't quite prepared in the way they wanted to be, with Buzz kind of letting loose with some utility, and he as well. You know, utility in hand when that flash comes through. He has to back up, and well, no problem. A little bit of an opportunity there for Cruz, but not able to connect. And things looking dire potentially for Talon. Talon going with half armors due to the funds. Only a full armor there for Fox.
They said due to the funds. Like,
the funds.
Yes, that's what they've all been infected with, is the funds.
The funds.
Going for the fun comp. All right, quick big old Mako.
Isn't that what they had in The Last of Us? Like
dash in, nade comes down. I mean, Pat is just dead. No. I mean, it was bite plus fragment. Okay. So pushing over to Art, finds one. Great turn away though from Buzz. Boyd's getting flashed. Will get traded, but Mako still holding things down. 2 people left. Fox tagged up. Mako, quite a bit of damage. Cannot steady the aim, and suddenly, Foxy now just with a Marshall to try to bring this one back in and deny the round win away. They're not certain where he's at. Dash at the ready. Wants to try to grab the gun, and if he broke line of sight just a little bit more, probably would have been fine and could have made an attempt, but Talon will go ahead and close that out. So get themselves on the board right here in the first 3. Already a clear improvement.
Certainly, but the economy damage here is brutal for Talon. I mean, they lose 4 guns out of that round. The good news is if my eyes did not deceive me there in the brief look we had at the buy, I think they might be going like half armors. Yeah, two fulls, 3 halves for Talon. So still able to scrape together enough funds for a very respectable round. But now you've got the op, Foxy 9, and trying to get some work done in mid, but there was a flash to check that. Fox, so it's like we're playing Pokemon with Fox for Fox here, you know.
Okay. Heavy presence spotted. Like, Pat just gonna go ahead and look to exit. Prowler will find 1. Still hanging around for now. Snakebite will clear that right side up the arch. And hey, surprise, Foxy, he's got an op.
Ooh.
And he's got 2 kills.
Yeah, he's pretty good with this. We've seen time and time again here in Pacific.
I mean, debut game, an ace with it. Continuing to push up. There's a 3rd. Sushi just got to back away. Burns both of those cloudbursts just to get the hell out. Now they're going to start shifting over towards B site. Still 2 players in the immediate vicinity there, RB as well as Buzz. Try to shut this down. Buzz just sat in back hall,
30 seconds
jiggling around.
left.
I mean, the concern here for me is for Talon is there isn't much response to Foxy with that operator in terms of utility. They try to, double peek on him when he's pushing up. Doesn't really work.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
RB, a little bit whiffy. Hope's not in.
Spike planted.
Buzz, if he had started that spray a little bit sooner, probably could have denied plant. Either way, doesn't get it done. Sushi now pushing, spots him. Buzz gonna back. It's at the pop flash. The wall now coming down. Jiggles looks for the spot. Foxy again on for an ace, but will not be able to find it. Mako will go ahead and get the last kill. The fuse will come in. That's gonna be 3-1 DRX.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomenal piece of the puzzle here for DRX in terms of adding layers to what we know they're capable of, and having a tremendous operator. As good as Buzz was, when he was opping for them on the jet, Foxy, in my mind, even with the limited amount of performance we've seen from him, is better. And he's so confident, he's so aggressive, he's so fast, and he's so clean with it. And he's got the Blaze Storm to back things up as well.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, with how the series is going so far, those are still really crisp shots.
Yeah.
And Foxy, I mean, has a little bit of a message to send, given what Something said yesterday.
Get out of my way.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Foxy was tweeting about it. He saw it. He knows. He's a big fan of Something. And, you know, he wants to put on a show. You know, especially since this was the map we got to see something on here on Pearl. He wants to say, you know, okay, I saw you. Now it's my turn. Now, what I want to see here from DRX is Foxy opping on the attacker side.
Very well could happen. Well, there's the opening kill. Cruz is going to be taken down. Your solo controlling dead.
Okay.
Pat with a great response. Fantastic headshot, but here's the push in.
Spike down.
Clear on the Lear, and Stacks is just playing it to absolute beautiful perfection. I mean, yeah, they've got sheriffs. They're outgunned, but that was still damn clean.
When he doesn't have to think about it, when he can just be in the moment, we know Stacks is good.
Yeah.
He's so clean. He's been using the Vandal today, which is kind of interesting.
Classic Stacks.
Yeah. You know, I've seen him kind of, as well as in their match against GE last week, I saw him sometimes pulling out the Vandal. Classic Stacks. He's been often opting for the Phantom, but I've been seeing some kind of playing around with different rifles for DRX. They're allowed to pick whatever rifles they want now. There's no more forced choice. This time he is going to go for the Phantom, so
okay.
Interesting stuff here. I mean, mostly full armors this time.
I just want that
Talon.
That guaranteed like headshot kill when he does like he's dealing with sheriffs.
Speaking of headshots.
Yeah, Sushi Boys. It's just, I mean, his head's just taken off. Back into the corner. Nearly has it dialed in on Pat. Now shifts over towards screen to see if somebody's gonna peek. Confirms presence. Lear goes out wide. They push to the wall. Not quite yet. Reckoning gonna be invested. Cruz trying to open things up. And Foxy 9 will go down. Pat finding 2. Huge kills. A third now for Pat. Continues to move up. Walks in. RB finding him.
I've got your trail.
Notice. Okay, now he does. Jip Boy is gonna be spotted. Mako arriving from behind. He's looking to disrupt. RB tries to go bouncing in with his shorty. Won't be able to get much done. And it should be Talon locking in a second round. Yeah, everybody just swinging out. They'll grab it.
Yeah, very good job here by Pat. Just W-keying his way through. Getting some big kills. Time around. A little bit of damage done early from Fox. This time they're able to get that off out of his hand. Maybe a little bit of a wishful thinking shot from Fox towards Jip Boys when he kind of saw him, and then the smoke wall came up, but they were able to clean it out, get the job done. So, okay, Talon here. Let's see if they can string some rounds together, make this respectable. There's nobody really here on B except Mako.
I mean, the rotations are already starting. Mako's sounding the alarm.
Well,
there's the lockdown.
So this is okay. I mean, DRX, since they're playing pretty far back, the lockdown would have likely slowed things up anyway.
Empress available but not popped. Might see that if they start losing out players early. And speaking of which, Pat dead. Cruz taken down as well, just trying to get that spike planted. He does so, but ends up losing his life. And yeah, Empress is in. Just backing away. Let's see how they try to pull this one off. L command going to be the answer. That goes out. Foxy looking to try to clear, but Sushi Boys with a nice angle hold. Brings the sights up to heaven. Won't be able to knock Buzz to the ground, but are they gonna res him? Is anyone gonna? Guys? Anyone at all? It looks like a slight delay on the defuse.
Buzz.
Oh no! Do they have time?
I got you, bro.
No, they got him. Okay, they got him right at the very last second.
Did they? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're just toying with him.
I had to check our other screen.
Messing with Buzz a little bit there. Oh, Mako.
Yeah.
Oh, Mako. Oh, no. Hello?
Hello? Oh, boy.
I mean, DRX here, you know, when they have their time, when they're able to comfortably set up for those retakes, we see it time and time again that they're able to just, you know, slam on through, and especially with that null command to back it up to eliminate any of the utility that could counter them. Sure, they lose Foxy on the push-in, but, you know, apparently DRX saying, please spike plant, hello?
Yeah, a full quote.
But, you know, DRX, if they have the time and the planning, There's few that do it better.
Okay, Buzz sending down the fragment. Buying some time, and they go for the pinch, and the pinch is good. Great pressure, Jit Boys finding stacks. Spike is planted, so there you go, DRX.
Yeah, this
Getting
time
what you wanted.
Yeah. This one might be a save.
Yep. I think it might just be, which is, in and of itself, an incredible victory given the circumstances that we've been under in the series.
No doubt. This is, you know, a good execute here from Talon. Not really able to give Buzz any comfort there. Just smothering him from a couple different angles. So that's how you draw it up. Certainly, especially when you're not fully invested in the round with your guns.
Yeah, okay, well, a third round found. Gun picked up.
Thrifty.
Has to run away, does cruise.
Got it.
Makes it out, and yep, we'll be able to retain it. A thrifty win. Not bad here from the side of Talon.
No, this is starting to look pretty good. Starting to kind of put their heads on straight. Just a fast hit onto B.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing with aggression, which is something that was sort of attempted on Split, but not really.
They tried it early, and it didn't go so good. Well, Foxy now going to be the one to hold down B with that op. Still sitting on that Blade Storm. Mako has his pit over on A. See if he just pops it early or if he's going to wait things out a little bit.
Okay, a fake flash. No, not going to find anyone. There's the pop flash. And they're still thinking about it. Oh, the turn blocking against the collat! But there's a third one! What a shot! Oh, it's just gorgeous. I'll tell you what, the last time he got a collat kill, it led to an ace. Let's see if it happens again.
If he had hit that last shot there, oh boy.
Oh. I mean, even the third one was just disgusting. Okay, they confirm. No ace this time. From the Fox is forward, stacks exits Hall. Find the kill, and okay. Jit Boys getting a nice read. Takes him down. See if he can do any more damage.
I was worried for a moment, and it is going to be Mako as they swing in from B made, but I was worried there for a moment that Foxy had overcooked a little bit there with that operator. Nope. I should know better. Nope. That was absolutely insane. I mean, just the way he sees the elbow and he's like, okay, hold on, I want to find your head. Oh God, that third shot was so good.
Yeah. Hey, again, good shot by Jit Boys. It was solid, but paling in comparison to that triple right there from Foxy.
Just devastating.
Yeah.
Just winning rounds by himself. I mean, that's.
And he's getting pretty good reads. Turret out, and Pat swings right into it. Oh, the trap is set. The bait gets nibbled, and the prey gets caught.
Unbelievable how clean he is with those shots. That one wasn't the easiest.
Okay. Aware the Sushi's in this position. RB, quick little drag across. Catches him in the head. Buzz just trying to stay tucked here alongside screens. Push out, another one from RB. Fox will finally flush Buzz out, but now he's the last man standing. And Foxy says, hey, you know what? I'll use the blades. Why
Sitting
not?
on it, yeah. Might as well. Yeah, it's falling apart for Talon. You know, we saw glimmers of hope. We saw the Thrifty win with that fast hit, but since then, it's been shut down very nicely by DRX. They started to lean towards this B site, as that has been where Talon has tried to get a lot of their work done. Now the economy is in shambles once again.
And they're buying down. Only Sushi left with over $1,000, and he doesn't have the blades to rely on. I mean, look, Foxy's anticipating it. He's thinking that it's going to be that double updraft out of shops. It's not. Oh, the wall. Gets it right in front. He drifts down right as Sushi Boys updrafts once more. Pushes out, tries to go for the shot. Not going to get the connection. Now they'll look to rush. Reckoning coming through from the side of Talon. Stack's going to be taken out. RB as well falling. Looks like they might be able to pull it off once again as Pat finds two. Into the back of sight, Buzz. Only going to be good for one, and that leaves Mako in a 1v4 scenario with weapons snatched up by everybody on Talon. Okay, Turret finally spots him.
That went so fast, Mako just couldn't get here in time.
Oh, okay. A little whiffy from Mako.
Okay,
rare to see. Pat goes ahead, gets another triple. they lock down a
Last
4th round win.
before the
So
switch.
in with a shout to make it a 7-5 now that they get some more weapons back in their possession. The lockdown just one away.
Yeah, that's a huge win here for Talon, like you're talking about. Just doing a great job here on the point. Our Chip Boys and Pat combining there for some big kills. You know, DRX just trying to play through the Reckoning. It didn't go so good. And maybe DRX just kind of getting a little bit overconfident on that one. But again, this keeps the economy somewhat respectable for Talon, that they're able to buy through.
Fox just hitting everybody with a team flash. They catch one on the jiggle as Foxy catches Sushi over at A. Everybody else now stomping their way up towards B. The wall's preset. Orb is grabbed. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put extra effort into trying to get Pat this orb so that they have the lockdown for the site execute. I mean, on this lurk, if he's able to find a kill, obviously he'll have it, but
yeah,
a hell of a lot more of a gamble as Chip Boy's just going to get sprayed down. RB says, yeah, you just keep playing screens.
And you know, Pat isn't over here with the spike or anything, so we can't even get the extra orb off that. They're just really taking their time on this. They're not sure how to get through. Still have a little bit of utility here from Cruz to make this potential execute happen. Still got Flash and the Trailblazer for Foxy.
Mako, I guess,
yeah,
mostly
why
for
not?
funds. Like, I guess I'll just dump this and make sure they go to B for everybody else.
Yeah, now we can really slide towards B. Okay.
Cruz finding one. This is how things can fall apart, but now it's going to be RB starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz! 3 gorgeous kills from him with a now very far forward lurk from Fox. Mako creeping back through water. Coming from spawn. Fox, I mean, he's got this wall blocking him off. Fox, look at the challenge. Mako reacts just a little bit faster. Dash in. Foxy 9, dead. The lockdown about to be used. Mako knowing that he's got to play for it, otherwise the 7-5 going to be coming in, and Cruz will pick up 4 kills in the round to go ahead and make it a 7-5 half.
Yeah, this is as one-sided as this looked at times. Talon is able to find some really impactful rounds with some low buys, some bad economy. And this round did not start out good at all, but it's Cruz here up on the point, just pushing through the Reckoning, able to get right to the angle, and is expecting the double push from DRX, and that's huge. The 4K gives Talon signs of life here on Pearl as we switch over to the attacker side now for DRX, and generally, a very good attacker-sided team.
Yeah. Again, I mean, the biggest question is, what does this look like on the attack or on the defense for the side of Talon? How do they operate this? Obviously, we can take a good guess. It's pretty much, what is the Reyna doing?
Right.
Where is Chip Boys going to be prioritizing his attention? How much space can he gain? And can he go off in the fashion that he needs to? This is a very feast or famine agent.
I mean, my guess would be that they stick him in mid, either at double doors or arts or something like that, to try to control that space, try to gain space in the mid. You'll see a lot of Reynas when they play this map, throw that Lear out right into the middle of the map and, try to work that area right into the plaza. And that can happen. You can control art pretty well with those Lears and things like that. So then you got some space to kind of maneuver around the corners with your dismisses. We'll see. I mean, again, it doesn't happen much, but every once in a great while, I haven't seen it in a long time, Reynas do give DRX a little bit of trouble. That's a long time ago. I haven't felt that pressure. Other teams have tried it at various stages, various levels of competition. We've seen it internationally even. Aliens?
And he's biting the post. He's holding it with his mouth. Yep. I mean,
that guy, he's got an easier side.
Hey, he's given into the silliness that's been happening in this series. Is what that is.
I appreciate that. That's how I feel too.
If you don't give in to the silliness, if you don't join it, you're gonna let it defeat you. So it's better to just
come here and have some fun.
Dive on in.
Yeah, enjoy the matches as much as you can.
Well, all right. First round now on the attack, looking like very heavy. I mean, full 5-man stack here from DRX, getting ready to push out towards B, but a 4-man stack waiting from Talon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is well read here by Talon. It looks like DRX usually on these pistols just kind of is sometimes really aggressive.
Or for the cross, Prowler to chase, checks close. Nobody behind the pillar, so they keep moving forward. And already, the last member starting to rotate across. Flashing into the back. Turn though, Sushi Boys was ready for it. Has managed to find one, but Buzz going to answer back with 2 of his own. Didn't quite read that Pat's in this position. And suddenly, he does find himself in a potentially winnable situation. Mako still chasing forward. Trying to get into a spot to support. Swing out, Spike stranded, Pat with 3. Mako can pick up a ghost. Doesn't want to make noise. Gets himself crept across. Back here into the hall. Push coming in, and Pat with a 4K. Brings Talon within touching distance of tying this up.
Yeah, this looked really good there for DRX after Buzz just swung and got a second kill. Watch this. No way. Dude, he killed him blind. What in the world, Buzz?
Was not ready for that lingering killjoy.
Yep. Just that second player there in the hall.
Playing a dangerous game having Pat's voice comms on.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember hearing any R-rated words last time. This is totally PG-13 here. We just darn it hex.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Okay. No presence forward over at A. Sushi Boys creeping forward. I mean, again, Vandal in hand. Really looking to have some impact and stop any type of Thrifty from coming through here, let alone just, you know, a couple kills being found. We'll push up all the way through B as well.
Yeah, they're trying to just collapse on this DRX hit wherever it happens as fast as possible. Boys, yeah, not really finding much there.
Push in, nice dismiss. Boys gets himself out. Foxy going to be able to find 1. That's the Vandal now. Dropped on the ground. Fox swinging the corner, but Foxy9 comes in, pushes towards Art to the rescue, and suddenly the man advantage is there. Weapons recovered. Stacks with the Spectre. Reading that this could be from behind, but ends up getting timing. And now suddenly, despite the weapons being recovered, it's got to go pick it up. It'll be a Bulldog in the hand of Buzz. Try to get this done, but he can't make it happen. Good damage dealt, but Talon, they're going to tie it up at 7-7.
All right. This is what we wanted to see. Talon here really starting to play well, really starting to get their senses about them. You know, Pat coming up big in the first round. Foxy, they're able to grab that Vandal, and all of a sudden I thought, oh boy, here we go. This is going to be DRX maybe getting that Thrifty, but Talon not having any of it. Able to knock him out in the cubby, in the dugout. And able to come through and get the job done. Now Talon has to cut funds a little bit here. Half armor. Seems like they're kind of playing with that general sort of idea. I do see a few more full armors out of them every once in a while, but trying to mimic what we saw with Zeta earlier. Of course, you know, this year Fnatic is the team that sort of did it at NRG long ago in NA.
I mean, they don't know it, but if they just storm the A site, they'd have a whale of a time. Nobody there. Fox just rotating off, goes through water. Everybody else in link at the moment. It's just RB leading the charge. The rest of the team drifting towards him. As they're going to send out the wall, try to cut off Chop as well as top mid. Flashes in, Nano. Tickles away, a little bit of damage down as they will go ahead and find out the site is in fact clear.
You're gonna have 3 coming through water. So Flower and Secret. 2 from Link. DRX loves to play deep post plants, and Mako is out in Narnia right now, so.
That he is. Be on a very long flank. The push it, 1 going to be found. Sushi and Cruz looking like they want a double face, and Sushi instantly taps him. Wow. What a kill. A very necessary one. That's the deepest player now taking care of everybody else. It's out of here. And look at these Molly lineups. Jit Boy's going to fall. Onto the spike they go. Looking to hold it to half. They will be able to get it. The snake bite. Was it blocked? Did it miss? Okay, no. Eventually, the kill comes through. They were trying to just stick to get the defuse off. can't make it happen, and DRX will go ahead and snatch the round away.
I feel like I'm watching Mako on Breeze here, where he just stands way outside of anybody's threat range and just let the mollies fly, let those snake bites go. They have quite the range. He's putting them to great use, and they land just in the nick of time. RB and stacks as well.
You see the silhouettes of the corpses just flopping onto the ground. One after the other like dominoes.
It's like one of those scenes in a movie where there's like bad guys behind the wall and they spray through it, and then you see their bodies fall.
That or like just a bunch of like an army of robots getting deactivated.
Oh yeah, there you go, yeah. Well, this time DRX flirting with some A pressure, but this time Talon has stacked their forces this side of the map. Now you leave Sushi Boys over on an island with that op. Yep, cruise in mid. Let's see, DRX is actually thinking about challenging this. Some information there is going to keep Talon planted.
It's a frenzy and a phantom rather.
Yeah, that's
looking to hold this. Pat not far away.
And
single kill gets him a lockdown.
And your favorite gun.
Yeah, the Bucky's over at mid doors. Mako again looking like he just wants to take space to go for these lineups. Nanos buy a little bit of extra time. But Foxy found Pat. Gives him the lockdown for the next round, but won't be able to see it here. Push in. Bucky sends out a warning shot, let's say. Is okay, Jit Boys will get buzzed. Sushi finds RB.
Whoa.
Cruz gets Mako. And suddenly, this round might be stolen away. Push in, the weapons recovered. Foxy barely managing to find one. Stacks will take another out before he dies. Blades not gonna connect, and Talon are gonna tie it up again.
Great retake here for Talon. You know, able to find some value out of those cheap guns. And that's huge. You keep the op. This is a great round from Sushi with the op. So Foxy doing pretty good here, but it's not good enough. Great shot from Sushi. Nice. Didn't even give Foxy an opportunity.
Right.
So all right, this is one heck of a map.
Very clean.
Now DRX is on a bad buy. They're shuffling guns around, trying to figure out how they can do this. Couple stingers, couple sheriffs, a ghost.
Mind you, this entire time, we've not had a timeout from Jeremy.
No.
We've had exactly, what, one timeout so far, and that was all the way back in after round 5 on Split.
It's been pretty fast-paced.
Okay, here comes the push. Foxy. Oh, dashes in the first shot. Going wide, and that's quite a bit of damage down. Sushi at 80. Push on the corner, sprays in some more. Jit Boys as well. Tag down. Pat arriving around the back, and Buzz will be able to get the punish just moments before he can draw it down. Tries to grab the weapon, though. Fox manages to strike. Ball goes up.
Great play here. Grab that gun by RB.
Reckoning now. Invested.
Oh.
RB finding one. The cove up will be broken pretty quickly. Swing out. Foxy 9 comes to the rescue. Takes down Cruz. Now it's all on Sushi and Fox. Seeker's going. They know that the sky is behind. Swing out. Sushi Boys finds the kill. Could be the round win. RB, though, finds it. Sushi's heading for the hills. The clutch coming through. RB will go down to the spike, but DRX will take away the round and retake the lead once again.
This is a great little set play to get around the corner. You know, with that aggressive op positioning that Sushi had, they're able to get up and above it and really not give him much opportunity early to stop this plant from coming down quick. That means a lot in this round. The timing not going to be enough for Sushi to try to challenge at the end against RB. So a nice 0 point again from Buzz. Gives a great opportunity here for DRX, and they're able to convert. Really nicely set up and dialed up by DRX. This has been really back and forth. Now Jit Boys has got that op.
Just pass the operator around like it's hot potato. Great opening kill. Foxy out of the fray. Everybody else just shifting towards B.
Dropping spike.
Open side for now, but footsteps about to be heard. Pat is in position. The question is, does he want to go ahead and commit the lockdown to this?
Yeah, a lot of ults here, including the Blade Storm. That's why they passed the op over.
And the Reckoning.
Yep, and the Reckoning.
I mean, it's a
and
full disconnect from the site. There you go. Reckoning comes out, but it's not on this post-plant setup. On flying. Walls going at one another. First bite comes in off the tap. RB finding two, but he's going to be detained. Trying to remain safe behind the pillar. The push coming in. Pat getting up into the cubby. Manages to find him. Now the Nightfall cutting across. One spotted Buzz. Takes out Sushi Boys. They gun down Fox. And Pat, the last man standing. And won't be able to do too much else. DRX now more firmly in the lead, back up by 2 rounds. But if you look at that graph there, the round wins. Talon are not out of this yet.
Yeah, I mean, I respect that Talon went for this. You know, probably feeling like if they can sneak another Thrifty out from DRX, they can very likely win this map, so they commit their ults to it. But DRX is too smart, too aware, able to play far enough back. RB, you know, you see this a lot on this map with those lockdowns, that players are willing to stand by that pillar to get locked down because they can just hide behind it while their team covers.
Sushi. No money. I bought down, but just a sheriff in his hand.
Yeah, the economy here has been very unique, Talon. This is very strange. Yeah, because you're right. I mean, it will be a thrifty or an eco next round. But why not bank a little extra cash? I don't know if the full armor is really. We'll see. Hopefully, he proves me wrong.
Okay, well, they're gonna start going on a collective 5-man push through Art, checking to mid. Don't work. Just gonna have a 5v5 retake. Reckoning gonna be used. In hindsight, I think DRX will look back on this and be like, oh, we should have saved it for the post plant. But that's 2020.
Oh, Mako, he goes huge here.
Trying to be the hero, but ooh, no. Just takes Cruz down to 8, but cannot find the kill. Buzz, however, playing forward, gonna be good for 1. The Lear blocking, Fragment down, push comes in, Sushi Boys finding 1. Now RB gonna be dead. Suddenly it's only Foxy9 who's left alive. Fox himself pretty close by. And as he swings out, he puts himself in danger. Oh! 2 kills. Oh, dashes away. 30 HP. Onto the spike. Does he just hold for this? He is. He's just holding for it. Foxy, he can't take him off of it. The defuse comes through and Fox gets the follow-up kill.
Oh my God. What is going on? What a spray from Foxy there.
I mean, it was nasty, but he just didn't believe in the stick.
Yeah, pros don't fake. Certainly Foxy just got his pros don't fake moment here. But that spray right there is one of the nastiest things I have seen. That is ridiculous. Cruz is just taking a sip.
He said something about Foxy9. I can't claim to
well,
understand, but
whoa.
Smack talk is flying. Foxy gonna move forward, grab the orb, spray a little bit too late. Now he's got the blades online.
So looking pretty strong here.
I mean, again, it's just a really heavy A stack.
Yeah, well, you do have the null command now for DRX to nullify a lot of this utility on the way in.
But again, if this hit comes through,
no,
Talon should know. Send somebody to mid, because Mako's going to be there just lunging these snake bites across the map.
I think Pat is on that duty. I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Flashbang.
Okay, flash over the top, counter wall coming through. Foxy just dead. Jit Boys just headshotting him through the cloud burst, and that's going to be the retreat sounded. Everybody backing away other than RB, who looks like he's going to stick around a little bit to try to draw some extra attention. Keep some interest there.
Oh, the Harbors.
Yep, Cruz pushing forward. RB making plenty of noise. Does he look back? He's about to clear out, and yep, makes it around the corner just in time to not get tagged up. Mako in the meantime, he's got himself in a link, but no one's going to be pushing him. It's going to be a triple approach from behind once again, which currently nobody from DRX is watching. Oh, that's a good kill, though. He can pit for this.
They might want to, yep. There it goes.
Oh, there's a swing out.
Oh my God.
Buzz dead as well. Jit Boys is catching a stray shot. A 2v3. Rifles recovered. Stacks and Mako. Guys who have been the most clutch here for this squad in the past. Now looking to hold this up, but Mako pushes out of the smoke. And the pit is now dropped. Stacks can't get it. Talon will defuse. We're tied at 10-10.
This has been exciting, for sure. And it's great to see Talon continue to push here. That Lear there kind of messed with Stax' vision just enough. I made that last one a little tricky. Mako finds a great kill, but this is absolutely nasty here from Jim Boys. Foxy as well.
What in the hell is going on?
Yep, this is chaos for sure, but the APAC fans wouldn't have it any other way. This is their region in a nutshell.
Well, again, radio silence from the coaching staff. Neither of them offering up any words of encouragement or warning.
Turby's just letting this ride.
Sometimes I wish he would.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have minded a timeout at some point just to cool the Jets of Talon a little bit.
Okay, Wall's coming in. Foxy dashing through, but look how perfectly read it is. They just know where he's going to go. Cruz shuts it down. And now they go ahead. They exit the site. The Seeker's going to be coming through. That's going to reveal Mako's lurk position. The rest of the Seekers wrapping all the way back around through B, so that's not going to tell them too much.
Yeah, that's actually not too much info. You're right. This doesn't reveal a ton of what DRX is currently doing. Now, they've got a little bit of presence here in mid, but it's only one on each side of the coin here for Talon. So, Fox, if he can win another duel, it'll be huge. Oh, Stax gets Cruz.
He does. Fox playing forward, trying to get that second one. Takes RB low. Cannot get the kill. Reckoning comes out, drifting towards the site, but for now, Sushi is able to play on the outskirts here. Doesn't have the ability now to use that dash. Has it primed and ready. Nanoswarm, however, buys some time. Stops him from getting in. Buzz taken down. RB able to find one. The Cove is up, and Sushi's going to go for the push. Makes his way in. RB can't get off the spike fast enough, but Stax will clutch it out. Didn't see it coming. But 3 kills very swiftly as DRX will go ahead, trade it back, retake the lead, and now just one away from locking in overtime.
I mean, Stax so quick on the trigger here. They got to let him try to plant. As soon as that spike pops up in the air, what a transfer from Stax.
I mean, yeah, look at that face.
Yeah, you saw it. A little bit of a sigh of relief there from Stax.
But they're not out of it yet. I mean, it's another close to full buy. Cruz the only one coming into this without a rifle. A couple half armors in the mix, but you know, obviously, as we've seen time and time again, that it's becoming more and more legitimate and adopted by more and more teams.
Look at how aggressive this push out is from Talon. They're trying to get in, but Fox. Oh, Foxy. Oh, no.
Okay, well, that's going to be the. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Buzz just running guns, gets the kill. Pat still hovering nearby. Buzz will be good for the second. Parano. No. That was a paranoid for a second. I think it might have been Lear. Either way, minor blind out on Hamako. He does pull away. Takes a good amount of damage, though.
It's rare that we use the word Lear when we're casting.
Yeah, fair point.
I like the response here from DRX, though. I mean, you know, at least Foxy was somewhat aware of a potential push out. He does get caught, but
They're
then
moving
Buzz.
into the stack.
Yeah.
There's 2 here.
This is tough.
Oh, ooh, a little whiffy. Cruz now needing to go big. Do they suspect this position? Oh my God! He had all the time in the world. He was trying to be disciplined.
Stax saw him out of the corner of his eye.
Yep. Oh, and now the haunt reveals as well. Jin Boys, however, does get 1. It's the heal coming through. Sees connects. No, it doesn't. A near miss. And now the Empress is in. Needs to do what all good Reynas can do, which is go absolutely nuclear here. There's 1. This misses forward. Suspects the wrap from behind. Pushes out, but Mako says nay. Mako keeping him in this. 12 to 10. Talon now at the worst possible timing. Knocked back to a Thrifty. However, they've done well with those, at least on this map.
Well, I mean,
see if they can do it again to stay in it.
You got to go for it for sure. And, you know, you've got the lockdown here from Pat. You got the reckoning from Cruz. You got some good post play here. I wouldn't mind see Talon, you know, kind of play towards mid, kind of let DRX kind of, you know, burn a lot of that utility on those execs like they like to. and then try to play for the retake. You've got the, two best ults for that. Put them to good use. And I like what they're doing. You can see they're drifting in towards mid. They're trying to give DRX space, but look at DRX's counter. They're the ones who want to push through mid. They've kind of sniffed this out.
For it. Oh, just spraying down. They get the read. Foxy9 coming up with 2, and it seems like that should just about do it. Reckoning invested, but Cruz dead. Foxy9 gets 3. Mako gets the last one, catching Pat in mid. And I mean, it was a good back and forth for a while, but those last 3 rounds, DRX, they finally found their footing. And they said, hell no. No OT, no map 3. We're finishing this now.
I really, really enjoyed that map. I'm just going to pretend that Split
This was a best of 1.
It was a best of 1.
Best of 1.
Yeah, exactly. Best of 1.
Split was banned.
And Talon, you can see there's tons of talent on this team. You can see that when they're gelling, when they're playing together, things go very well. When they're not playing something a little bit too spicy. And truly, this last round, I thought they had the right idea. It's just DRX read it.
And thinking about it now a little bit, when was the last time we had at least triple duelists being played here in this stadium? It was on Slayers.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh, you're right. You're right.
You know what they were doing?
It was on Split too, wasn't it?
Yeah. And you know what they were doing during that game? So they claimed at least hiding strategies.
Yes, yes.
And that was obviously a loss versus WGS, which was a much more embarrassing opponent to lose to compared to losing to DRX. But that's what they were doing. And now I very much question, is Talon doing the same? Have they just said, you know what? We're probably not going to beat DRX either way. Let's focus on the teams that we can beat. Hide some strats.
You got to save stuff for DRX if you're going to run into him again in the playoffs, if you can get there.
Well, be curious to see what the team says, because I'm sure the media outlets are very much going to be interested in sitting them down, questioning what was going on. But time will have to just wait and tell. For now, though, the road that we took to get here was a road never traveled before, but it was a 2-0, as a lot of people may have anticipated for DRX.
Yeah, certainly the road less traveled, as poets would claim, the more interesting one. I'm not so sure, but we're here. But you can see the raw talent that is available on Talon. That when they're feeling themselves, they're extremely difficult to deal with because they are so fast, so accurate. They're playing off of each other pretty well for the most part in that one, even with the Reyna. I saw some good stuff out of Jim Boys, frankly. He had some good moments with the Reyna, and I thought when they started getting some rounds put together late in the second half, I thought, okay, he's snowballing a little bit. We're starting to see that Reyna kind of effect where he's all over the map. He's tough to deal with. He's dismissing. He's getting a kill. He's dismissing. He's leering. He's making it difficult in late game situations. That one leer did kind of catch Stacks a little bit off guard, threw off his aim a little bit. But overall, DRX just pound for pound better. Foxy kicking things off with that op performance there. Oh my God.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, some great highlight moments in there, but this is one of the weirdest days of work that I've ever had. But still, entertaining all the same. I mean, the split, hopefully something that experimentation, something that we never see again, unless it's really workshopped, unless it really is in a meta where it can thrive, where it can be good. But for now, definitely not ready. Yeah, keep it in the oven. Needs to cook a lot longer than that.
Either that or it's already burnt and take it out.
Yeah,
Throw it in the
raw and
trash.
burnt. It's nowhere in between. So, yeah, an interesting way, considering how we started things off with that excellent series between GE and Zeta Division, who were able to get that win. Then we come into this with Talon throwing some wild stuff at us. But like you said, definitely a lot more entertaining on Pearl, playing a hell of a lot better, making this one actually quite close. And, you know, for a second, making me feel like, oh, we're actually going to get to that third map.
I thought we might. I really did. I thought they started to kind of click. They started to gel. They were playing off of each other a lot better. They were reading the map pretty well. They were reading DRX decently well throughout this. At the end, DRX just kind of figured them out a little bit and started to put things together. That last round for me is kind of the real sort of ice on, cherry on top, right?
Sure.
Where DRX knows how they want to play with the ults that are available. Those were the rounds that DRX read very well.
Yeah. I don't know. Very, very intriguing stuff here from the side of Talon. Maybe they've got more of that in the future. Maybe it'll look a little bit cleaner. Not 100% certain, but we are just waiting for the interview to be ready down on stage. Being told that we're going to get to hear from Stax, so I can't wait to hear what he has to say about everything that he just went through during this series. So it should be some nice choice words there. But yeah, an intriguing day at the end of it all. But hey, you guys were here for it. It was fun. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll thread out to the interview now, and we'll see you guys, of course, tomorrow. So go ahead and take it away. Let's hear from Stax.
Yes, DRX always at the top of the ring. They never fail to exceed the fans' expectations. I'm here on stage with Stax of DRX. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네. Congratulations, Stax.
Thank you.
네, 축하드립니다. The 3 victories in a row. How far do you think you can go? 3연속 승리를 하셨는데 어디까지 갈 것이라고 예상하나요?
떨어질 수도 있겠지만 최대한 10연승을 당해서 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
Although we can get a little difficult, but I think we'll get to 10 wins in a row. Okay, for the next question, being on top of the board, were there any pressure throughout the game? 계속해서 선두를 달리고 계시잖아요. 좀 부담되는 부분은 없었었나요?
부담이라기보다는 처음 5번, 6번째 경기들이 다 저희가 생각하는 센 팀이기 때문에 그것만 잘 넘기자라는 생각하고 있습니다.
Not much pressure, but the first 5 and 6 games, our opponents, they're kind of strong. So I think when we get over it, it'll be easy to win the victory. Okay, for the next questions, you guys had a tight match with GES last week. Was that a wake-up call for you guys? 저번에 이제 GES랑 조금은 예상했던 것보다 치열한 경기가 있었잖아요. 좀 경각심이 드는 매치였는지 궁금합니다.
근데 저희가 조금 그때는 컨디션도 안 좋았고 조금 에임도 조금 솔직하게 좀 모순 상황이 많아가지고 그것 때문에 좀 비볐다고 생각을 했지 질 것 같다는 생각은 안 들었습니다.
Our condition were not very good and our aims were not good as expected, but we never thought to lose. Okay, and to the next one, which team do you consider as your biggest rival? 좀 강력한 라이벌을 뽑자면 어느 팀일까요?
제 마음은 젠지지만 이제 머릿속에서는 지금 PRX라고 말하고 있네요.
It's Genji at the first mind, but at the heart it says PRX. 그래서 또 PRX를 상대로 이제 겨루게 되잖아요.
네.
한마디 남겨주시기 바랍니다. Your next opponent is PRX. What message can you send them?
일단은 뭐 썸띵 선수가 뭐 일단은 폭신나인 선수 저격하셨는데 일단 지금 보시다시피 폭신나인 선수는 굉장히 저희 팀에서 잘 녹아들었고 잘하고 있고 그리고 이제 PRX는 저희한테 진 게 너무 많기 때문에 무서워할 것 같기도 합니다.
I mean, at PRX, the something player like called Foxy9, but he's really adjusting to the team, and I think we can win very easily. 네, 그리고 또 이제 팀의 리더로서 이제 퍽시9이 잠재력을 다 보여주셨다고 생각하지 또 물어볼게요. As the leader of the team, do you think like Foxy9 showed his potential? Like, is there anything more left?
일단은 지금 폭신나인 선수가 저는 아직 5%밖에 완벽한 게임을 못 배웠다 생각하거든요. 근데 이 정도 하는 거 보면은 포텐셜이 아직까지 엄청 많이 남아 있는 것 같아요.
I think he showed only 5% of his potential, so I think there's more to see. Okay, so congratulations once again. That was Stax. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Yes, but the journey still has a long way to go. We're still looking forward to our players and also the DRX and Talon signing event after the game. So hope everyone gets to meet the players. And I'll toss it back to William.
Wow, so I thought the most shocking thing I would see and hear today was triple duelist comp, but then I heard that Foxy9 is only at 5% power. And that dude is popping off right now, so I don't know what Stax is talking about. I mean, if he's only shown 5%, Foxy9 literally has to be the best Valorant player in the entire galaxy.
Yeah, of all time and in all possible universes that are out there. You know, look, this was a much better showing from Talon. Yes, it was a 2-0. Yes, DRX did dominate, but Talon was able to come in here and I think have a much better performance in Game 2 and show why they are still viable and also why they still might be down 0-3. They're not out yet.
Yeah, down but not out. They are a strong team.
They have strong and incredibly sharp players, players who can actually still save strats but push DRX to 10 and 13. And of course, I mean, yeah, Foxy9 might be the MVP, but I think we can safely say that Pat is still able to put those numbers up, and so are the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, we can only kind of guess at how much of this is experimentation, how much of this is potentially hiding, or are they legitimately trying to build something new? I mean, we'll have to wait to see as it moves on. But at the end of the day, Talon showed a much better game here in Pearl. Now, of course, we started this segment talking about Foxy9. They were talking about it in the interview as well. But, I mean, Foxy9, he's continuing to put up highlights time and time again.
I mean, it is incredible seeing him in his perspective. There was a clip I wanted to throw up on screen for you guys here. I think we're going to get that in a second. But Foxy9, it was – okay, here we go. This is what I was waiting for here. Watch this. This was
That's exactly what Jet says when she has her ult.
So we have everybody here from Talon creeping down. Now, we see this very rarely, but we get 2 birds with 1 stone, and then a 3rd one right away after that. That was just an incredible moment. But there were actually many moments in that game throughout there where Foxy9 was so clutch, was so on point, and was basically changing the entire way the round would start off because he would get 1 or 2 picks right away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the crazy thing about that one clip is, like, yeah, sure, collats happen now and then, great operator kills happen, but, like, he dodges the flash, he baits out the turret, then he gets a collat, then he swings back, and then he gets out. Like, there's a lot of layers to that very short clip of Foxy9, so, I mean, I don't think we have to talk any further about just how great of a player he is. Now, on the flip side, Talon, again, they showed a little bit more thought and life here on Pearl.
Yeah, I think they actually took a little page out of DRX's playbook on this one because it's that play with the cascade that pushes them down past B-Long and gives them a little bit more space. And I think it's also because Foxy9 was on an operator this round that he wasn't quite able to play these close quarter battles that Talon ultimately beat them out against. I mean, you had the Reckoning, you had more cascades, more high tides, and Pat actually going deeper in. Sushi Boys with the blades as well. I mean, who's actually not so bad as a Jet because of the space that was created, because of the Reckoning and that kind of forced DRX to scatter across the site. Talon were able to shoot down every single player from DRX on site, and it's those small moments of greatness from Talon that we're seeing today.
Yeah, and while we're on, you know, kind of this back and forth storyline of them pushing back and taking pages out of each other's book, now we were talking backstage of, okay, DRX, they're kind of walking right into the traps of Talon in the second half, right? Talon just keeps emptying the sites and go for retakes, emptying the sites, go for retakes. And then DRX says, okay, enough of that. They show us a great post-plant setup on the A side.
I really do think that that's what's happening because a lot of these rounds are just Talon kind of, all right, you know what? We know this is your strat. We can counter this. We'll just let you have the site.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap around from behind instead with 3 players, triple stack. And I think at like what Clinton said, at times, even with the Lear from Jit Boys, it kind of throws off some of the players from DRX, namely Stacks in that one moment. But this one was really interesting because I want to keep your eyes on the minimap. Mako is so far away, but he's just chilling. Meanwhile, everyone else gets spiked down. Talon are setting up for a retake. I feel like DRX were kind of reading this, and that's why Mako is so far behind, because they had a strategy in mind, something that we haven't quite seen yet. And this is one of those moments where DRX might just have been forced to use a play that we haven't seen so far, because Mako has a lineup from mid. You can see that the fragment was thrown down. Talon just don't quite have the space to get on the spike just yet. But then here comes the Harbor Cove. Here comes the players from A main on DRX who are forced to take the fight. But then the snake bite lands and they're able to spray. And all of these things happen in the matter of seconds. And DRX were still able to save that round. Sometimes in these moments they gain that momentum. They gain those wins. And Termi knows, I don't really have to call a timeout. My boys have this.
Yeah, and the crazy thing, right, watching that from the bird's eye view is the timing of it, right? That means Mako's teammates had to make the call of when to throw the snake bite. Then they timed the C's on top of that. And again, many layers to this, but that's kind of the crispness we expect from DRX's set plays. And once again, they're able to bring this win. We've hailed Foxy9 as kind of the star player throughout this series, but this time there was a lot of support, especially from RB as that Harbor, a very crucial agent for DRX's composition.
RB played incredibly. And you know, it's funny, we've been talking a lot about Foxy9, I feel like, since this tournament started, but RB has been godlike since the very beginning in the Korea scene. We've been following him for the last 2 years, and he had a lot of really key moments to let his team shine.
I'm just impressed because he's played so many different roles. I mean, maybe originally a duelist. We've seen him as an initiator, a Sova. This time he's on Harbor, and he's, I guess, that pseudo-initiator at times, but he really knows how to play with his smokes, with the Cove, knowing how to position himself at times, and Stack's there to back him up too. And it's because of these plays that we see the whole team really, like, this is peak DRX. This is what we expect from them. That coordination, that crispness, that timing, like you mentioned, with all of those utilities coming in, Will, because, again, DRX, this is what they're known for.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're just showing classic DRX style Valorant here in their 2-0 victory against Talon. Now, okay, Harvey, yeah, he's played a ton of different agents. That's very cool, but we have to go back and say the MVP, surely, we all voted for Foxy9, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if it was unanimous, but it has to have been. I mean, look at the numbers this guy's putting up.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's been fascinating about Foxy9, and I heard it a couple times before we were able to start week 1, but it keeps coming up. Everybody on DRX is talking about the fact that this guy's potential hasn't been filled, which is kind of crazy because he already seems like, as far as DRX goes, he's one of the boys. He's able to hang. You know, he's always delivering results, but it's like they think there's even more that he can develop into. That's kind of scary.
There was that one moment where he was kind of put in a 1v4 situation. I think that's like one of those things. You know what? You're that good. Prove yourself. 1v4. Let's see you win this. And he actually took it down to 1v1, which was pretty darn impressive. All these numbers that you see on the screen right here, 308.5 ACS, only 5%.
Yeah, the fact that Stack says only 5%.
There's 95% more to that 385 ACS.
That means in Stax' head, like, Foxy9's average ACS should be something like 500 every match. But that's insane.
Max
the fact
ACS.
that these players that have played on the biggest stages of Valorant, right, on DRX, they faced against so many different players across the world, and they have that much faith in the potential of Foxy9. This is very promising for those people who have been waiting for like a breakout star here from Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, you know, DRX could have picked anybody they wanted, basically, right?
Yeah.
And yet here they were sitting with Foxy9, and we kind of see why. But again, the fact that they're saying that he's not even close to what he could be, that is both exciting and honestly terrifying to hear.
Dude, for me, like PRX superfan, next week is going to be super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that kind of something in
versus
Foxy9
Foxy. Maybe, but like, I don't know. PaperX has been saying that DRX are kind of like their kryptonite. So this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. How Foxy9 will play against him. I don't think he's really played against them on an official stage so far. So.
So we'll have to wait and see, right? Things could be different on the stage. Well, let's take a look at how things stand so far in VCT Pacific, because we're already talking about, you know, potential future matchups of these teams. But again, as we continue to try to wrap up week 3, we're starting to get a better picture of where teams stand. DRX continues as an undefeated 3-0 record.
6-0.
Oh yeah, 6-0. In fact, in map wins and losses. Meanwhile, Talon now still not able to get a win over there at the bottom.
Yeah, Talon, you know, they seem to have been very hot or cold in this, but I think especially seeing that last map against DRX, they do show promise, but they are down in the struggling portion of the group, along with Global Esports, along with Detonation Focus Me. Detonation Focus Me as well. I do worry about their possible 0-4 soon. They may be, in fact, the weakest.
Yeah, and of course, we're not done with week 3 just yet. We still have 2 teams we haven't seen this week. It's going to be Gen.G and Team Secret. Now, both teams still 2-0 win record. They don't have a match loss just yet. And also, both teams looking very promising here in Pacific.
Definitely. I mean, Team Secret, we all know how their knife kills go, but Gen.G also really strong, really structured team, classic Korean style. If anything, DRX's rivals in this entire Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Stack say it right. His heart kind of calls out to Gen.G as a potential rival. We'll see if Gen.G can live up to that name. Meanwhile, Team Secret, can they continue the knife kill streaks here in their week 3 matchup? We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here for VCT Pacific. We return tomorrow at the same time for Gen.G versus Team Secret. We'll see you guys then. Hello, all VCT fans. Welcome back to the Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We are continuing week 3 on our second day of this week now with 2 more matches lined up. Both teams have already been here in the studio and getting ready for the match today. They're continuing with the starting five that they've had so far here in Pacific. Let's wait to find out who wins and what the map bans and picks look like.
One enemy.
There. What did he say?
He said Coca-Cola, so I guess that's the secret.
I don't. Yeah, that's the trick. Okay, got it.
That's Noya looking good. The push out, Aaron sniping one out of the sky, but Sugar Zero manages to steady. Bazzi in a position to try to clutch. Taps it, knows where he's at, and Sugar Zero has the headshot. A second match win for the Japanese squad. Yet again, denying Global from getting themselves onto the leaderboard.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for match number 2 for tonight here at VCT Pacific 2023. It's going to be a rematch between Talon and DRX. Talon versus DRX is match number 2 here for day number 2 of week 3 at VCT Pacific. Let's head over to the stage.
Good tag damage. Foxy 9 up over the top. He might have been mid-air while he got that kill. Either way, finds it. He should have got confusing, and unfortunately. So they're going to have to try to stick onto this instantly. Rocco's got the covering fire. Hold the half, and RP knows he's got to stick it with a clutch. Go ahead, he's Talon on the board at long last. It's not fast enough. I mean, in this game, stacks of all people to buy an Odin. He's not quite going to go for the knife. RP just swings a double tap, throws a flash up behind him. He's just pretty damn crisp with a headshot on the go, so I'll give him that. Oh, just sprang down. They get the read. Foxy 9 gets 3. Mako gets the last one, catching Pat in mid. And, I mean, it was a good back and forth for a while, but those last 3 rounds, DRX, no OT, no map 3. We're finishing this now.